Everyone saw the male lead touch the sun's core like it was a doorbell. Yet his body didn't even get a scratch. Instead, he leveled up into a full-blown sun god. Burning energy surged through him, turning him into a walking Mutation. Then he gained a blade packed with every possible attribute. Its heat was so brutal that anything sliced turned instantly to ash. But on his very first day back in the past, the school's star girlfriend dumped him after getting into a top university. In her new circle, she felt a mere mortal like him no longer matched her tier. She crafted a reasonable excuse so he'd get the hint and stop clinging. Chu Jingli found it only natural different backgrounds, inevitable ending. Under the crowd's curious stares, he casually waved it off and accepted the breakup. His decisiveness made Chu Jingli freeze for a second. Watching him leave without regret bruised her ego, so she called him back. He glanced over and asked flatly, "What now?" Chu Jingli coolly declared that no matter what he did, she'd never return. He stared a few seconds, then said, "Stop being the main character." That line shattered Chu Jingli's composure, her face burning with shame. As for him, the gossip around him was pure comedy. Chu Jingli had no clue what chaos was coming, where money and degrees meant nothing. Within a year, spiritual ki would revive and flip the world upside down. The old rules would quietly retire. A new era would rise where power was the only KPI. In his past life, he was just a nobody scraping by in the apocalypse. Mutated creatures ran wild, wiping cities off the map. He too fell, chased down and devoured by a mutant beast in a cold, bitter end. He died seething with regret and maxed out vengeance. At that moment, he bound to a mid-tier universal system and rewound to 1 year before the spiritual Chu revival. The system had universal-level computing power, crafting cultivation techniques from contact with spiritual objects. Since no one noticed the Ki's return yet, he planned to monopolize the resources. Meanwhile, ad screens reported fishermen discovering a giant abalone. They also mentioned bizarre plant mutations, offering no comfort and no denial. Instead, they subtly urged caution about the male lead, basically a state-issued hint. The classic warning style that keeps public faith intact. He browsed news forums for anomalies and spotted an intriguing post. It claimed extreme ultraviolet levels outside Qingbei, and others saw it too. But no one believed it, since it wasn't far from Qingbei University. In reality, the campus just had cloudy, gloomy skies. The report said Qingbei University hit 74°C, yet the comments were still drowning in doubt. While everyone called it fake news, he smiled. His first opportunity had just clocked in. 15 minutes later, he stood at Qingbei University's gate. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The abnormal vibes here were impossible to miss. Sunlight stabbed the ground in blinding beams. Even the guards fled their posts. He alone stayed, tanking the brutal heat. The moment his fingertip touched a tiny ray, the system's familiar chime rang in his ear. Full yang attribute fluctuation detected, corresponding data activated. The light beams morphed into bands, wrapping tightly around him. His body erupted in dazzling brilliance. The retreating guards were blinded, utterly clueless and stunned. Unbeknownst to them, his body felt like it was being incinerated from within. The fiery pain drilled to his marrow as the system continued. Transformation complete. You have obtained the golden sun breathing technique. Meanwhile, at another admissions gate of Qingbei University, his ex, Chu Jingli, arrived in style, attracting plenty of admirers. She stayed indifferent just as a burst of light flared behind her. The campus broadcast warned everyone to avoid the front gate immediately. Chu Jingli frowned slightly at the announcement. Back at the scene, his body was shrouded in light and black dust. The golden sun breathing technique seeped into his organs, expelling impurities as ash. The system explained master it, and he could enter incarnation mode, literally becoming the sun god. It then congratulated him on earning 50 compilation points. Confused but focused, he ran the technique. The blazing sky suddenly dimmed for a brief second, enough to grab the attention of nearby students. The principal appeared at the north gate, ordering the crowd to disperse. Behind him stood uniformed soldiers, their leader demanding a full lockdown of the north gate. The male lead noticed the shift instantly. He decided to leave at once. Not long after, the mysterious soldiers arrived where he had stood. One crouched to touch the black dust on the ground. After sniffing it, he muttered it was human-made. Someone had contacted spiritual ki again. Hearing this, Chu Jingli felt a vague stirring and looked down the distant road, as if spotting a familiar silhouette. She quickly dismissed it. No way his grades could get him into Qingbei University. An hour later, he returned home and began absorbing solar energy to cultivate. Recalling the chaos he caused, he wondered if it made the news and grabbed his phone. A section titled Spiritual Ki Association caught his eye. In his memory, this group had appeared online a year ago, but was treated as a joke. Now it was booming and perfectly aligned with the signs of the spiritual ki revival, confirming the state's moves weren't simple at all. He immediately clicked in to investigate. Inside was a level 1 realm system, starting with sensing T&D spiritual objects, then level 2 spirit forging, creating mortal weapons and awakening bloodlines with heaven on earth spiritual chi. There were higher tiers too, though most readers scoffed in disbelief. Yet he paused at a page tied to Shia Nation's projects. Though clueless in his past life, he sensed this place was tightly controlled. so he followed the instructions and began running the golden sun breathing technique. Soon, the heat within his body started to transform. As the technique circulated, his body slowly lifted off the ground, hovering midair. Flames blazed around him, his starting realm ghostly forge. This stage used the body as a base, turning flesh into ki, merging with heaven and earth spiritual chi and weapons to form a divine forge. In a flash, spiritual chi gathered above his head. When it finished, unprecedented power flooded him. He officially entered one-star ghostly forge and recalled the system's compilation ability, the power to impose edits onto reality itself. His gaze shifted to the water cup beside him. The system prompted spend compilation points to infuse yang attribute into it. That confirmed his guess. In short, he could turn ordinary objects into special items. This cup could gain yang power. So he chose to save the points for blades instead, planning to forge his own weapon. His family heirloom treasured saber became the target. But it was late, so he postponed the experiment until tomorrow. Yet as he slept, a pair of eerie red eyes flickered in the night. At the same time, atop a skyscraper, a girl in tactical gear stood silently, a lollipop in her mouth. She seemed to be speaking through a comm device. Moments later, she leapt off the building. Midair, she sensed the aura of a mutant beast. The target had entered a densely populated zone within 20 kilometers. After notifying her team, she sped toward it. Anyone who glanced up saw only a fleeting blur. In the night, she looked like a creature fused with the shadows. Meanwhile, the male lead was jolted awake by a piercing noise. Irritated, he sprang up and tracked the source. After reaching Ghostly Forge, his hearing surpassed human limits, and this sound was clearly wrong. The moment he opened the door, a massive figure lunged straight at him. One glance told him it was a mutated beast. Despite the ambush, its movements looked slow as crawling sludge in his perception. In an instant, golden sunlight flowed through his body. He charged it deliberately, unwilling to endanger the building's residents. Grabbing the mutated rabbit in his grip, he hurled it outside with force. Without pause, he pursued, radiant light erupting around him with a solar aura. One punch slammed into the rabbit's abdomen before it could react. Its midsection was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. Even so, the mutant wasn't fully dead. It tried absorbing his yang energy, way above its pay grade. In seconds, its body was ripped apart by the very force it tried to steal. The burst of light made insomniacs think dawn had arrived, yet outside their windows, the night remained pitch black. After exploding, each rabbit fragment shimmered with eerie gold. One eyeball landed at his feet. He glanced down, then crushed it without hesitation. A dark attribute creature daring to devour its direct counter, basically speedrunning suicide. Had he been ordinary, the whole building would have been its buffet. That only strengthened his resolve to gather more cultivation techniques. Not long after he left, a figure descended from above. It was the tactical gear girl from earlier. She froze upon seeing her prey reduced to glittering chunks. Cause unknown, but the remaining dark energy still needed cleanup. Suddenly, a trace of yang aura reached her hand, even burning her slightly, in this force perfectly matched the residue she found at Qingbei University's North Gate. This couldn't be coincidence, because before the spiritual key revival, common attributes were the 5 elements. Pure yang was nearly non-existent, so she reported immediately. The line went silent for a moment before giving orders. Find the one with this rare talent, recruit them at all costs. She understood the weight of that command. Her mission instantly shifted. Handing other tasks to teammates, she stayed to track the male lead. No resentment, only curiosity about this yang wielder. As for him, after a night's fight, his spirit felt drained under sunlight. He guided the key within, absorbing streams of golden light, which gradually gathered above him. He sensed a breakthrough coming. Each ghostly forge advance required mobilizing the divine forge, and when the moment ripened, he pushed the golden sun breathing technique to full throttle. Golden radiance coiled around his divine forge. He gathered strength and unleashed a fierce strike forward. A blast rang out. He advanced to 2-star ghostly forge. Golden veins pulsed across his body. He knew this rapid leap was from untapped potential in the previous level. Future progress would demand steady accumulation. To avoid attention, he quietly moved behind the mountain and infused yang into his saber. In an instant, golden light flared. The blade turned radiant gold, exuding an unfathomable mystique. Once the completion notice sounded, he acted without delay. One slash swept straight ahead. Heat waves exploded outward, instantly evaporating nearby moisture. Realizing the commotion was too loud, he awkwardly fled the scene. Soon after, a misty figure appeared at the spot. The girl rushed in, annoyed she'd only gone for milk tea and still missed him. After calming down, the target had vanished without a trace, leaving her frozen in place. The heavily ravaged mountain scene left her stunned. What gave her a headache was figuring out how to restore the area. Suddenly her expression shifted, eyes wide with disbelief. The lingering aura carried the mark of 2-star ghostly forge. Last night it was 1-star, yet her shock wasn't over. She also sensed traces of a spirit weapon, something only a few in the association possessed. Though rare, the spiritual key association had spirit weapon forging tech, so how did he know it too? Meanwhile, he wondered if his weapon could fuse more attributes, since the system could compile all kinds of techniques. Then new intel caught his eye. His traces had been found. Early cultivators wanted to recruit and protect him, even share a newly revived spiritual key site. That piqued his interest. He focused on the proposal immediately. The location, a lava cave. Given the compatible attributes, he chose to join the team. The next day, a small group gathered at the meeting point. 1 woman, 3 men, but the 3 had no clue. The blonde girl was actually from the Spiritual Key Association. Online recruiting was just a cover. Her real goal was scouting talent for the state-run association, which had cost her plenty of effort. The Spiritual Key Association operated directly under government control, tightly managed. Right then, the male lead arrived. The blonde girl was briefly startled. His aura had reached 2-star Ghostly Forge. She stayed silent and led them deep into the cave. After some chatter, they reached the target spot. Ignoring calls behind him, he rushed forward. He directly touched the boiling lava. A loud boom erupted as scorching heat surged outward. The system detected an inner flame anomaly and instantly compiled a brand new crimson flame saber art for him. When executed, each slash detonated like raging fire. The blade was wrapped in thick flames laced with searing lightning. The accumulated firepower, fueled by battle intent, could unleash devastating force. Perfectly syncing with his long saber, it added a superior burning attribute. He spent compilation points to fuse it into his weapon. The spectacle left the others dumbfounded. Before their eyes, the blade seemed to merge with the flowing crimson lava. Feeling the power within, he brimmed with excitement. Once the inner flame was absorbed, the surrounding spiritual key calmed, aiding everyone's cultivation. Minutes later, 3 more people arrived, clearly drawn by the spiritual Q fluctuations. Sensing they were all 1-star Ghostly Forge, the blonde girl wished to avoid conflict. She proposed sharing the spiritual chi resource peacefully. The leader sneered, dismissing everyone but the blonde girl, and even told the rest to scram. Her jaw tightened, expression stiff with anger. Right then, the male lead stepped between them, saber still radiating heat, voice icy, bullying a weak girl. Proud of that, he slammed the blade into the ground, unleashing a violent wave of fire. The scorching heat shook the 3 intruders. When he raised the saber and pointed it at them, their earlier arrogance evaporated. Instantly they knew if targeted, they'd be roasted on the spot, so they fled without daring to look back. The others now looked at him with open admiration. He awkwardly brushed it off, mumbling that he'd leave first. The blonde girl, having witnessed his overwhelming strength, stayed silent. Inside, she resolved to report quickly and recruit him at all costs. Soon enough, the Spiritual Chi Association received her message. A cultivator with a heightier attribute shocked and thrilled them. Yet they worried about how to approach him. If they knew those heightier attributes all came from him alone, what would their faces look like? On his way back, he saw news about the cave disturbance, already exposed and spreading online. He didn't care much. What mattered more was the yang energy he absorbed. It pushed him to the brink of another breakthrough. So he returned to the mountain behind his home. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl had just restored the site had wrecked earlier. Suddenly, a radiant halo like a miniature sun appeared, drawing spiritual chi into a forming phantom silhouette. Faced with the flashy anomaly, she instantly guessed it was him and dashed toward the light. This time, she was determined to meet him. Earlier, as he ran the golden sun breathing technique, he absorbed all yang in the air, pushing his aura to its absolute peak, and the phantom form gradually solidified. Seeing this, the silver-haired girl was deeply shaken. The spiritual chi forming that phantom bore the marks of true, trial-tested cultivation. She recalled her own reckless push to 3-star, botching circulation, and ending up hospitalized for a week. Her feelings grew complicated. Many cultivators shared that flaw. Seeing his calm bearing, she assumed he was an elder master. Just then, the phantom began to move. After the 3rd swing, he advanced straight into 3-star Ghostly Forge. When the silver-haired girl reached the spot, it was empty. Unwilling to give up, she followed the fading traces. Finally overwhelmed, she called to the sky, "Senior must still be nearby!" In truth, he was hiding on a tree branch, aware someone had been tracking him for days and curious who it was. The girl introduced herself as from the Cultivators Association, lowering her tone and pleading for him to join. He broke his silence and simply asked why. Sensing his disinterest, she hurriedly explained the benefits and the vision of uniting against future enemies. She even offered her credentials as proof, which mildly impressed him. He recalled she was once a national long-distance running champion. But in his past life, the association was crushed by an overwhelmingly powerful foe, nearly wiping out humanity. Joining meant heavy restraints right now. The cons outweighed the pros for him. Still, limited cooperation was possible. He could help when necessary. Otherwise, he wanted no disturbance, and from her attitude, the association didn't dare offend him either, since rare attribute holders were exceptionally scarce. So Qingyang agreed and proposed feeding the association mixed true and false intel about him. She did exactly that, reporting she had only met him by chance. The association wasn't too focused on him anyway, as a new threat had emerged: vicious aberrant beings exploiting the spiritual chi revival to corrupt regional energy, creating man-eating mutant beasts, some even disguising as anomalies to hunt and divide territory. If not eliminated swiftly, their destructive traits would erode human civilization step by step. After he returned home, the weather suddenly turned violent storm winds, torrential rain, dense lightning like a tribulation trial. Authorities immediately warned citizens to stay indoors. His residential area was sealed off, yet he sensed something off. The lightning's spiritual chi fluctuations weren't pure, likely another anomaly born of the revival. So he headed toward the mountain behind, where lightning struck relentlessly. Sure enough, upon approach, the system warned of a newly contaminated spiritual key node. Meanwhile, the association analyzed the explosive lightning energy on the mountain. Rating its level danger, no one could near the core. Even 3-star ghostly forge meant certain death. A mountain lockdown order was swiftly issued. In contrast, he calmly observed the lightning hammering the center. The outer lightning attribute wasn't pure enough. He had to climb deeper toward the Jade Emperor Peak, where the key had just formed. Current mutant beasts weren't a threat to him, but future calamities would demand far more power than he currently held. With his young attribute and blazing saber, perhaps one day it could evolve into a true solar divine weapon, and this lightning energy might serve as the stepping stone. Upgrading his body, driven by relentless ambition, he gritted his teeth and charged through countless lightning bolts toward the mountain's core. At that moment, a massive bolt struck his position. The young man swung his saber to meet it, but couldn't withstand the terrifying force. Even shielded by the golden sun breathing technique, he was swallowed by electricity. His yang power shattered. The lightning was at absolute extreme, like heavenly punishment. The pressure kept mounting, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He looked up, mind racing for a way to control this power. His gaze locked onto where the lightning continued to crash down. He instantly fired up the golden sun breathing technique and swung his blade straight at the incoming lightning. No dodging, just vibes. A surge hit his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of dramatic red blood. The lightning fried him numb and aching all over, yet quitting wasn't on today's agenda. He gritted through the insane pressure, inching toward the core until he was almost there. As if offended, the thunder source unleashed an endless lightning tantrum at him, dazzling like a celestial rave. It shone so wildly that even folks thousands of miles away could see the sky screaming. At that moment, the system chimed. An ultra-powerful lightning source detected. In a blink, he received the divine thunder hundredfold tempering art. It erased his fear of heavenly thunder, and even let him channel it into his body like premium electricity. His body was remade anew. Unlike plain yang energy, lightning power dominates both offense and defense. He felt his bones and tendons reinforced hard, and shockingly, this upgrade didn't hurt at all. He even gained points to forge something new, an item that could fuse with mightier lightning. Such fusion would hard counter all evil, but his yang-attributed blade would explode if pushed further. So he chose his right arm instead, officially creating a lightning-infused arm. As he gained the rare lightning attribute, the violent storm over Yu Shan gradually faded. This totally wrecked the association's prediction that it would last 3 days, so they rushed up the mountain and quickly found traces of a cultivator. The Aura Association's military was shaken. Even Shrank elites couldn't enter that lightning zone. Yet someone did, and if such a being turned hostile, the fallout would be terrifying. Determined, they vowed to find him at all costs and slapped him with the title Tyrant. Suddenly, Major Han recalled a Yang-attributed cultivator and asked Su Qingying about the investigation. She stayed cool. She fed him half-truths and kept their prior meeting completely off the record. Major General Han simply nodded, arranged his forces, and declared the Yushan incident a natural phenomenon. Back home, he focused on sensing the changes in his right arm after fusing with lightning power. The electric current there felt like his toughest body part, and the once wrathful thunder source had compacted into a neat, controllable core. The system noted this mightier lightning could deal triple burst damage to evil beings. He was itching for a test drive. Right then, new updates popped up on the forum he followed. A breaking news alert flashed before his eyes. It reported a massive explosion at a chemical plant with heavy casualties. But the comments hinted at something off. Nearby residents felt a gloomy, unsettling aura. After a moment's thought, he recalled his past life encounters with evil entities. They loved lurking in dark, forgotten corners. Often starting as ordinary creatures, they mutated, gained awareness, and upgraded their stalking and killing skills to terrifying levels. Their danger level was hundreds of times worse than the mutant rabbit. Letting them level up was not an option. Meanwhile, near the factory, Aura Association members were chasing a target nicknamed Juye. The commander stayed stern. This thing hunted humans, and despite backup, they had to rely mostly on their own skills. With anomalies erupting everywhere, headquarters was swamped, and this target was rated only level. Since Su Qingying was nearby, HU dispatched her as support. On his end, the stench of the mutant rat was so foul he could track it from afar. When the two teams joined forces, they quickly locked onto the mutant rat's trail. Instantly, they split up and closed in from all directions. The giant rat sensed them and tried to bolt, but it was already surrounded. One member leapt up and slashed down, making it snarl viciously. Then, surprise, wings sprouted from its back. It unleashed a sonic wave that blasted the formation backward. Energy began gathering in its mouth, before it spat out a stream of green toxic gas. This dark attribute corrosive mist could rot anything on contact without a proper counter-attribute. No one dared charge in, so the rat seized the moment. It spread its wings to escape, and darted toward another warehouse. To avoid disaster, Su Qingying checked the spiritual energy density. The rat had shown 49 before, but this warehouse spiked to 80, meaning more than one mutant beast was inside. Realizing the danger, the group tried to retreat, but too late. The rat had teamed up with a giant mutated snake, setting a deadly hunting trap as thick poison fog engulfed the area. So Qingying was cut off from the others and targeted one by one. Seeing this, she understood the creature had near-human intelligence, even suppressing instinctive hostility to cooperate. Now she faced not only the giant snake's impending strike, but also the spreading toxic mist. As her spiritual power neared exhaustion and surrounding energy thinned out, she could no longer hold on. Just as her will was about to collapse, the ceiling suddenly shattered, and a beam of blazing light poured down, flooding the entire warehouse. The giant snake instantly noticed his arrival, and lunged at him with jaws wide open. Meanwhile, the mutant rat exploited his dodge, biting straight into his right arm, but he didn't even flinch. From that arm, lightning power erupted violently, instantly erasing the rat. He then swung his blade at the snake behind, puzzled why it didn't fear the light. That detail caught his attention, and the strike enraged the creature, sending it into a frenzied counterattack as he nimbly evaded. He unleashed a blazing hot slash, aimed straight at the target, splitting its head in two. Yet the snake possessed regeneration, so the blow wasn't fatal. Still, the slash carried more than simple force. In the blink of an eye, thunder roared explosively throughout the warehouse. Instantly, thunder wrapped around the snake. This was the blade's newly buffed might. The flames withdrew, replaced by compressed lightning injected straight into its body. As a dark energy creature, the rat burned easily under light, but the snake was different. It had reached disaster level. Even dying, it managed one last sneaky bite. Without the golden sun breathing technique and the detoxifying solar flame, plus the lightning reinforcement, anyone else would have been a corpse. After finishing the two mutants, he noticed the girl who had tailed him before. One glance told him she was faking unconsciousness. Realizing the act was up, Su Qingying covered her blushing face. She had never clearly seen his features, always assuming he hid them on purpose. As she thanked him, he simply acknowledged it and turned to leave. Seeing him go, Su Qingying quickly lowered her hand, about to stop him. But he leapt up and vanished in seconds. His hasty exit was actually because he had tested contact with dark energy, hoping the system could collect it, but the chilling discomfort exceeded expectations, and the system stayed silent. Meanwhile, Su Qingying shook the older captain awake. As they regained consciousness, the two corpses beside them left everyone stunned. She explained that a Yang-attributed expert she'd been tracking had handled it. Shocked and impressed, they began collecting the remaining dark energy traces. However, while moving, the captain accidentally stepped on leftover snake flesh, triggering a spark of electricity underfoot that froze everyone in place. They had believed the man only had the Yang attribute. This revelation shook even Su Qingying. She hadn't known he wielded another higher power, and now, thinking of his solo actions, an unbelievable guess formed in her mind. A person wielding two higher attributes shattered common sense. She had encountered someone extraordinary. The news was swiftly reported to the association, and forces arrived to gather residual spiritual energy. They analyzed every remaining trace. After half an hour, results showed both the mutant rat and giant snake were almost certainly taken down by the same person. Even prepared, the conclusion still left everyone reeling. Never before had there been records of one individual possessing two higher attributes. Knowing secrecy was pointless, Su Qingying reported everything in full. This time, the association reacted differently. They cancelled surveillance, deciding his rescue and anomaly clearing proved his stance, not wanting to offend him further. With matters at this stage, she further suggested he might possess a spiritual weapon. That stunned the leadership, no matter how gifted. Wielding a spiritual weapon so early in the spiritual resurgence was baffling. According to Su Qingying, the spiritual weapon carried the Yang attribute, opening up a bold new hypothesis. They theorized he might reach the spirit creation realm, capable of forging a spiritual weapon himself, though that was wild speculation. After all, those at this level were usually veterans stacked with decades of resources. So a young guy like him getting there, hard to swallow. And since he'd shown two higher attributes, who's to say there isn't a third? No one has ever held three attributes. If true, the rulebook gets shredded. Back home, he took a shower to cool off. The spiritual resurgence hadn't even hit 1 year, yet anomalies were popping up like mushrooms. More people were cultivating, but even top talents had only reached 1-star Ghost Axe realm. The nation and early awakeners were still in stabilization mode. For now, anomalies stayed somewhat contained since pioneer cultivators hadn't clashed majorly. Though public anxiety grew, authorities stayed vague, half warning, half clearly unprepared for full spiritual eruption. With a huge population and rising anomalies, This fragile balance was barely holding. What worried him most was how fast mutant beasts evolve. Today's clash with a dark energy creature proved it. Just sensing it was enough to know they were dark attribute offshoots, naturally suppressing cultivators. They weren't yet nation-destroying horrors like true dark entities of legend, but without him at that warehouse, Su Qinjing and the others would died scary enough already. This showed how massive the threat of the dark attribute truly was, though the system couldn't absorb it yet. That only meant once conditions were met, he might control it, turning humanity's bane into a game-changing trump card. Currently, he wielded the Yang-based Golden Sun breathing technique, the Lightning Divine Thunder Hundredfold Tempering art, and the Inner Flame Crimson Fire Blade art, but he still wasn't satisfied. Just then, his phone rang. It was his aunt. She asked if her daughter, his cousin, could stay a few days for a study activity. He vaguely remembered this cousin, so he agreed, though he suspected the reason was just a convenient excuse. Meanwhile, the girl was chatting in her group, filled entirely with cultivators. Their target seemed to be a town plagued by multiple mysterious deaths, something her mother knew absolutely nothing about. The next morning, she arrived at his door with a suitcase. He stepped out as she greeted cousin. He hesitated, not recognizing her at first. "You're Lin YY." She grew awkward, unsure how to respond. They went inside and ate together. He asked if she was joining a summer camp. She said yes, and the air turned stiff as he added polite small talk. "Tell me if you need anything." "Thanks, cousin." After a while, he handed her a room key. "Your room's opposite mine," and she politely thanked him for the trouble. Watching him leave, she felt relieved, thinking he was easygoing and wouldn't pry. Meanwhile, he grew more cautious, though his face stayed calm. His gaze lingered earlier on the sofa. He sensed flickering spiritual energy from her, raising doubts about her summer camp story. Back in her room, she texted her teammates, "My cousin's fine, doesn't ask much. When do we move?" A woman replied to wait. The area was chaotic with many cultivators. Another mentioned an underground river clash where a master's sun-like sword forced enemies to retreat. The woman guessed that must be top-tier. YY agreed to wait, though uneasy, and paused her cultivation to avoid detection. 3 days flew by. Having her around disrupted his training rhythm. He finally stayed in his room, but running the Golden Sun breathing technique now emitted obvious light, way more noticeable than before. Though bigger worries loomed, his cousin concerned him most. Just then YY called him to dinner: braised beef, cucumber salad, and corn rib soup. He offered to wash dishes. Since she was the guest, she insisted it was the least she could do. He secretly observed her. Everything she did was overly meticulous, almost rehearsed. Eating in silence, he waited to see how long she could keep up the act. He had no plan to confront her yet. Pressure was the best truth serum. Mid-meal, her phone suddenly rang. They both paused. He asked casually, "A friend calling?" Taking the cue, he stood up. "Go ahead." "I'll head to my room," leaving her surprised. The move was odd, but she didn't dwell on it. Back inside, she answered urgently, "What?" "A heaven and earth mutation tomorrow. 3 p.m. "Got it. I'll be there." As she discussed meeting at Yangguo town an hour away, he quietly stood outside and heard everything. Just then, a surge of energy from within caught his attention. Mystery solved. His cousin was indeed cultivating in this spiritual resurgence era. Watching her technique, he was impressed. Luckily, she couldn't detect him, but for a high schooler to near breakthrough was rare. Piecing it together, he realized the summer camp was a cover. The real goal was the Heaven and Earth mutation event she clearly knew about in advance. He pressed his hand to the wall, thinking every Heaven and Earth mutation was a loot box for new techniques. The plot thickened, and he grew curious what attribute Yanghuo town would spawn this time. In a flash, he left excited. If fate serves it up, you grab it. Meanwhile, YY suddenly paused mid-cultivation, eyes darting suspiciously. She sensed nothing, yet the eerie feeling of being watched wouldn't fade. Yanghuo town buzzed with crowds gathering. At the entrance, someone called her name. YY, an online acquaintance teased. "So how's your cousin? Handsome?" She thought briefly. "Has fine but looks pretty average, nothing eye-catching." The friend sighed in disappointment while another burst out laughing. A sultry girl nicknamed Beautiful 81-year-old lady chimed in. "Didn't you once say you're just painfully ordinary too?" The group on the other side had been waiting. A man in white said, "Everyone's here, let's get to business." Noticing someone missing, YY asked. The reply was curt, "She's not coming." As they moved out, Beautiful 81-year-old lady whispered, "She's always mysterious, ignore it, let's go." At the same time, he was already there, watching them quietly from afar. After sizing things up, he figured his cousin's team seemed capable of operating discreetly. His gaze swept through them. The weakest was stable at 2-star Ghost Axe Realm. The man earlier at 3-star Rumor had it. Another, even stronger member rarely showed. He pieced together the situation and looked toward the town's mountain. The air there felt heavy and grim. A familiar voice reported updates as a colossal vine descended from the sky like a twisted fairy tale. Observers noted the vines appeared randomly, unlike any known pattern, clearly a Heaven and Earth mutation, yet unrelated to weather. It wasn't terrain shifting either, more like objects phasing in from thin air. No sound, no light, just silent arrivals and exits. At the meeting point, Beautiful 81-year-old lady gasped. "So that's it?" Her eyes locked onto the massive vine, disbelief written all over her face. Nearby, someone nicknamed Catfish for Fabian grew uneasy. Maybe we shouldn't go further, YY asked. The sight clearly rattled her. She trembled uncontrollably. After a moment, she explained, looking at it feels wrong like ice down my spine. Did you see the forum rumors? She continued, a friend's team approached this thing, they're way stronger than us. As she recalled it, grim scenes filled her mind, because once they got close, they all vanished. Her voice shook. I have a feeling we'll end up the same, dead without a trace. Fear surged in her voice. I thought I could accept cultivation's gamble, win big or die trying, but facing this, she paused. My instincts scream this is a heightier heaven and earth mutation, unknown and unpredictable. I don't want to die here. I'm withdrawing. YY reassured her, you're not wrong, everyone feels it. She explained, these wood-attributed vines carry a strange aura, like being dragged through time where everything fades. Vitality feels drained, as if something's quietly eroding our lives. So what? Y said, still gripping the hand of Catfish for Fav Yuan. Yet she insisted this was the very path of martial cultivation. From above, he surveyed the gloom among all anomalies he'd seen. Aside from dark attribute shifts, these vines were uniquely unsettling. He sighed softly, staying here to cultivate took serious guts. Though brimming with life and form, the vines felt lifeless within, like hollow shells devoid of spiritual force. Standing atop a rock, Wawai declared, we're out of time, danger here is obvious. She warned, stay within sight, don't stray. Everyone complied instantly. In her mind, this at least minimized risk. She entered meditation, choosing a branch as her cultivation spot. The protagonist watched with mild approval, their spacing balanced caution and energy absorption. Truly a top student, calculated, efficient, neither reckless nor timid. Her aura soon climbed to its limit. He was surprised already at the brink of breakthrough. Near 3-star Ghost Axe realm this fast. His cousin was no joke. Beautiful 81-year-old lady gasped. 3-star Ghost Axe, wow, amazing. Even Catfish for Fevin stared, jaw dropped. Beneath the tree, the vines began spreading invasively. The curly-haired boy sensed it first. He shouted, not good! The vines are coming at us! What? From that far, 81-year-old lady panicked. In a flash, they were tightly bound. Cries erupted. Help! Run! Fionn screamed. If we don't run, we're dead! She realized YY's massive energy surge had drawn attention. Those vines must not reach her. Once caught, that desolate aura would cling instantly and crush everything. Meanwhile, YY remained deep in cultivation, oblivious. We can't leave Y's in danger! A 1-year-old lady protested. Phi-1 snapped back, what do you want me to do? Shield her with my spiritual energy. She chose this! I'm not dying here just so she can level up! Her voice drops to calm mode, but curly hair barges in, preaching destiny, urging them to bail before they're buried with her. He barely finishes his sermon before eating a perfectly aimed punch. Beauty, nicknamed 81-year-old, snaps that they can leave. She's not ditching her teammate. The male lead watches quietly, realizing his cousin still hasn't read the danger memo. He debates they're just students, the vines are nightmare fuel, and even Hez unsure he can save her. Plus, the clock's ticking. In the end, he chooses action. A promise to protect isn't something you just unsay. Meanwhile, 81-year-old fights the vines hard, but one slip and they hogtie her leg. She struggles, yet their tightening grip slowly drains her resistance. Right then, a vine darts toward the barrier where YY is meditating. The male lead bursts in dramatically, flaming weapon in hand. Year-old and the guy cheated of 5 UN can only watch, anxious and helpless. His blazing weapon slices the air and slams into the ground. The strike shakes the earth, throwing everything into chaos. After the big move, he descends coolly like it's just another Tuesday. Everyone gawks as the vines freeze then start retreating. Sections of vine are incinerated in the blink of an eye. His figure becomes clear, radiating pure boss-level aura. Curly Hair recognizes him as an extreme Yangelimate pioneer, the kind bold enough to shove back that desolate aura head-in. Unis creeps in. This guy hit Ghost Mansion triple star in record time, a national rarity. He compares silently minus that mysterious prodigy. Even Lin Yi's talent only matches his butt. The male lead still grips his weapon, ready to swing again. Curly Hair wonders bitterly if they're just dim sparks beside a blazing moon. Stands frozen, mind looping on one question: who exactly is this guy? A data prompt appears. Extreme wood attribute detected, recording in progress. The system quickly confirms successful acquisition. Data shows the ability regenerates endlessly by absorbing nearby life force, basically infinite auto-recharge, while he begins extracting the attribute. Spiritual energy reports desolate attribute acquired, enabling control of decaying aura to erode vitality. He opens his eyes slowly, green pupils glowing, finally understanding why these vines lurk only in deadly zones. Sword planted in the ground, heat radiates from him. If this species spread elsewhere, vast life force would have been sucked dry already. He glances back, mentally rating the desolate attribute, basically a life force thief on steroids. From behind, 81-year-old calls out her heartfelt thanks for the save. Bruised and wobbling, she approaches to express gratitude and ask how to repay him. He stays distant, waves it off with a no need, see you, knowing he's the real winner, after farming life force and the desolate attribute from their trail. The girls scammed online and long hair watch worriedly, realizing they'd better rethink how they judge people. Sword and Tao, he vanishes in a flash, proving crises reveal true colors and disunited teams don't last. The 501 scammed girl sighs at his speed, wondering what now, while Longhair mocks her sudden regret. Eyeing Lin YY in the barrier, Longhair calmly suggests sticking together since danger's past and Lin YY has hit 3rd tier. Right then Y opens her eyes. The trio exclaims in relief as Longhair quickly checks if Shiz clear-headed, noting the mysterious powerhouse matters more. YY scans the scene, baffled, asking what on earth just happened. Her gaze lands on a heat-steaming tree, and she backs off fast, the lingering extreme yang aura still sizzling in the air. Longhair eagerly leans in, offering to recount the whole dramatic saga. Later, on her way home, YY replays the story, wondering if someone that strong truly exists. Descriptions of the male lead echo in her mind, practically a beyond normal legend. Head said the vines they couldn't crack were forced back by that man's single strike. They'd watched the massive vine cluster shrink timidly, no longer daring to advance. YY enters home, thoughts swirling though his gone. His power's aftershock left everything eerily calm. The male lead greets her casually, back already. He gives her a look, feigning concern about her pale face. YY scratches her head, blaming school fatigue. He tells her to rest and promises to order dinner, and she agrees softly. YY heads into her room, the door clicking shut. Leaning against it, she feels drained. Breakthroughs fry the mind, and controlling spiritual energy demands laser focus, more exhausting than sleepless nights. She flops onto the bed, doom-scrolling lazily, realizing sleepless nights are rookie stuff, now that cultivation is basically mandatory in this changing world. Another thought hits her. Cousin's normal life is now a luxury she can't afford. A sudden message pops up, making her pause. Jia Lan asks to report any trace of that powerhouse. YY notes it's the first time Jia Lan has spoken in the group. She replies quickly, asking if their savior could be the legend from Dark River Wang Long, and if so, why help them? Rumors explode about the male lead. An extreme young master reappears, sword light tearing the sky, reportedly seen in the polluted Dark River Wang Long with a blinding blast. Stories escalate, claiming his strike forced a retreat in Sha country. Few peers dare face him, and meeting him in a mutation zone means run first. As night falls, the male lead wheels his bike out. Mounting up, he calculates that Linnaeus' guard is down, so slipping out won't raise suspicion. Riding through the dark, he shifts focus to fusing the desolate attribute power, oddly plant-friendly. He weighs the risks. Its destructive nature could backfire badly if absorbed. Tempted but cautious, he worries about side effects, especially clashing with his thunder attribute. After thinking it through, he concludes he needs a medium, like that strange plant before. Those vines formed by absorbing dense revived spiritual energy, mutating into something fierce. A sly smile curls on his lips. Destination locked, danger included. He pedals faster, speeding toward the deep forest. Soon, he stops at the city's forest park. Walking slowly on the grass, he seeks a plant that resonates most with his spiritual energy, perfect as a conduit. With that, he closes his eyes and activates his power. His body lifts off the ground as spiritual energy radiates outward. Watching the surroundings, has surprised to feel plants responding. The energy bonds increasingly with the leaves, yet still falls short of his ideal threshold. Suddenly, something unusual grabs his attention. Before him, a tiny glowing flower sways softly. He wonders if this is his lucky pick. Without hesitation, he reaches out. The petals suddenly latch onto his fingertip. After absorbing spiritual energy, the flower blooms wider, growing plumper and more vivid. Intrigued, he notes this wildflower acts less like a plant and more like a sentient sponge, absorbing spiritual energy and reaching back for more. He gently strokes the tiny bloom. In the quiet, he murmurs that it resonates most with his spiritual energy, perfect for fusing the desolate attribute, and the flower sways as if saying yes. He releases his power, and a violent surge of aura around the flower blasts the surrounding grass away. A spiritual prompt asks to confirm fusion with this object holding the flower. He decides without hesitation. Instantly, spiritual energy erupts from him, flooding the area in a fierce wave. His gaze fixes on the little being, surprise flickering in his eyes. After absorbing the desolate attribute, the flower glows pale blue, swaying as if secretly powering up. Under his watch, it slowly begins drawing in ambient spiritual energy. In moments, the forest canopy withers, leaving the flower alone in a lifeless clearing, an invisible force of pure devastation. Energy keeps streaming into it, has stunned that within seconds, nearly the entire zone is drained dry. Once saturated, the flower's form shifts, gradually growing larger. Without delay, he yanks it from the ground, worried this stunt might alert the Spiritual Energy Association. He recalls forest surveillance devices. The central zone monitors aura fluctuations closely, especially dangerous plant activity. To his surprise, even uprooted, the flower keeps absorbing spiritual energy without weakening. Chuckling, he taps it lightly. It seems calmer yet still lively, even nudging his hand like a newborn consciousness after evolution. Suddenly, a nearby device flashes red warnings, abnormal values off the chart, surveillance triggered. He grips the flower and swiftly retreats. In a spiritual botany lab, every monitor lights up red, throwing researchers into panic. The forest now splits into one side alive, the other utterly drained of vitality. A handheld device beeps sharply with alerts. Hazmat-suited personnel scan the area, shocked at readings far beyond previous records. If levels climb higher, military intervention is inevitable despite this place once being insignificant. A technician checks underground data, baffled that all environmental metrics appear normal. Yet the plants here lost all life in mere moments, something no standard explanation can justify. Another steps forward, speculating about the spiritual force involved and suggesting they probe deeper to find the core. A man suddenly shouts for everyone to stop, warning them not to advance or touch the area. At the mention of the desolate attribute, a young staffer's jaw practically drops. Noticing this, the bespectacled man calmly recalls the vines that once hung ominously in midair. The younger staff shudder, remembering that a rank mutant plant nightmare. He lowers his voice, stressing its lethal trait draining all nearby life force to fuel itself, a mistake many paid for dearly. The young worker falls silent. Another admits that without timely intervention, he wouldn't be standing here. The man explains that such plants create death zones, sucking dry any life within, citing Shikuntry's ancient tree forbidden zone in Shang City. Images surface of a rotting ancient tree that turned an entire forest into a no-go zone. Anything approaching got skewered. Wiping sweat, he analyzes the shifting world. Plant mutations are no joke, and desolate is their extreme pinnacle now with a new case added. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder, a voice saying the situation is understood. Recognizing the newcomer, he blurts in surprise, "Major Han." Hazmat teams snap to attention as Hanley orders researchers to gear up and enter the contaminated zone. Everyone quickly suits up as commanded. They march inward with crisp determination. Reaching the site, lights sweep the darkness and reports stream in. The desolate signs have faded, yet the source is missing. Hanley tells Su Qingwan they'll scout ahead. She nods. The two crouch and begin channeling spiritual energy. Their energy spreads outward, probing like invisible trackers. Within moments, both sense something off. Faces tense and sweating, Hanley states grimly the source has been taken. The bespectacled man freezes. Hanley stares ahead, thinking anyone who could remove that from such a zone is no ordinary figure. So Qingwan notes no trace of a high-level expert's aura. Han Li, reviewing data, says movement patterns match a suspect tied to prior mutation zones. So Qingwan takes the report. The male lead's file appears. She softly reads his name. Han Li says he'll transfer the full file to her, suspecting this man is the one she once met, with the association handling the rest. So Qingwan ponders briefly, then nods in agreement. 2 hours later, at the male lead's home, he sets the flower pot on the table. He taps the white bloom. It snuggles obediently against his hand, amusing him first-time gardening, and he doesn't even have a proper pot, yet this desolate-infused plant may grow into a powerful ally. The flower keeps absorbing spiritual energy. He notes its combat potential and perfect disguise. Even Lin Yi wouldn't suspect this innocent-looking cheat code. Calm as ever, he reminds himself that power matters, but hidden trump cards matter more. Right then, his phone rings. Old Wang from next door. He picks up, recognizing the familiar name. Wang Liang, his childhood buddy, once inseparable, until the other chose the army and left that life behind. He answers warmly back already. Wang Liang sounds excited, asking to meet up like old times. The suddenness makes him raise an eyebrow. Slightly hesitant, Wang Liang says he has something important to share and tells him to brace himself. After hanging up, Wang Liang faces Su Qingwan and Ji Lan, reporting he followed orders and hoping his friend stays safe if uninvolved. Ji Lan taps the table sharp. Her tone hardens. Focus on the mission. No extras if he's not the target. Just act as a friend and give subtle warnings. Later, the male lead and Wang Liang clink glasses at their reunion. As they drink, he studies his friend's military-hardened demeanor, imagining the trials behind it. Wang Long downs a drink, recounts 3 years of service, then asks about him. The male lead replies casually about his current life. Wang Liang reacts lightly, while the male lead drifts into thought, recalling how, in the past, they never met again. Ruined battlefields and fallen soldiers flash through his mind, and he wonders if fate will spare his friend this time. Wang Liang turns serious, asking if he's seen any strange phenomena lately, things straight out of imagination. He feels a flicker of suspicion, wondering if the soldier knows about the world's changes or is probing him. Keeping cool, he asks what Wang Liang means. Wang Liang sighs, saying no news is good, then warns that degrees and wealth will soon mean nothing. The world order is about to flip. The male lead stays silent, piecing it together. This must be top military secrecy, bound tight by orders of silence. His name lands on a surveillance list. Wang Liang's old friend visit was a low-key probe. Wang Liang reassures him stay quiet about today, and you're fine, an off-the-record warning that stirs complicated feelings. Suddenly, Wang Liang's phone blares an alert. He's ordered to report within 10 minutes. He rushes off, tossing a quick apology about an urgent mission. Unfazed, the male lead asks if this involves spiritual energy revival and insists on coming along. Wang Liang pauses, eyes sharpening at him. The male lead grips his shoulder, bluntly noting this meeting was likely ordered. Surprised, Wang Liang is cut off as has told, "Relax, I trust you won't harm me." Truth is, he wants to see if the military's operations tie into heaven and earth upheavals, if the Spiritual Energy Association handles anomalies. What's the army's role? They enter military blockade zone 19, and the male lead subtly senses the air here is absurdly dense, far beyond previous affected zones. Wang Liang checks in for identity verification. A confirmation chime sounds the gates open amid tight security. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion hits. Ahead, over 20 spirit soldiers encircle a savage mutant creature roaring wildly. Weapons flash and blue light binds the target, but it counters with crimson blasts, knocking soldiers back. He recognizes coordinated attribute combat. Ji-Lan, a ghost talisman triple-star officer, confirms it. The beast's dark flame fusion makes it lethal. Many soldiers are badly injured. She calls Wang Lang. He responds, only to be scolded for bringing a civilian into a restricted zone. Dropping it due to urgency, Ji-Lan charges in, ordering Wang Lang into formation. He obeys instantly. Mid-fight, she eyes the male lead. So this is Fang Yi. Nothing special, aura barely flickering. Maybe he's not the one. No time to dwell. She warns him as Wang Liang's friend. Shall say this once. This is a forbidden zone. Enter at your own risk, and keep silent. He replies simply, understood. She draws her weapon, shouting, Zhangmi! Li Yu! The two dive from above, striking the target. Ji-Lan raises her gun and fires a blazing golden beam. The heavy hit lands, and the beast howls violently. Yet crimson light erupts around it, its mutation level spiking again. The beast swings a massive claw at Li Yu, shouts, ring out, Li Yu, watch out! At the critical moment, a streak of golden light intercepts the blow, saving him from disaster. Ji-Lam's gun still smoked as she coolly warned everyone to keep distance and finish it before it evolved. No slacking allowed. The male lead quickly judged them, a tightly drilled squad with iron discipline and teamwork that made 11 way scarier than 2. His expression shifted as he sensed trouble and barked, retreat! You can't handle this thing! Too late, the mutant beast blasted out purple lightning, slicing straight through their formation. Ji-Lam instantly ordered max alert, upgraded the forbidden zone level, and banned retreat. Everyone echoed in unison. The beast sprouted horns and claws, ballooned in size, and its glowing red head signaled dark attribute fusion complete. Its crimson gaze swept downward like a boss entering phase 2. Below, Wang Liang visibly wavered under the pressure. Ji-Lam shouted his name, while lightning flickered in the male lead's tense eyes. Wang Liang barely dodged the first strike, luck stat doing overtime. Ji-Lam reported that Target C in Forbidden Zone 19 had evolved into Brank and ordered a strategy shift as the male lead watched quietly. Then he saw Wang Liang get blasted away. He rushed forward and caught him, asking if he was okay. Wang Liang, badly shaken and unstable, forced calm, saying it was just his spiritual energy and suppression collar backfiring. He even tried reassuring him, boasting about the soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19. The male lead said nothing, just stared silently. Across the field, Ji-Lam raised her weapon again and declared they'd stop it at any cost, even with their lives. The entire squad swore they would never let the Brank mutant leave the Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, the male lead dashed forward, overtaking even Ji-Lam. Under her questioning gaze, a massive sphere of lightning gathered in his palm, ready to drop. He taunted the beast, asking if it was really that confident. Then he charged without hesitation. Leaping into the air, he roared, let this divine thunder train you! The strike crashed down, and the beast howled violently. Shockwaves rippled out, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Li Yu gaped, stunned that even Ji-Lam couldn't solo a Brank like this. Wang Liang stammered whether his buddy was truly Ji-Lam, cut in firmly they weren't mistaken. Her eyes locked on the blazing figure as she declared with certainty, he is Bao Jun. Noticing the beast still standing, the male lead sighed and told Ji-Lam and Lao Wang to step back. Ji-Lam rapidly pieced together the battle, realizing a Brank normally required full team sacrifice level tactics, yet this man nearly crushed it alone. Her brows tightened as she wondered what kind of monstrous power that was. Opposite them, the male lead raised his hand again, concluding this was peak lightning at its extreme, even by Lai Kingdom standards. It was top tier. Watching his moves, Ji-Lam's face shifted as she imagined just how far this guy could level up. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore down from the sky, ripping through space like dramatic CGI. As the strike hit the beast, the male lead calmly stepped out of its light path, convincing Ji-Lam that Bao Jin was no empty title. His expression turned quiet and unreadable, like a storm about to reload. Zhang Mi clutched her chest, shivering, while Li Yu admitted lightning was far scarier than darkness. Corrosion hurts, but thunder just deletes you. After finishing up, he strolled back casually, telling Lao Wang it was done, earning a half-angry, half-relieved scolding from Wang Long. Wang Liang even bonked his head, amazed at his strength, and he laughed, joking about being repaid with violence. Wang Liang awkwardly apologized for dragging in someone he suspected was an immortal practitioner, but he waved it off. 3 years apart didn't mean formalities. At that moment, Ji-Lam approached. Her tone softened as she offered her hand, thanking Fang Yi for the assist. He smiled lightly and shook her hand, saying he was just helping a friend. She introduced herself as Ji-Lam, head of Forbidden Zone 19, and asked for his contact info to file a full report. He agreed easily, while Wang Long watched, amused at his superior's formal attitude toward his old buddy. Ji Lam frankly stated Fang Yi's strength surpassed many specially recruited immortal practitioners, and though she wished to invite him to Xia Nation, her rank wasn't high enough. What shocked her more was that he was only at Ghost Talisman 3-star, yet fought at, or beyond the spirit creation realm. He paused, asking if she truly lacked the authority to recruit him. She answered bluntly that yes, she did. She clarified their mission was merely to assess him, not drag him into the mutation incident, and that higher-ups would likely approach him personally. He chuckled, saying it wasn't that serious. He respected people willing to risk themselves for others, and today's scene gave him food for thought. Her mood eased at his words, and she quietly thanked him. He offered future help if needed, on the condition that in peacetime they wouldn't interfere with his cultivation or restrict his freedom. His blunt terms made her hesitate briefly. Turning toward the gate, he announced his departure. Ji Lam said they still had cleanup duty and would arrange someone to escort him. He left decisively, already forming his own conclusions about the military's role. In his view, they guarded high spiritual energy danger zones, using them to train soldiers while forming a barrier between ordinary people and anomalous threats. Ji Lam remarked that Wang Liang's friend Fang Yi was far beyond not simple today, was just a teaser of his real power. She added firmly that his rapid rise proved he had rare luck, guts, and talent. Miss one in your ordinary. Wang Liang suggested boosting Fang Yi's, Dayu, and even volunteering to recruit his childhood buddy himself, oblivious to Ji Lam's darkening face. Ji Lam promptly pressed his head down and ordered him to clean up the scene. Even suppressed, he snapped back to obedience. Back in his room, the male lead reflected during cultivation his identity was partly exposed, but it only shown lightning abilities. Judging by their reaction, this exposure might not even be a bad thing. He concluded that extreme lightning, rare, maybe unique, and a hard counter to dark attributes was exactly what the military needed. To win him over, they'd offer leverage and resources instead of force, granting him voice, faster growth paths, and elite intel. He now understood both the military and the spiritual energy association. To him, the military was a shadowed blade and sturdy shield, guarding stability while setting up forbidden zones and signaling spiritual energy revival in parallel. The goal was to buy time for ordinary people to adapt before mutant beasts could wreck them from day one. Resuming cultivation, he sensed the rich spiritual energy of the forbidden zone. Just as expected, though, wild power alone wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Soon, however, his core swelled with fullness, hinting he was nearing the breakthrough threshold. On a familiar street, Lin Yi walked home absent-mindedly, wondering if her cousin was back. She secretly hoped he was, so he could taste her improved cooking skills. Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam lit up the sky, making her stop in shock. It felt like the fluctuation of someone entering the ghost palace realm. But on closer sensing, she denied it. The pressure was on a whole different level. As she pondered, the golden pillar shot straight into the heavens. A bold thought struck her: could someone be touching the spirit creation realm? Golden spiritual energy surged and formed a massive radiant kite in the sky, drawing everyone's gaze, leaving Yi even more stunned when it began moving. Wait, this wasn't Ghost Palace realm, this power was spirit creation realm, and then it morphed again into a giant golden hand pointing skyward. Lin Yi stood frozen, sweating, awed that such a terrifying immortal practitioner was so close to her. Just then, alarms blared. Anomaly index at 99. Spiritual fluctuation source 5 km southeast of the city. Hanli and Qingying froze in shock as orders sent everyone rushing to the target zone, baffled how such city-level destructive power went undetected. In the screenlit command room, silence fell. Another spirit creation realm immortal practitioner meant potential catastrophe. Tension spiked as Hanley gripped his radio, demanding immediate HQ reinforcements with all advanced gear short of wide-scale destruction weapons. Just then, a young officer burst in alarm. Lifted. The anomaly was a breakthrough, not a threat, and the room finally exhaled. The male lead let out a breath. He had officially stepped into the spirit creation realm. Rubbing his neck, he found the breakthrough oddly smooth. Aside from feeling lighter, nothing dramatic seemed different. His phone buzzed with a message from Wang Liang. Hero of Liangshan sent news about another abnormal blaze at Qingcheng University. After a brief chat, Wang Liang warned him to be careful. His new power wasn't easy to control. He agreed, deciding to stay low-key and keep Yang Flame and Scarlet Fire Dao technique as trump cards before replying. Relax, I'll be careful, I've still got aces up my sleeve. Right then, the door opened and Lin Yi walked in cheerfully with a food box, announcing she was home. She asked if he'd eaten and offered the meal, while he lazily replied from the sofa that he'd eat later. Lin Yi frowned slightly, worried her cousin was kind but notoriously lazy. Even if school wasn't his priority, she still had to juggle her duties as an immortal practitioner. Flopping onto the bed, she pondered the sudden spirit creation expert's appearance and resolved to protect her cousin in return for past kindness. Meanwhile, the male lead studied the news. First extreme heat, now wildfire, analyzing footage that showed terrifying speed and destruction. Trees and flower beds near the field were burned to black stubs. The area was sealed off as clips replayed nonstop with endless comments. Though brief, the footage looked worse than the previous Northgate incident. Wondering how Yang attributes differed this time, he recalled Ji Lam's handshake and decided to investigate and contact her. The next morning, Qingcheng University's gates were shut tight under heavy guard, with reporters swarming for answers about the blaze. Amid the crowd, two figures stepped forward, their presence gradually silencing the surroundings. A reporter whispered who they were as Fang Yi and Ji Lam strode inside under everyone's stunned gaze. Some protested the unfair entry while the two calmly inspected the still-burning site. Fang Yi wondered if this heavenly fire was literal. Ji Lam confirmed it was the government's term. The blaze had erupted without warning, couldn't be extinguished, and raged on despite dozens of helicopters hovering uselessly above. Ji Lam said she'd checked the principal's office and asked if he'd join. He chose to stay, and she told him to be careful. He slowly approached the scorched zone, still sealed off by barriers. The ground was charred but cold. He stepped in to sense residual spiritual energy, yet found nothing so much for easy clues. Fang Yi, a sudden voice made him pause. Chu Qingli, he replied, noticing a freckled brown-haired girl beside her asking why he was here. The freckled girl curiously blurted that he was the ex-boyfriend. Qingli once mentioned the junior college guy, earning a small nod from her. Slinging an arm over Qingli's shoulder, she looked down on him and told him to give up. The gap between them was obvious. Fang Yi frowned, baffled, hung up on her. Nearby students gathered, gossiping and snickering as if he'd chased Qingli here. The freckled girl pointed at him arrogantly, threatening to call the police if he didn't leave. Qingli lowered her head awkwardly, assuming he still hadn't let go of their past. Just as tension peaked, a calm voice asked, Fang Yi, are these your friends? His flat reply, just high school classmates, left Qingli stunned. Ji Lam remained composed, a faint smile behind her sunglasses as she glanced at Qingli. The two girls faltered under her commanding aura, suddenly doubting who this woman was. Ji Lam stepped forward and informed Fang Yi the heavenly fire was worse than expected. As a military-appointed consultant, he needed to join the inspection, and he agreed at once. A shout rang out and the crowd quickly parted. The principal's arrival shocked everyone. Known for being busy and stoic, his appearance sparked wild speculation about ties to Ji Lam and Fang Yi. Qingli stood confused while her freckled friend smugly assumed he'd come to deal with Fang Yi. The next scene shattered that theory. The principal walked straight to Fang Yi, warmly shook his hand, and respectfully greeted him as Consultant Fang, thanking him for aiding with the dangerous anomalies. He even bowed slightly, entrusting the sports field incident to him. Qingli froze, then was held back with other bystanders by security. All around, people stared in disbelief at the principal's deferential treatment of Fang Yi. In an instant, the crowd's attitude flipped. Mockery vanished like it never existed. Praise replaced gossip, while Chu Qingli was squeezed to the back of the crowd. She stood silently amid the noise, saying nothing. Doubtful eyes turned on her, some noting Fang Yi hadn't glanced at her once pale-faced. She endured the whispers. Shortly after, at the north side of Qingcheng University, the principal led them forward, recounting the first fire with a visibly tightened expression. The memory was pure chaos and devastation. He paused, adding that other areas were contained, only this spot remained. Fang Yi followed his gesture, noting the lingering stench of burning in the air. Before them, a still smoldering basketball hoop marked the fire's origin point. Ji Lam pulled out a watch-like device, prompting Fang Yi to ask what it was. She explained it measured basic spiritual fluctuations. Anything above 10 required lockdown, since ordinary people couldn't endure it. The number instantly spiked to 60, startling her. She judged it dangerously high. Without swift action, not just the school but the city would suffer, requiring elites with pure spiritual power and stable realms. Suddenly Fang Yi stepped past the barrier, stunning them. Consultant Fang, without hesitation, he leapt straight into the blazing pit. The reading soared almost immediately, hitting 110. Ji Lam shouted in alarm. 110 qualified as shrank anomaly. The principal panicked, unsure how to respond now that Fang Yi was inside. Strange flame patterns flickered in her eyes as she wondered how he dared charge in alone, something even the strongest, Forbidden Zone Soldier King might not attempt. Meanwhile, within the roaring sea of fire, Fang Yi advanced steadily. Unharmed, he reasoned that just as Yang attribute resisted lightning before, it should counter heavenly fire, but self-protection blocked him from touching the core flame or activating techniques. Deeper in, he confronted a colossal fire entity, forcing him closer to the source. The flaming serpent lunged at him. Calmly, he raised a hand as spiritual energy spread. As it closed in, he murmured, Golden Yang Body Shield. Its massive jaws opened wide, intent on swallowing him whole. He clenched his teeth, bracing with full strength. Right then, the system alerted him to an extremely strong heavenly fire fluctuation. A grin flashed. Heavenly fire was unpredictable and even more oppressive than deathly wasteland, but he was determined to absorb it. The system accepted the command, ran rapid calculations, activated at maximum output, and completed compilation. His excitement barely contained. It then notified him of newly acquired fire element techniques and supportive items. With that boost, he redirected the flaming serpent soaring into the sky. The newly compiled techniques auto-activated, no study grind required. Hundreds of fire streams rained down in unison. His eyes turned completely white as extraction began. Heavenly fire attribute acquired. He shut his eyes tight. Red streaks surfaced across his face, spreading as his expression tensed. Snapping his eyes open, he clasped his hands and shouted, "Nine Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Art." Iron chains burst forth from behind him. They lashed outward, binding every lurking flame serpent. Ji Lam and the principal were stunned. That sealing aura resembled techniques used by top-tier immortal practitioners in the forbidden military zone. Amid the web of chains, Fang Yi widened his stance and roared, "Seal!" The raging heavenly fire was sucked into the chains instantly. The chain structure expanded endlessly, as if devouring the entire fire source. He lightly held the flaming mass within seal complete. Landing softly, he released it, letting the sealed core float midair. Heavenly fire is temporarily sealed here. He warned them not to remove the seal, repair the stadium, or let anyone approach. The principal quickly agreed to preserve the site at all costs. Standing aside, Ji Lam grew unusually quiet. Fang Yi teased that King Bei's shore was generous with its 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal awkwardly laughed before Ji Lam cut in, asking for a private word. The principal obligingly stepped away, and Fang Yi looked at her, puzzled. Ji Lam leaned closer, eyes meaningful. "You hide yourself well, Fang Yi." He shrugged it off, saying heavenly fire wasn't easy to handle. She dropped the pretense. She meant the talent and realm had been concealing. Even exposed, his expression stayed calm. She admitted someone of his strength having secrets was natural, but asked him to hear her out. She painted a vision of ruined cities and a shifting world. A nation desperately needed peak experts like him. Once spiritual energy fully revived, he'd be national-level deterrence. She added that his name would soon draw attention from forbidden military zones, the Spiritual Energy Association, and even foreign forces. In short, she subtly tried recruiting him while urging early consideration. After a pause, he asked why she herself wasn't aggressively pulling him in. She hesitated, then mentioned the legendary Forbidden Military District, so powerful it bordered on abnormal, and believed he'd be more interested there. He smirked. "Top tier, huh?" She nodded, noting she had little contact with them, but heard they'd been extremely busy lately, hinting the leading unit was under immense pressure. Ji Lan turns away to accept the principal's dinner invite, and he follows, guessing their side is knee-deep in trouble too. He imagines them battling mutant beasts daily, meaning anomalies are multiplying and stronger spirit adepts are popping up like mushrooms. A chill hits him as he realizes the era of Spirit Chi revival is just around the corner. He plots how to use the newly gained heavenly fire, a wild, rule-breaking blaze perfect for torching large-scale anomalies. Suddenly, a light bulb flickers on in his mind. He figures it pairs almost perfectly with his scarlet fire blade art. Extra firepower would be icing on the cake. In the distance, mountain ranges stack endlessly against the sky. Blade in hand, he steps into the forest, eyes locked on the data flashing before him. Upon reaching the Forbidden Mountain, he finds no obvious anomaly, yet it's sealed off, making him suspect the Spirit Q Association caught on to his plan early. He smirks, recalling Qingying was this place handed to him as a testing ground. Fine, hell, play along. His thoughts screech to a halt as he senses something off. His instincts flare at a chaotic aura tinged with death key. Then soft rustling echoes from the treetops. A ferocious mutant beast reveals itself, eyes glued hungrily to its prey. He stays calm, taunting, "So you've got awareness now," debating whether to strike. "Take a good look." He instantly accepts the system's prompt. Spirit Q floods into his blade, making it blaze with light. Flames erupt from the edge as heavenly fire spreads with unstoppable fury. His eager gaze makes the beast hesitate, his just as curious to see what this power can really do. Without pause, he swings sparks rain down, turning the creature into his live test subject. The mutant beast is caught off guard, utterly flustered. Fire crashes over it relentlessly, sending it shrieking as it flees in panic. He strolls after it, coolly assessing his surging strength, and noting the energy doesn't harm him at all. His fingers glide lightly along the blade's spine. A refreshing chill greets his touch. Good, time to chase that mongrel down. Elsewhere in the forest, a live stream is underway, the host chatting casually. The girl poses for the camera, joking that her first stream already found its own content, while the comments flood in with taunts. Suddenly, she notices movement beside her. In a flash, something lunges and knocks her flat. Her phone flies from her hand and shatters on the ground. Despite her scream, the mutant beast pins her down, and viewers realize the danger, spamming frantic comments. Its rough hand clamps around her throat, tears brim in her pleading eyes. It seems out of control, wholly fixated on the prey beneath it. Suddenly, dragon-like creatures charge him from behind. Online viewers gasp nonstop in shock. The livestream's viewer count skyrockets absurdly fast. Then a figure appears behind her, leaving her stunned. "You are." She instantly scrambles to grab her shattered phone. Nearly hysterical, she lifts it to film. "It's recording! Someone's standing in the fire!" The sight of him and his blade amid the inferno detonates the chat. "It's a god! We're saved!" After the stream, his fiery image spreads across headlines, becoming hot gossip overnight. Elsewhere, a woman excitedly calls Chuang-Li to watch the news about him, but she immediately denies it. Suddenly, Chuang-Li's eyes freeze on the screen. Her gas makes the woman laugh. "See? I told you so cool, right?" Chuang-Li's face darkens as she insists it's fake CGI, nervously convincing herself it's not him if it were. Head be ashes though if it is him. Would he come back for revenge? She refuses to back down. Elsewhere, an elegant 81-year-old woman shows her phone, saying the man looks like the spirit adept who once saved them from the vines, and her companion eagerly agrees. At the same time, Xiaoya shows the image to Lo Li, asking if it's Pan and noting he feels stronger. Lao Li is stunned, saying that blade swing is identical. They really backed the right powerhouse before. In a skyscraper, a deep voice warns that the city's crisis is looming while current spirit adepts are far from enough. Inside, Qing Ying and the others hold a tense discussion. Jilan asks skeptically how many attributes he has. The reply is short: 3, maybe more. Another reports that higher-ups plan to act personally, but Qing Ying frowns and cuts him off. He then stands and leaves, ordering the matter to be handled cleanly. Qing Ying breaks into sweat, realizing the entire spirit key world of Xia Nation is watching him. Jilan can't hide his anticipation either. Elsewhere, a heart monitor beeps steadily as someone says hopefully, "Teacher, Xia Nation may have a new chance." Beside the hospital bed, Jialan murmurs that someone like him appearing slightly increases the odds of awakening. As morning sunlight spreads, a new day begins. Sitting alone at home, the male lead broods over being filmed yesterday. Munching bread, he wonders why the livestream video was locked. He suddenly notices Lin Wai never came home and left no message. Uni surges, his calls go unanswered. This isn't like her at all. Anxiety takes over, and he decides to search for her himself. Meanwhile, Weiwei anxiously asks how long they've been trapped. Both are badly injured, and the older woman apologizes, saying it's been about 10 hours, and she thought it was just an ordinary ghostly apparition. Clutching her side wound, the 81-year-old groans, while Weiwei stays oddly calm, blaming her own weakness and urging caution and energy control. A past battle flashes in her mind. If only she could reach that powerhouse's level. Neither notices a mutant beast lurking silently behind them. As Weiwei turns, the monster's claws slash toward her. She instantly warns her teammate and fires off a surge of spirit Q. The strike grazes past its upper body. Still, the force blasts part of its head away, and the older woman panics, wondering if these were once trapped victims who died here. Weiwei frowns, explaining that once turned into an anomaly, it will try to assimilate them, and their attacks barely work while spirit Q drains fast. It's waiting for them to exhaust themselves before finishing them off here. It's practically unbeatable. The air suddenly turns icy, freezing her in place with a spike of dread. Looking up at a gigantic eye, the 81-year-old screams in terror. The eye's surface cracks open, spawning countless identical eyes from the fissures. Frustrated, the 81-year-old lashes out at them. Weiwei urgently warns that it's getting agitated. They must not lose focus. Suddenly, she senses something wrong, a chilling gaze creeping up behind Weiwei. Turning around, she finds themselves surrounded by endless eyes, despair closing in. Her throat tightens as she swallows her fear. Thoughts of her teammates sting, along with regret that she may never see the majestic ocean after Spirit Q revival. Weiwei slowly gives up and closes her eyes as all hope seems lost. When a streak of blue light rips through the sky, the male lead descends with overwhelming force. He mutters lightly, almost to himself, that he nearly arrived too late. Seeing him, Wei breaks into tears of relief. A violent force slams down beside the creature, and Weiwei finally realizes the cousin they once underestimated is anything but ordinary. Before joy settles, she hurriedly warns him as the mutant beast shifts its target to the male lead. He draws his weapon, clearly eager to test its might, eyes locking onto the target. Then he unleashes a devastating blaze attack. The mutant beast burns until its form twists grotesquely, a spine-chilling sight. As someone regains consciousness to that scene, doubt creeps in, have they already lost their lives? She dazedly asks if they and the beast went to hell together, but Weiwei quickly assures her they're alive. The 81-year-old snaps back, staring at him in shock. Right then, the male lead says it's done, mentioning he hasn't even had breakfast yet. The 81-year-old barely listens, eyes wide with awe. She immediately rushes over to gush about her savior, leaving him awkward and unsure how to react. Standing aside, Weiwei cautiously asks if the fire type who saved them is her cousin. The 81-year-old freezes, shocked that this boss is the supposedly ordinary cousin she mentioned. Watching the awkwardly hilarious scene, the male lead can only stand there looking adorably clueless. The girl nearly loses it, shaking Weiwei excitedly while rattling off his long list of epic feats. Even after confirming his identity, she wavers. Can someone with 2 overpowering attributes who outclasses her really be her cousin? The male lead finally admits it, and asks about the situation, why only the 2 of them, and where's everyone else? The 81-year-old explains that Wu Mao fell seriously ill, Dashu took a tougher mission, and the others are missing. Weiwei lowers her gaze, blaming herself for being overconfident after breaking into 3rd Star Noble Realm. He realizes the team's breakup was inevitable since everyone had their own plans, and that sharp cousin likely saw it coming. Shaking off stray thoughts, he says that now their identities are clear, he trusts them, so the handsome man formally invites them to form a team, on the condition they keep his secret. YY is about to respond but gets cut off by 81's over-the-top excitement. She can only gaze at him with shining eyes, feeling silently protected as if someone had long stood behind her, turning her lonely cultivation path warm. Overwhelmed, tears quietly stream down her face. In a blink, YY switches moods, beams brightly, thanks her cousin, and cheekily asks for 2 extra fried eggs. Just then, her phone pings, she checks it, and says Jia Lan sent a new mission. The mission clearly states, enter the extreme yin zone to collect dark element items, with a warning to think carefully before registering. Instantly intrigued, the male lead asks about it, and YY cautiously explains that Xia Nation sealed the area due to overwhelming dark energy. Most of the city's anomalies originate there, and even authorities have never fully explored it. Hearing that, he tells her to dig deeper into the mission details. From the clues, he suspects Jia Lan either has a special identity or is high-ranking in the military or council. YY follows up by messaging Jia Lan for more specifics. Surprisingly, Jia Lan replies quickly with a thorough explanation. Even 81 is stunned, eyes wide at the swift response. Jia Lan emphasizes they should think it through, and that registering later is fine if they can gather strong, trustworthy spirit adepts. As she scrolls, Jia Lan quietly waits for their reply. Arms crossed, the male lead rereads the message and grasps the hidden intent. Raising a brow, he tells YY, looks like someone's got their eye on me. Thinking of that place, he can't hide his excitement, it sounds worth the trip. The system pops up a high-level mission alert with extreme risk, reminding him that teaming up with reliable spirit adepts before registering isn't a bad idea. The woman in a suit starts reporting on the team status, but Jia Lan cuts her off, saying if he's truly worthy of Xia Nation's trust, he'll show up. The woman worries what happens if he doesn't, and Jia Lan turns stern if he doesn't. It simply means the time isn't right. Clutching her bouquet, Jia Lan wonders aloud if anyone suspects the 7-decade flower mission is a death trap for powerful spirit adepts. The other woman tries to reply, but Jia Lan gently sets the flowers down, explaining those near-suicidal missions carry a deeper meaning. They're a necessary path to build strength for Xia Nation. Only by gathering 7-decade flowers can more spirit adepts be saved. Jia Lan recalls the passengers on that high-speed train, the future pillars of Xia Nation. Gazing at the vast sky, she thinks of the main force falling one by one, their fates uncertain. Bending down, she grips the unconscious old man's hand, vowing they must obtain more 7-decade flowers no matter what. As the only spirit adept of Xia Nation to reach the Vajra realm, the old master can only awaken with the help of those flowers. She remembers fearless spirit adepts in battle after Spirit Q revival. A Vajra realm powerhouse is like a nuclear weapon, the ultimate leverage between nations, worth sacrificing several Jia Lans or entire teams if needed. The suited woman anxiously reminds her the mission matters, but so does her health. Jia Lan presses her lips, heavy-hearted. Does her health even matter? She suddenly snaps, yes, it matters because this life was bought by her teammates. Her face pales, losing its composure. Leaning against the bed, she softens and apologizes for venting. The woman flusters, asking if her headache has returned. Jia Lan lowers her gaze, saying it's nothing, just old memories resurfacing before medication time. The fallen still haunt her, along with that command echoing in her mind, Swordbearer Squad, retreat immediately. Amid corpses scattered across the extreme dark zone, a man reached out, entrusting her with the 7-decade flower mission for their master, for Xia Nation, for everyone. She wept, refusing to leave her captain behind. With his last strength, he transferred part of the team's power to her, urging her to survive and return. The burden weighs on her. They gave her their spirit key, unaware that if stained with blood or incompletely gathered, the 7-decade flower loses its effect. Over an hour later, the male leads group still treks along the mountains, and 81 is visibly exhausted, asking how many kilometers remain. She suddenly asks why, since they're so strong they can't just fly. Y calmly explains that until Spirit Q grows dense enough, even spirit adepts can't freely fly. The male lead gazes into the distance, clearly calculating his next move. He asks, is that the extreme dark zone ahead? His brows knit despite layers of darkness blocking the view. The suffocating aura is unmistakable. Looks sickened, saying the stench is 1,000 times worse than last night, while YY calmly notes they've arrived. The male lead scans ahead, impressed that quite a few spirit adepts have gathered. YY nods, explaining it's not just for rewards. Dark attributes are vicious, bloodthirsty, and extremely hostile to humans. The dark energy keeps spreading toward the city, and such anomaly outbreaks are no longer rare. He agrees, mentioning his personally faced 2 dark-type anomalies before. He recalls a grotesque creature lunging to shred prey, once a mutated rabbit, now more like a giant rodent nightmare. The memory of nearly dying back then flickers through his mind. His frown deepens as he remembers the cunning giant serpent in the factory, smart enough to set traps and nearly wipe out the Spirit Q Association. Worse, these anomalies are crafty, always slipping past the city's defenses. The border defense line stands tall with massive barrier walls, yet the city is shrouded in smoke and fire, and anomalies now appear so frequently they're hard to contain. His expression darkens. This trip is unavoidable. Qing Ying and a group of spirit adepts wait at the border. Her gaze suddenly shifts, as if she's noticed something. She freezes. What? Has here too? And with two girls. A blue-haired girl calls out excitedly, "Boss! Boss!" Qing Ying mutters a quiet prayer, not to be noticed. The male lead looks over, puzzled, asking if that's Captain Su. A mocking voice rings out from behind. A gun-toting spirit adept grumbles about rude, noisy youngsters, sneering that once inside the extreme dark zone, their trust might not last long. Irritated, someone snaps back, demanding if he even knows who they are, but the male lead gestures lightly, stopping her. He retorts coolly, telling the man to worry about himself. Soon enough they'll see who panics first. The man turns to look behind him. He smirks. The vehicle's here. Let's see. The car door slowly opens, revealing Jia Lan, and the crowd is stunned by her identity. She steps out and walks forward. Someone whispers about her overwhelming presence. The male lead casually guesses she's the one leading the way. Jia Lan's gaze settles on the male lead. She then walks toward the border gate. She tosses an object straight at the gate. Veins bulge at her temple as the barrier before them gradually dissolves. A crimson energy spreads, signaling everyone has assembled. The gate officially opens. After clearing the path, Jia Lan turns back and warns them they may enter, but the 7-decade flower must remain intact and unstained by human blood. The male leads group silently notes that no requirements met means no reward, and once clear, they move out. As they step in, that spirit adept keeps grumbling about letting others risk death without clear compensation. A young man behind him complains that if they die, it'll just be labeled missing, and big compensation would mean the government admitting fault. Qing Ying observes that the middle-aged man is likely early spirit creation realm. Same as the male lead, a few quiet ones also seem formidable, while most others are solid 2- or 3-star Ghost Manor realm, making team strengths fairly balanced. The male lead's face darkens. This mission isn't simple to gather so many elite teams. He also doubts that man's spirit creation realm power seems oddly unimpressive. The girl beside Jia Lan reports they've counted 37 2-star Ghost Manor realm, plus 3-star Ghost Manor realm, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation realm anomaly level, rated BDNS. Jia Lan watches them enter and tells her team to head to the monitoring zone. She's prepared everything. Beyond the border lies utter desolation, devoid of life. The atmosphere makes 81 and YY visibly uncomfortable. The male lead warns them to stay close since the darkness distorts vision. 81 crouches, nauseated and weak. Qing Ying gently explains the stench is decomposing corpses mixed with brain fluid. Such reactions are normal. She points ahead where equally strong spirit adepts are also vomiting. She adds that dark attributes naturally suppress spirit adepts, like pollution, making local anomalies hyperactive. Continuing, she explains Blevel anomalies equal Ghost Manor realm and are controllable, while Alival match Spirit Creation realm. They usually appear where Spirit Chew is chaotic or dense, like here, and Sleevel reaches Vajra realm or higher, practically larger-scale disaster class. However, she stresses that within the extreme dark zone, anomalies get boosted. Blevel ones here rise at least 1 rank. Supporting 81, YY asks about this and wonders why Qing Ying's team seems unaffected by the corruption. Qing Ying sidesteps, saying they're used to such missions and have trained harshly, improving their adaptability. Weekly says that despite being the same rank, she clearly feels her spirit Q suppressed the moment she entered the thick fog, worse than last mission. Qing Hein warns that even Spirit Creation Realm Army elites died here, so everyone better tread lightly. Q81 panicking and urging them onward. The team ahead vanishes into the fog. Qing Hein tells everyone to stick close, zip their mouths, and channel spirit power like pros. As he walks, he notes the darkness barely phases him. Maybe his yang force and lightning cancel it out, or maybe Spirit Creation just hits different. Elsewhere, a reed-armored immortal practitioner battles a mutant beast, proving the extreme darkness isn't all that terrifying. Seizing the upper hand, he boasts that the withered 7 blossom is theirs and flexes for the youngsters. His squad cheers him on. Back here, 81 looks worried as YY keeps coughing like an old engine. The male lead glances back, thinking she's still just a kid after all. YY freezes when he suddenly places a hand on her back. Her discomfort melts away into cozy winter warmth, and she gasps at the sheer might of the Spirit Creation realm. Staring at her hand, she chats about her Ghost Manor realm 3-star plant absorption ability and how rare Qing Hein's mutated ice is. The male lead calmly corrects her it's not fire, but yang force, and reminds them he handled those past incidents himself. He explains the 2 anomalies differed in yang force isn't exactly Qing Hein's heavenly flame. Qing Hein is stunned 3 rare attributes. Seriously. He keeps one more secret tucked away, brushes it off, and shifts the topic to 81. Admits she's not Ghost Manor 3-star yet, only knows she leans metal, then half-jokingly asks him for a comfort boost. He lightly taps her back, agreeing to lend her a brief soothing wave. The blonde girl looks baffled, while 81 exhales in bliss as warmth spreads through her. The male lead offers to support Qing Hai's group, too. She admits it feels great, and the other two girls eagerly line up. One by one, they receive his comfy stream of spirit power like a mystical spa session. Suddenly, heavy mutant beast footsteps rumble closer and closer. The male lead snaps to attention and issues a warning. Qing Hai strikes swiftly at the target, with 81 guarding right in front of her. She flinches at the sudden chaos. An alert blares. It's an rank anomaly. Qing Hai channels her strength, condensing icy energy in her hand. She unleashes a direct blast at the creature. Shielding YY, she watches the target vanish in a blink. Instantly, eerie entities swarm from all sides, cranking the tension to max. The male lead pulls everyone close and warns them to watch their footing. He draws his sword and shifts smoothly into defense mode. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he steps forward. Every slash trails scorching heat like a portable sun. The burning aberrations shriek as flames swallow them whole. When it settles, his eyes calm, area secure despite the swarm vibe. Only two R-rank masterminds were behind it. He notes grimly they can mimic human speech. Qing Hai adds they likely devoured many, and under extreme darkness even the weakest hits a rank below spirit creation. Don't even try. Outside, Jia Lan watches the sea of fire, secretly awed that one strike erased two shape-shifting R-rank beasts. Still, she keeps her cool fast. Age Shed needs several rounds to win that fight herself. YY clenches her fists, saying if Captain Su was right, they must stick tight or anomalies could disguise and ambush. Then urges 81 up. Is still shaken, crushed by overwhelming pressure. One touch would flatten her, like being strangled by air itself. The male lead's focus suddenly shifts to a nearby mountain. YY follows his gaze, asking if anyone hears ocean-like waves rumbling ahead. The ground violently trembles in reply. The crowd erupts into chaos, everyone bolting for dear life. Screams ring out, retreat! Some even beg for help as if facing the unimaginable. In stark contrast, the male lead stays calm, merely frowning slightly. Other immortal practitioners flee. The incoming horror is the Dark Tide, a phenomenon that wrecked even legendary armies. A massive crimson wave surges from afar, panic fueling desperate screams. Amid the madness, one greedy fool erects a barrier instead of fleeing, eyes gleaming with ambition. Brimming with confidence, he charges straight into the wave. One touch later, his life snuffs out fast, leaving only regretful curses. The wave morphs into a monstrous maw, devours him, and keeps chasing the runners. Qing Hai grimly admits it's hopeless as the male lead asks about the Dark Tide's nature. Despite urgency, she explains it sweeps away everything in its path and realizes the vanguard is already doomed, though they'd planned to avoid this. YY anxiously asks if they should retreat immediately. Facing panic, the male lead raises a barrier, assuring them they can combine forces to endure the surge. Qing Hai instantly objects at their level, stopping this is impossible. Ignoring her, he channels spirit power into a condensed weapon, declaring he can end it. With that, he shoots into the sky. Without hesitation, he dives straight into the heart of the tidal wave. Inside the tide, a faint glow shields him while thick darkness presses in from all sides. One sweeping glance is enough for him to grasp the whole ugly picture. He judges the creature as a rank on paper, but in truth it's a heavily fused and overclocked monstrosity. His face darkens as he mentally traces the upgrade path B to A to S. At this scale, calling the Dark Tide SSS isn't hype. It can even swallow spirit creation immortal practitioners whole. The thought ends, and energy instantly gathers into his palm. He darts about nonstop, striking the surrounding fiends in rapid succession. Suddenly, a creature lunges from behind for a sneak attack. Thanks to lightning-fast reflexes, he spins in a flash, blade rising to block the strike. Then something unexpected tugs at his attention. Seeing clearly, he recognizes the same reckless guy as before and casually asks, "Still alive?" Hearing him, the man weakly responds barely, but enough to mean is salvageable. Without delay, he raises a hand and draws power from the sky. At his will, a bolt of lightning crashes down onto the creature. After dragging the man out, he casually drops him onto the ground. A closer look confirms there's still a slim chance to save him, emphasis on slim. The earlier monster closes in again. He grips his weapon, ready for round 2. Watching it swell larger, he realizes it possesses an infinite growth ability. Even as it powers up, he stays relaxed, deciding to test his new defensive spirit force technique. A radiant barrier of spirit energy envelops him, stopping the beast cold. Just then, the system alerts him that dark attributes exist here, but cannot be collected. He tries to tap into that energy anyway, but every attempt fails. Refocusing, a cryptic smile curls on his lips. Facing danger, he doesn't retreat. He calculates his counterattack instead. 2 giant spiders strike at once, yet he briefly thinks of Xiaobawa before eyeing them like it's a dual invitation. His gaze flares with dominance, disdain rising, outcome obvious. Afar, Qing Hai's group watches in stunned silence when asked if she's seen this before. Qing Hai quietly admits she's lacking. Everyone is dumbfounded. The Dark Tide has actually frozen in place. Lin Yi trembles, anxiety surging as her cousin has been inside far too long. Beside her, Su Qinghain takes her hand, softly assuring that with his strength, victory is certain. She then tells the others that with the male lead's power, they don't even need to lift a finger. Hearing that, Yi laughs and showers her with praise. Suddenly, an unknown force slams hard into their barrier. The impacts grow fiercer. It looks suspiciously like the nine-dragon heavenly fire seal. Amid blinding light, the male lead's figure separates out, hovering midair. The curly-haired girl reacts first, wildly pointing and shouting, "That's Yi's cousin!" From within the technique, blazing fire dragons burst out one after another, leaving everyone gawking. Someone whispers, wondering if he's finished the seal yet. The scene shifts to him, every movement clearly strained. That seemingly slim body is bearing an absurd amount of power. He roars the name of his move, Nine Dragon Execution Decree. With that, the force in his hand slams into the ground, shaking everything. He then uses the erupting flames to reinforce the seal. The fire rapidly contracts, forming a tight enclosing mass. But in the blink of an eye, it shatters. The target crashes to the ground. The crowd exhales in relief, then awkwardly wonders what now. Ignoring others, Lin Yi rushes to support him, while Su Qinghain offers to take him over. Seeing his calm face, she's surprised there's no triumph yet deeply impressed. He said he'd end the dark tide, and he did. Not lingering, he turns decisively. The dark attribute here is too dense. They must leave and collect the withered seven blossom. So Qinghain agrees to escort the injured man to the Spirit Alliance for treatment. Others freeze, asking if the vanguard all died. He calmly replies that aside from this one, the rest were likely devoured. 81 sighs regretfully, thankful at least they didn't witness it. The group moves on toward a pitch-black lake, sensing the real danger lies there. He stays behind as rearguard, and no one objects. His gaze locks on the lake as the system analyzes, warning of extreme dark fluctuations when energy surges from the water. Scan complete. The system activates its central calculus engine. Energy streams split into pillars shooting skyward, then are absorbed by him one by one. The system announces compilation complete. When he opens his eyes, a bizarre aura surrounds him. The interface displays a new technique, boundless dark domain, creating a space where spiritual energy is corroded. He quickly realizes it can erode opponents' spirit force, and paired with his abilities, it's a nasty power boost. Back to reality, Su Qinghain senses something off and asks if he feels the strange mist. Before finishing, her face turns pale with shock. Hes floating midair again. Why is he breaking through once more? A thought flashes. Did he absorb the dark tide's power? But she immediately dismisses it. Scanning around, she feels the energy intensifying, even though absorbing dark attributes is strictly banned by the government. Grim memories surface. Past attempts to purify and refine darkness cost the government dearly. Even ranked D to S, the lowest dark level, can crush a fresh ghostman or cultivator, let alone spirit creation, who can still be swallowed whole. Those immortal practitioners, in past experiments, all lost mental control and went completely berserk. When it's over, the male lead retracts his aura, returning to default mode. Facing the void, he says coolly, "You've watched long enough, come out." From the shadows, Jia Lan steps out, eyes fixed on him. "Let me guess, you handled the dark tide." So Qinghain stares wide-eyed as Jia Lan presses him about what he just did. He admits it outright, leaving Su Qinghain stunned. Suddenly, Jia Lan reaches into her coat and pulls out a gun. Everyone panics. "Sister Jia Lan, what are you doing?" "Isn't Fang Yi the military's top recruit target? What's this about?" Still calm, Fang Yi says their mission is the withered seven blossom, unless she's unhappy they survived. Jia Lan stays silent, eyes tracking his every move. Rushes forward, demanding why Jia Lan didn't appear earlier. Without him they'd be dead, so why threaten now? After a pause, Jia Lan lowers the gun, voice softening. "Just testing you. Congrats." The tension finally breaks. Everyone exhales in sync. He asks bluntly, "So this was all a test?" She admits it is talent and strength warranted personal verification. She then explains why she didn't intervene before. In her view, immortal practitioners follow strict rules. Life and death are fate-bound. Still, their group was lucky to have someone trustworthy. Even anomalies avoided them, wary of Fang Yi's sealing power. The dark tide is the same. Bully the weak, dodge the strong. With that, she turns and leads them toward the withered seven blossom. Fang Yi watches her thoughtfully. Su Qinghain murmurs that Jia Lan was the sole survivor of a past dark tide. He understands her identity, absolute rule following, and some deep belief kept her alive. Lowering his guard, he reminds everyone to watch the injured. Catches on She's hurt. He confirms her spirit power is clearly declining, meaning the internal injuries are no joke. Jia Lan's steps falter slightly. She turns back, quietly thanks him, and reassures the group. In the extreme darkness, like a vast graveyard, the air is thick with gloom. The group ventures deeper inside. Fang Yi notices something odd. A skeleton lies at his feet just as Hes about to speak. Jia Lan cuts and they've arrived. This is the graveyard. She points ahead to a glowing flower there, the withered seven blossom. Without hesitation, she moves forward. Around the flower, countless dark creatures stand guard. Jia Lan seems to lose clarity, hand reaching out as if grasping for something long lost. Fang Yi instantly senses something's off. He conjures a fireball, shouting a warning. Calling for her to stay conscious, he hurls the fireball straight at Jia Lan. Feeling its force, she pauses, detecting rare yin-yang power hidden within. She slices the air, cutting down his attack in one stroke. Her gaze lingers on him, clearly reassessing. Suddenly, the spirits behind her vanish, and she realizes she wasn't fully prepared. Lin Yi and Su Qinghan rush over, worried she's heavily affected by dark attributes better stick together. After a brief thought, Jia Lan says the withered seven blossom let him handle it alone. Hearing that, Fang Yi calmly walks past the three toward the flower, soon seeing it clearly. The ground abruptly trembles violently. A fox demon bursts from the earth, charging straight at him. It opens its maw, anguished souls wailing endlessly from within, starved and desperate. Unfazed, he channels power into his hand and murmurs, "Divine thunder." Bolts of lightning rip through the fox demon's body. Seeing it only howl in pain without real damage, he wonders how many anomalies it devoured to reach strength. Deciding to end this fast before the dark tide seal fails, he gathers violet energy in his palm. He activates Boundless Dark Domain, forming a sealed space around himself and the fox demon. Inside, the creature instantly buckles. The surrounding souls begin coiling tightly around it, constricting bit by bit until it trembles and shrieks. The system alerts under the special dark attribute of Boundless Dark Domain. The Shrank aberration has dropped to blank. From the system's notice in the scene, he realizes the extreme darkness zone's power base is unstable. Switching to fire, he forms a blazing sword. One slash triggers a massive explosion. "It's over," he says softly. Outside, So Qinghan wonders what kind of power this is. It feels dark yet different. Lin Yi agrees, noting the usual icy oppression is absent. Jia Lan steps forward, serious, explaining it's Fang Yi's personal domain, a space belonging solely to him. She recalls her teacher, knowing that forming a domain with spirit power is insanely difficult. Only her teacher and a few others ever achieved it. Back then, foreseeing a catastrophe in the capital, her teacher deployed a domain to suppress it, but the result was, at that moment, Fang Yi steps out, casually waving his hand. He tells them the graveyard behind should no longer pose danger. Then he walks toward the withered seven blossom, carefully lifting it with both hands. Only once the flower rests securely in his grasp does he finally relax. Jia Lan's eyes pause, surprise clearly flashing across her face. Fang Yi hands her the withered seven blossom and urges everyone to retreat. The dark tide could return anytime. He adds that they still have an injured person to carry. She smiles faintly, softly thanking him. The group leaves at once. Suddenly she calls him back and sincerely expresses gratitude. Wu Lao was in mortal danger, he saved him. Fang Yi simply watches in silence. At the exit gate, emotions erupt. Lin Yi beams finally, sunlight again. Outside, a crowd has long gathered, waiting for them in the flower. As they step out, questions bombard them. 81 is stunned by the sheer turnout. Lin Yi suddenly notices something, shocked to see a Spirit War Zone vehicle, a powerhouse across Xia, making 81 regret ever underestimating Jia Lan. The scene shifts to the prosperous Spirit War Zone, top among Xia's 19 regions. A vial containing the withered seven blossom is handed over. The recipient is a high-ranking Spirit War Zone leader. Soldiers nearby collectively show respect and gratitude toward Fang Yi. Even the leader personally thanks Jia Lan. The vehicle soon drives away. On the road, Fang Yi asks if she belongs to the Spirit War Zone. She confirms and says his feat has spread fame incoming. She admits his strength surpasses their strongest squad, with immense potential ahead. Switching tone, she invites him to join. Seeing no reply, she explains the worsening world. Dark anomalies are both prized and perilous, and multiplying fast. Their influence keeps expanding, threatening catastrophe, so they build forbidden zones, while the Spirit Alliance monitors everywhere. She shares this because someone of his caliber deserves to know the truth. He answers calmly he understands, and if he encounters anomalies, even for strangers, he won't stand by. Her gaze softens at his response. Jia Lan then gives him a command token, saying she's glad to know Fang Yi and hopes he'll accept it. With it, he may freely enter forbidden zones to cultivate the Spirit War Zone. Doors are open, and she asks if he'd like to visit Wu Lao. He questions her meaning. She clarifies Wu Lao is a Vajra realm venerable, and her teacher he should meet him. Hearing that, he pockets the token. Faint lightning flickers in his hand. He agrees to go, calling it building connections and a gift between friends. As he speaks, lightning spreads over her body, purging lingering negative energy. Feeling her condition improve, Jia Lan realizes his thunder power even has healing properties. Not only did the black bone damage seal up, but her organs rebooted, and her whole system got a spiritual deep clean. Jia Lan visibly relaxed as every last impurity was flushed out of her body. After it ended, the hero checked in, and Jia Lan cheerfully confirmed all dark influence was completely gone. Nearby, an ambulance treated the severely injured, while Su Qingwang watched the duo with interest. She walked over asking why they were still here, then noticed something very off about Jia Lan. Jia Lan explained that the dark attribute inside her had been thoroughly zapped away by lightning. Intrigued, Su Qingwang stepped closer to inspect the hero like a rare specimen. She then called over more members of the medical team. With hopeful eyes, she asked him to help cleanse other pioneers infected by darkness. After speaking, she even bowed to show sincere respect. Faced with that attitude, the hero agreed and summoned his pure lightning power. Watching the crackling energy, a medic doubted it could really erase dark attributes. Jalen testified that she'd just been personally charged with great results, adding that even a comatose spirit creation realm patient might benefit. So Qingwang hesitated, noting not everyone at that realm could handle such force, and a medic added the patient was worse off than Jalen. They estimated the needed lightning would be several times greater, and full recovery was basically a fantasy. Ignoring the debate, the hero asked how to store spiritual power, and was led to the ambulance. They instructed him to place his hand on a device to channel energy into it. From afar, Lin Yi quietly observed, pondering Jialan's identity and why the spiritual war zone favored her cousin. She also noticed Jialan's attitude shift, even proactively handing over her command token. The hero, meanwhile, caught Lin Yi's lingering gaze. He turned to ask number 81 and Lin Yi about the situation, and she said everything was settled. She added that she and number 81 wanted to keep training instead of relying on him forever. Hearing that, he agreed without hesitation. His gaze softened as he realized she had truly grown up. After finishing the energy transfer, Su Qingwang waved goodbye to Jialan and the hero. The group then got into the vehicle and departed. On the road, Lin Yi fumed, complaining about the hero being taken away by the spiritual war zone. She internally criticized Ling Xi's flaws, from HQ to branches, plagued by insincere and even more hypocritical managers than the military's top brass. Even the elite teams lacked unity. Expecting them to befriend Fang Yu was a stretch, at least some weren't causing trouble. The scene shifted to the most luxurious ward in the spiritual war zone's treatment area. Beside a critically ill old man, the hero asked if that was Elder Wu, and Jialan confirmed, noting how a Vajra realm powerhouse now looked frail and thin. His condition was even worse before, and even the 7 decaying flower failed to wake him. The hero asked what had pushed him into such a dire state. Jialan recounted how a dark attribute calamity struck the capital, and her mentor single-handedly sealed its remnants to stop the spread. Before that, they had all used a special method to channel spiritual power into him. They judged the disaster beyond strength. Even compared to past dark tides, this one was far more destructive. Her voice dimmed as she explained that if it erupted, not just the capital but nearby regions would fall, so her mentor used his domain to forcibly seal the high-level anomaly. But the result exceeded expectations. The calamity's power was far more terrifying than estimated. He suffered dark backlash, and without Vajra realm strength, he'd have died or worse, become fuel for the anomaly. Hearing this, the hero deeply admired him as a truly great pioneer. It reminded him of past protectors from his previous life, and perhaps in that timeline, Elder Wu hadn't survived. With that thought, he reached out toward the old man. He intended to try removing some of the darkness within him. Seeing this, Jialan hesitated briefly, but recalling what he had shown before, she fell silent. In the end, she chose not to stop him. Still, she warned him to be careful, as this darkness was deadlier than any dark tide, otherwise the 7 decaying flower wouldn't have had such limited effect. He replied that he understood, already feeling the immense pressure from the suppressed energy. Suddenly, a stream of black smoke burst from the old man's body, spreading across the room. Jialan froze on the spot. She quickly warned him to steady his mind. The influence had begun. He closed his eyes as a golden aura gradually enveloped his body. Moments later, he opened them, his expression turning solemn. Looking around, he realized his consciousness had been dragged into an ancient memory. A bizarre creature appeared there, asking his identity, surprising him that an illusion had formed. Facing it, the hero curtly declared he was here to destroy, as his inner energy began to circulate. A streak of black clay shot toward him, startling the creature into a cry. He quickly regained composure and activated the golden sun breathing technique to shield himself. With that, he neatly dodged the attack. The creature's strength was no joke, on par with the fused divine thunder at the Jade Emperor Dragon Peak. His gaze swept the surroundings. Countless eerie beings crowded in, all charging at him together. In his palm, a blazing red flame slowly took shape. Despite the looming danger, the hero's mind remained perfectly steady. He dashed forward, eyes firm and without hesitation. In a flash, his sword tore through the darkness, carving a fatal wound into his foe. But it instantly regenerated and fired 2 more attacks, thankfully weaker this time. The hero teleported away to dodge. He shot upward and landed on a rooftop. In a flash, he unleashed netherworld force, forming a pitch-black sphere that sucked in all surrounding dark QI. The eerie creature was stunned, unable to believe he possessed such a different essence. The hero's face darkened, his low voice sounding like a verdict. Space cracked open, a massive black hole appeared, and the creature was swallowed in an instant. Though the enemy vanished, gloomy clouds lingered, residual will of the dark anomaly, making him wary of what's coming. The creature's terrifying image flickered through his mind. Facing endless foes alone, he sighed softly, knowing retreat was wise. The scene shifted. He suddenly froze. Reaching into thin air, he yanked out a strand of dark Q from the void. Under his force, it shattered immediately. He then chanted and cast the 9 dragons' heavenly fire sealing art, binding the remaining key tightly. Jialan was astonished, recognizing it as Elder Wu's dark attribute, but the hero clarified it was merely calamity residue. It was still strong, but its influence had greatly diminished. Elder Wu's complexion improved, and Jialan repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The hero gently declined the praise, admitting he hadn't fully erased the darkness. He then tightened his grip on the object in his hand. It shattered and dissolved into the air, finally putting him at ease. Recalling the illusion, he warned Jialan to always stay prepared. Her face grew heavy as she mentioned troubling rumors. Surprised, he questioned how abnormal spiritual energy events were supposedly strictly recorded in the system. Rumor had it that with Xia Nation's strength, surviving the first year of spiritual revival would be tough, though most dismissed it. His expression darkened, voice tinged with sarcasm toward the spiritual fluctuation monitoring system. He wondered if his rebirth meant the future's trajectory would change. Still, he patted Jialan's shoulder, reassuring her not to overthink. It was likely Elder Wu would wake soon. He added that if calamity struck again, he would stand with them to face it. Internally, he vowed that disaster was inevitable, but this time, he would rewrite the ending. Night fell over an apartment complex. In the quiet, the hero cultivated while calculating, sensing he'd reached the threshold of 2-star spirit realm. Though spiritual revival was stabilizing, and he wielded dark power, he knew it wasn't enough. The entity from the illusion, even suppressed, had radiated terrifying might. Suddenly, the slight sway of a flower on the table caught his eye. Walking over playfully, he teased that leaving it behind before was inconvenient, not intentional. He lifted the flower pot, half-joking that he'd never let it show its abilities, and suggested taking it out for a stroll. In the back mountain area, he strolled with the flower pot, chatting to himself and praising Ling Xi's plant research. Nature was already rebooting hard, even spawning new hybrid species. He set the pot on open ground, noting he should thank Xiao Su's team tomorrow. He reminded himself not to let it absorb energy too recklessly. Once placed on the soil, the flower perked up like it just had coffee. Its roots spread wildly, invading nearby plants like an eager landlord. Watching the surrounding vegetation wither dry, he decided that was enough snacking. He lifted the stunned flower and said they'd move to another buffet spot. Muttering, he guessed in the evolutionary plant ladder, its desolate trait ranked at least A grade. The mountain's animals were oddly absent, probably spooked by its ominous aura. Just then a roar echoed nearby. The hero's gaze sharpened instantly. A wolf pack emerged, eyes glowing red, especially the unusually massive alpha. He realized with surprise they were evolving. Looking closer, he murmured that it was the Wolf King, and its transformation was nearly complete. When it finished, the Wolf King let out a thunderous howl. Shielding the spirit flower, he sensed the energy fluctuation likely reaching A-grade anomaly. The Wolf King, once wood attributed, had gained a corrosive poison attribute from absorbing dark energy. Clearly, dark influence was spreading, granting it dual attributes. Even so, in his book, it was still just A-grade. He removed the spirit flower from the pot and firmly declared he'd handle the wolves. Though only A-grade, their numbers were troublesome, and the city lay at the mountain's foot. He chose to test pure desolate power alone, curious about its raw damage. Meanwhile, a group of strangers observed from below, and a long-haired man spoke up. He noted the Wolf King had evolved, and asked about pollution levels. The captain checked his watch and gave a number. Hearing it, the man froze briefly. The captain said the index was still rising, puzzled since a wood type should cap at 3-star Ghost Palace realm at best or 1-star Spirit Creation realm, but this far exceeded estimates. The long-haired man panicked, saying they were outmatched, especially since the captain had only just reached 3-star Ghost Palace realm. Suddenly, massive dark energy surged from the peak, shocking them. They finally understood the insane pollution reading. The captain quickly concluded the Wolf King had mutated into a rare dual attribute anomaly. Though outmatched, he chose to stall the beasts. If they finished evolving, the city below would be doomed, while ordering immediate backup from Ling Xi. Suddenly the ground shook violently, not an earthquake, but likely another anomaly crashing the party. The captain's device spiked fast, hitting 1000. They realized the surge was desolate energy, no clue why it showed up here. They decided to retreat to safety. The long-haired man glanced back, recalling the vanished vines with suspicion. The captain urged speed and demanded immediate evacuation of nearby residents. Another member stopped him, noting the desolate force no longer spread outward, oddly contained. The captain guessed it had retracted into the mountain. The long-haired man felt the danger fade and hesitated about reporting it. Meanwhile, the spirit flower's roots kept extending, countless buds sprouting along its body. Moments later, all buds burst, unleashing violent desolate energy. The captain realized it came from the flower. Around the hero, the spirit flower expanded into a vast field, encircling the Wolf King. Though engulfed, it fought back, shredding petals with its claws. The hero calmly said the sea of flowers would keep growing until the enemy's energy ran dry. With spiritual protection, he could endure the beasts, however, had zero chance. Their desperate cries said it all. Vines constricted them tight, leaving only feeble twitching. Soon all life was drained, leaving bare skeletons behind. After feeding, the spirit flower's vines turned crimson. The Wolf King grew fiercer, unleashing a blast of green light. The full-force strike shot straight at the hero. Yet shielded by the flower's roots, he calmly noted the desolate attribute had seeped deep into the land. The floral sea blanketed the sky, drawing power from the mountain only to feed it back. He added that even with awakened intellect, the Wolf King likely didn't grasp nature's endless cycle. He admitted the beast wasn't foolish, it had pinpointed the spirit flower. Locking onto its target, the Wolf King lunged with savage fury. The spirit flower slowly shifted in size. The Wolf King pounced. Instantly, giant petals snapped shut, trapping it tight. It struggled with all its might, but resistance was futile. Under the flower's embrace, its body was gradually eroded away. Watching calmly, the hero wondered if letting darkness invade him had been wise. Sticky petals layered and tightened around the groaning beast, slowly crushing and devouring it, leaving him pondering just what kind of overwhelming desolate power this truly was. Ever since he fused the desolate attribute into the spirit flower, it began auto-running with its own battle algorithm, no babysitting needed. He declared that once trapped in this floral sea, no anomaly escapes. Even if destroyed repeatedly, the spirit flower regenerates endlessly, burning all into white bones with infinite desolate power. He named it the Endless Spirit Sea. The system chimed fusion complete. The spirit flower has evolved into Endless Spirit Sea form. The flower now blazed crimson like living fire. Watching closely, the hero sensed something off. Seeing it absorb tainty spiritual energy, he realized another evolution was imminent. In the control room, chaos erupted. Two distinct spiritual forces appeared in the A-grade contaminated zone, not just the Wolf King's mutation. The president calmly asked for the exact location. The report pointed to Captain Su's sector, puzzling him since her squad had already intercepted the wolves. Just then, his radio crackled. Captain Su reported the mutated wolves erupted, but were wiped out by a stronger desolate force that retreated into the mountain, followed by a mass bloom of anomalous flowers. They dared not approach, unsure of the wider impact. If it fully erupted, it might surpass the airborne ghost vine incident, so reinforcements were requested. The president dispatched 2 elite squads. Standing nearby, Qingwang suspected this was tied to that certain someone again. She voiced that the desolate source likely came from Fang Yi, judging by his residence's location, and concluded he alone could handle it. Back at Back Mountain, red petals drifted in the wind. The hero noted that after absorbing the Wolf King, the spirit flower was evolving again. Scarlet petals swayed like living flames. He grew intrigued, clear signs of a fire attribute emerging. Direct absorption sped up evolution far more easily than human cultivation ever could. The spirit flower shrank, resting neatly in his palm. The system announced after devouring the wolves and Wolf King, it evolved into A-grade desolate flame spirit flower, dual attributes desolate and fire, with extreme spiritual appetite suitable for nurturing in the infinite netherworld. He paused, surprised at the mention of the infinite netherworld. A thought struck: its dark anomalies and environment could push the flower toward dark evolution. He immediately sent the spirit flower into the infinite netherworld. Suddenly, lightning split the sky, jolting him alert. He quickly concluded he was about to break through to 2-star spirit creation realm. Sitting cross-legged midair, he entered deep meditation. Power streams gathered as energy circulation grew smoother. Teeny spiritual Kai seemed to seek him out. Right then, Jiang Lu effortlessly pinpointed his location. Appearing with narrowed eyes, Jiang Lu mentioned the title Heavenly Flame 1 Blade and 2-star Spirit Creation Realm, clearly intrigued. He loudly declared it'd prove he was the top fire attribute pioneer. Sensing danger, the hero instantly went on guard. Opening his eyes to a flame rushing at him, he quickly guessed the attacker's identity. He focused power into one hand to counter. The strike was cleanly blocked, confirming the opponent had finally shown himself. He mocked him for lurking before without concealing his aura. The opponent was a freshly advanced lone wolf, no faction, just battle obsessed. Jiang Lu stepped out of the flames, praised him briefly, then demanded how he dodged that move. Facing the hero's indifference, he kept talking, as if recalling something. He introduced himself, claiming his name would soon be unforgettable. The hero said nothing, raising a hand to summon divine thunder. Jiang Lu charged without hesitation. A blinding light erupted above the hero's head. Jiang Lu faltered, unease flashing in his mind, but it was too late to retreat. The strike landed head-on, nearly blasting him apart. All that followed was a puff of white smoke. Battered and kneeling, Jiang Lu was utterly confused, his breath ragged, body trembling uncontrollably. The hero approached slowly, icy gaze scanning him. He grabbed Jiang Li's head and lifted him with ease, then slammed him hard into the ground. Only then did he ask for his name again. Jiang Lu couldn't even answer. His mind spiraled. How had he been crushed so fast despite reaching 1-star spirit creation realm? He once believed his rare fire attribute made him untouchable in the spiritual awakening era. Seeing no response, the hero grew impatient. His grip tightened, lightning coursing through, drawing screams from Jiang Lu. Terror deepened. His opponent wielded more than just fire. In chaos, he realized the gap between them spanned multiple realms. Despair surged. This felt like the end. Thoughts of death crept in. With no options left, Jiang Lu begged for mercy. He was met with a cold, unmoved expression. The hero finally warned him not to recklessly use powers against others. If bored, he should go deal with real anomalies. He even shot him a provocative glance. Furious inside, Jiang Lu dared not resist the overwhelming gap. The ordeal shattered his confidence. Under the city's bright lights, Jiang Lu returned silently to his room. His entire demeanor turned gloomy. Instead of comfort, others scolded him, especially a red-haired guy who wouldn't stop lecturing. He was reminded that reckless aggression only invites trouble. Someone noticed he was unusually quiet today, no longer his arrogant self. Seeing him slump down like a deflated balloon, the group instantly knew something had gone horribly wrong. The black-haired guy kept firing questions like a machine gun. Realizing Jiang Lu had challenged Heavenly Fire one blade and got wrecked, he demanded the result. Jiang Lu admitted he was basically deleted on contact. Black hair went full drama mode and demanded every juicy detail. On the verge of collapse, Jiang Lu choked out that he was defeated in a blink. He drowned in regret, while red hair grew curious about the monster who crushed a genius. Pale-faced, Jiang Lu said his ultimate move was shattered instantly by terrifying lightning power. Black hair frowned, suspecting maybe Jiang Lu picked the wrong target, unless it was someone from the high-tier battle zone. Red hair doubted too, guessing the opponent wasn't just an ordinary immortal practitioner. Jiang Lu snapped back, insisting he couldn't be mistaken. Only survivors would understand that terror. In his memory, the foe was beyond imagination. Lightning condensed so fiercely he nearly died on the spot. His certainty made the other two tense. Their instincts screamed it was true. Jiang Lu saw the opponent was a dual fire-lightning immortal practitioner, possibly hiding power at the 3-star spirit creation realm. The pair panicked, and Black Hair predicted this guy would become every genius nightmare. The trio kept obsessing over that horrifying strength. Suddenly, Jiang Lu decided he might secretly copy that cultivation path. Meanwhile, Nanjung was cultivating in his room when the strange boosted state mysteriously vanished. He ruled out it being his own fault. After thinking it over, he blamed an external cause. He began checking the surroundings for spiritual energy fluctuations. He recalled how the association's monitoring unit tracks spiritual anomalies to prevent disasters, and concluded Xiaogo's reserves would survive the early spirit recovery era. Watching the sky's bizarre phenomena, Nanjung sensed a major upheaval. This city's spiritual energy might awaken ahead of schedule. He tried contacting Jialin for military updates but got radio silence. He deduced they'd intentionally cut communications. Right then, Su Qinying suddenly called. When Nanjung connected, only broken, garbled sounds came through. Lowering his voice, he guessed abnormal entities were erupting across the city and got confirmation. At that exact moment, a bat-like creature slammed into the window, shattering it. His gaze snapped toward the commotion. In an instant, the remaining barrier was obliterated. The monster charged in ferociously, though to Nanjung it looked suicidally foolish. Lightning flickered at his fingertips. He leapt up, driving that power straight through the creature's body. Just as it ended, Lin Yi rushed in, panicking to report the appearance of abnormal bats. But the moment Lin Yi saw the wrecked room, she switched tone and demanded to know what happened. She quickly grasped the recent monster chaos, and Nanjung agreed if it stayed manageable, he could still handle it. Still, he prepared for the worst of full-blown catastrophe, as previously warned. After all, anomalies usually lurked in shadows, rarely barging into crowded neighborhoods, let alone attacking an immortal practitioner's home. Realizing this was no small mess, he told Lin Yi to contact the other immortal practitioners immediately. Then he stepped onto the table and solemnly assigned her the mission of guarding the house. Outside, thunder roared nonstop. Someone reported signal interference, leaving Fang Yi unable to track their location. If disaster truly struck, they'd be on their own, though some still hoped it was just faulty equipment. So Qinjing wished it was all needless panic. Even so, she stayed sharp, constantly checking patrol reports. Suddenly, a savage howl blasted into everyone's ears. So Qinjing instantly went on alert, detecting a swarm of anomalies through her device. The government issued an emergency notice, urging citizens to stay indoors. Tension spread like wildfire. Unease was written on every face. Meanwhile, two people hurried along the road, only to sense something was very wrong. Red hair grew anxious and handed decision-making over to Jiang Lu. As he hesitated, a mutated bat lunged at him. Jiang Lu immediately unleashed his ability to counterattack. Mid-fight, he realized the creature's ferocity was off the charts. His flames died down, yet the bat stubbornly refused to die. Noticing its regeneration, Jiang Lu grew wary and swiftly chose to retreat. Earlier at the association, there had been a proposal to invite Ningxi's top brass and Fang Yi for deeper talks. Suddenly, the communication screen flickered with abnormal signals. A badly injured man urgently reported an rank anomaly nearing the central district. So Qinjing immediately ordered a team to verify it, but he warned the true threat might reach Shrank. Then on screen, a colossal bat struck, cutting him down mid-report. At the military district, the place was eerily empty, as swarms of mutated bats shattered windows and poured out. Someone charged forward at once to restrain them. Jialin appeared, her gaze icy. Within moments, every bat was wiped out. Jalen's strange power let her freely shape spiritual energy into any form and double its destructive force. She realized the endless anomalies were stalling her just as reinforcements arrived. Faced with her overwhelming display, the boy couldn't hide his shock. A blond young man approached for orders. Jalen frowned, reporting signal disruption, failed anti-jamming systems, and similar crises across other military zones. Seeing the monster-packed skies, she issued commands at once. Hold your ground, under no circumstances let them breach the restricted zone. The rest of you, follow me to break through and regroup with other units. Jalen suddenly realized the anomaly's final target was the city itself. Meanwhile, the citizens remained blissfully unaware. As rain poured down, a female blogger hunted for a raincoat to keep filming content never sleeps. While she rambled about earlier results, her companion began trembling uncontrollably. She quickly sensed something was very wrong. A shrill scream erupted as she watched a mutated creature pounce on her friend. She ran in panic, screaming for help. In a blink, an anomaly seized her too. Miraculously, luck spared her life once again. After the creature was slain, someone descended from above. So Qingjing helped her up, assuring her a teammate would escort her home. Mid-command, someone reported that crank anomalies were multiplying fast, even showing signs of evolution. So Qingjing immediately ordered civilians evacuated to safety. Then regroup with me. Elsewhere, Nanjung silently weaved between buildings. He halted atop a skyscraper. Studying the creatures ahead, he saw they'd evolved to nearly ghost talisman crab level. He condensed firepower and swept it across the airspace, but the creature dodged. That genuinely surprised him. These beings bred and morphed endlessly, seeming dead yet lingering on, clustering in crowded areas, nightmares to exterminate. With outbreaks everywhere and disaster looming, finding the spirit association would take time, so he chose to handle problems one by one. He deployed a vast shadow domain, aiming to drag the swarm inside. Still, he worried about his teammates. The survival odds were razor-thin. 10 minutes later, at Su Qinying's sector, she noticed the creature's numbers hadn't dropped at all. If this dragged on, their resources would soon run dry. Right then, a cry for help rang out from a nearby building. She rushed over to find creatures attacking residents. Scattered reinforcements couldn't cope. She swiftly cleared the group before her, only to be pressed by another wave immediately after. So Qingjing realized the crisis was nearing a deadly turning point. Perhaps a leading anomaly was emerging. The city sank into chaos, rivaling a near-apocalyptic natural disaster once faced by the capital. Worse still, no one seemed strong enough to stop it all. Whether spirit association or military, all were powerless to reverse the tide. The city risked erasure in mere hours. Reports flooded in Area A. Squad detonated spiritual energy in Sacrifice Area B. Lured exotic beasts but got surrounded. Latest alert confirmed blackened anomalies with danger levels maxed out. Subordinates reported heavy losses among immortal practitioners and personnel, while creature numbers skyrocketed beyond defense capacity. An aide hesitantly revealed the city was shrouded in a dense black structure. No reinforcements could enter. They were completely isolated. The commander decided this was the Doherty moment. As an immortal practitioner, he would stand or fall with the city. If the anomalies sought destruction, they must break the final defense line, and he ordered HQ to receive the code to trigger the annihilation protocol should containment fail, preventing the dark attribute from spreading. In the chaos, Su Qinying wrapped herself inside an energy sphere. She felt utterly drained. Her spiritual reserves were running on fumes. Burning her last scraps of power, she unleashed everything. Beams of light flared, streaking through the surrounding space. An anomaly accelerated wildly, charging straight at her. She gasped, "No way, 3-star spirit creation realm!" Frustration hit as she realized her spiritual energy was basically empty. The counterstrike left her gravely wounded, blood spilling from her mouth. Another blow sent her flying, body plunging downward. Her consciousness blurred, clinging to a single fading thought. Even so, she forced out one last demonic strike, vowing, "Even if I die, ill." Suddenly, she sensed a massive surge of firepower rising below. Her body fell into that sea of flames, stunned. Through the blaze, she saw Fang Yi shielding her, softly calling boss. His eyes gleamed strangely, water and fire forces swirling within. Fang Yi shot upward, unleashing violent thunder. The creature gaped its massive maw, ready to swallow him whole. He answered with a crushing 100 refinements strike. Then came inner flame explosion, detonating with terrifying force. Landing lightly, he quipped, "Sorry, finding you was kind of a hassle." He added that too many identical anomalies blocked his way. Trembling, Su Qinying warned, "Careful, they regenerate." Fang Yi merely glanced at them, calm as ever. Obviously, he formed a mass of darkness. "Relax, I handle people and problems." Deploying infinite shadow domain, spiritual power flooding out. He meant what he said. She paused, then realized the city still had Fang Yi, the unparalleled immortal practitioner. He continued releasing wave after wave of power. A colossal dark sphere formed in the sky. Fang Yi asked, "You okay?" She replied, "I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. I have hemostatics, I'll recover." His gaze shifted slightly, as if noticing something. With a light touch, he stiffened her body. "I've cleared the residual dark attribute from you. Patch your wounds when you can." Still stunned, she agreed, thinking so this is Heidi or lightning power, the pain's fading fast. Healing even outpaces the Spirit Association's meds. The monitoring chief suddenly told everyone to observe the anomalies were decreasing, perhaps the siege was breaking. A man behind him refuted it all. Reinforcements were ambushed, and out of contact none had entered, and anomaly numbers outside hadn't dropped at all. Inside the city, immortal practitioner forces were dwindling with no restored communications. Perhaps the anomaly king was about to emerge, drawing creatures together and making numbers seem fewer. A fleeting wish to see his parents crossed his mind, but knowing the odds were slim, he resolved to give everything in this final stand. Fang Yi asked for specifics. What exactly were they facing? So Qinjing explained it was an Srank anomaly, using the entire city as sacrifice, power rivaling the entity once sealed in the spirit war zone. It was likened to a natural disaster. That cocoon was merely a harbinger warning only, never stopping it. Humans can only sense the looming doom, not stop it inside. A terrifying lifeform is forming, and once complete, the city is toast. From research notes, similar anomalies devour each other to evolve fastest, but the blackened strain plays by different rules. Once perfected, it suppresses all its kind into submission. This form is dubbed the Anomaly King. So Qinying admitted his power defied her understanding, yet he hadn't reached the peak. Even the strongest immortal practitioner collapsed after sealing a natural disaster, needing rotating support to gather rare resources. Not wanting another genius lost, she urged him to flee, break the blockade, regroup with the military, and tell them to abandon the city. Fang Yi lightly tapped her head, as if asking whether she'd forgotten her training. He declared this was where he belonged, and whatever the cost, he'd have no regrets. Clutching her head, she said nothing, just smiled faintly. He began striding forward, steady and unshaken. A spark flicked from his hand as his gaze locked onto the anomalies above. His voice dropped. This entire city was a sacrifice for the birth of a ruler. He asked if her communicator still worked and borrowed it, catching her off guard. Fang Yi explained it could detect anomalies and link to the Union. Raising the flame in his palm, he said it ascend to destroy the source. In the control room, chaos erupted as an immortal practitioner's signal reconnected. They called for Captain Su to confirm. They noticed the signal moving absurdly fast toward the most contaminated zone and urgently ordered a halt. Solo action was suicide. An emergency command demanded Su Qinjing respond, cease action, avoid casualties, and await reinforcements. Right then, Fang Yi's device crackled with interference. After fiddling with it, he said, "Got it now. Hello, can you hear me?" Hearing a stranger, the other side demanded his identity, and Su Qinjing's status. Fang Yi told them to focus. He needed full cooperation to face the Anomaly King, leaving Shanglu stunned. He repeated clearly, unless they wanted the city erased and eaten, all personnel must use every device and data stream to help him strike the cocoon and destroy it. Silence followed, teeth clenched under crushing tension. Shang Lu immediately ordered everyone to drop current tasks and connect with Fang Yi, using remaining satellite radar to pinpoint the anomaly source, and assigning navigation and operations teams into position. Satellite data showed dense anomaly clusters around the cocoon. The closer, the worse, but the northern snowfield was thinner, a possible breakthrough route. The main path was sealed tight. They proposed rerouting via a southeastern side road. However, the situation shifted. The anomalies detected the target, and two high-level entities closed in. Their strength was assessed at 2-star spirit creation realm. Extreme caution required. In a split second, Fang Yi wondered if dodging was possible, but retreat was no longer on the table. Violent shockwaves rippled out, forcing everyone to clamp their hands over their ears. On Fang Yi's side, he darted nonstop, weaving through a storm of attacks. His eyes ignited with near-manic fervor as he pressed on. Shang Lu suddenly shouted. The anomaly source signal vanished. A single strike had felled the Srank blackened entity, raising doubts about who this man really was. The room erupted. They realized it was the tyrant, hope reigniting, who knew such a hidden powerhouse lurked in the city. Fang Yi narrowed his gaze, coolly assessing the target ahead. He noticed his enhanced flames could suppress anomalies, slowing their regeneration. He calculated that with one more breakthrough, a single blow might erase their revival entirely. For now, he had to rely on relentless combos, but their endless spawning made it messy. Suddenly, strange fluctuations stirred at the swarm's core. The lower-tier creatures seemed to receive a signal and froze in unison. Then they retreated in mass instead of attacking. The abrupt halt baffled everyone. Why had the anomalies suddenly stopped? The chairman felt a chill. Such behavior meant only one thing. He concluded they were being summoned by the Anomaly King, its descent accelerating. If outer forces withdrew, this might be a rare opening. Meanwhile, Jialin continued battling without pause. She asked how long to breach the city. The captain replied at least 30 minutes, per device estimates. She realized by then it'd be over. He admitted options were gone. The anomaly count now exceeded initial Srank projections tenfold. Even larger-scale weapons couldn't wipe them out completely. Jialin refused to accept it. If this dragged on, neighboring cities would fall, yet their forces still couldn't break the siege. The captain confirmed manpower was insufficient and was baffled that some immortal practitioners remained idle, seemingly blind to the looming spread. Suddenly, she sensed something off. Jialin ordered attention. The city's anomalies were converging toward one direction, the Anomaly King's location. Watching closely, she spotted a blazing light in the sky and suspected it was Fang Li. Someone called her name when she paused, but her gaze stayed fixed ahead. With firm resolve and a hint of hope, she simply said, "It's nothing." Then Jialin commanded full firepower logistics secure break into the city at all costs, no surrender. Meanwhile, Fang Yi surged upward through a sea of encircling flames. Jialin froze at the sight. Su Qingjing softly gasped at the scale of the inferno. Others peered through windows in excitement, recognizing that familiar power. The redate anomalies grew even more ferocious. Fang Yi shot straight upward, smashing through every obstacle in his path. He slammed a heavy strike downward, as if that was exactly what he'd planned. The gloomy sky split between swarming anomalies and his blazing light. A violent surge of firepower pierced the dense defenses ahead. Determination blazed unmistakably in his eyes. As he pressed on, he suddenly felt something shifting within. Though spiritual energy was scarce, he brushed the edge of a breakthrough. A flicker crossed his face, then he accelerated even harder. His other hand condensed a mass of darkness. The sphere expanded as if to swallow space itself, infinite shadow domain. Without hesitation, he summoned Linghua. Crimson streaks began spreading across the sky. A colossal entity manifested, which he guided to absorb energy for his breakthrough. Linghua erupted instantly, unleashing ferocious power. Massive tendrils lashed outward. Each one pierced through anomaly bodies. Simultaneously, they siphoned spiritual energy nonstop. Someone realized the target had vanished from sight. Fang Yi saw the cocoon hanging in the sky, visible, yet untouchable, like an illusion. Still, he could sense its heartbeat within. The sound boomed like ancient war drums, fierce and relentless. It stirred primal instincts, yet its unseen form meant the process wasn't complete. He demanded precise coordinates, and was told data was streaming to his device. The watch on his wrist turned red. A guiding beam shot skyward, locking onto the target. Golden light engulfed him. Diamond breathing technique activated. As he unleashed it, the entire space flared bright. The radiance spread, gradually overwhelming the anomalies. Witnesses were stunned. This wasn't mere fire, but a supreme yang force opposing darkness, a heightier counter-attribute. Shang Lu observed anomaly numbers plummeting, the siege shrinking, contamination levels dropping to unprecedented lows, astonishing everyone. Tanks rolled forward as reports confirmed the swarm had received some signal and was retreating deeper into the city. Jialin immediately urged Fang Yi to focus on striking the Anomaly King's cocoon. The captain added that the man was indeed the tyrant, awed by his extreme yang, might yet worried he faced that existence alone. She proposed advancing into the city, but was halted by abnormal signs ahead. Jialin's expression shifted, unease surfacing. Turmoil in the sky stunned all, hinting the cocoon's hatching might be accelerating. Many burned with fury upon grasping the disaster source, vowing to annihilate every anomaly. Some refused mere defense, insisting on action. The cocoon's existence equaled the city's death sentence. Elsewhere, Su Qingying tirelessly treated the wounded. She realized each heightier anomaly blocking Fang Yi represented a stolen life. Suddenly, someone seemed to grasp a crucial insight. She recalls Fang Yi summoning a flower that slurps up ambient energy like a hungry wasteland beast. Clearly, has still got that quirky power in his pocket. She suggests funneling all spiritual power into the structure the entity made and let it feast. Everyone instantly jumps on the bandwagon. The guild president is visibly stunned by the scene. He first assumes they're charging up for a direct strike, then realizes it's not nearly enough. It clicks they're feeding spiritual power to Fang Yi's summoned entity. He promptly joins in, tossing his own power into the mix. The rest, fired up, eagerly contribute as well. Energy from all directions starts converging into one dramatic focal point. Even Qingying, mid-healing, freezes at the spectacle. She realizes it's the combined strength of every immortal practitioner in the city. Without hesitation, she releases her remaining energy too. In her heart, she aims it at the enemy humanity's fiery reply. Yi Chang Zhaiwang enters an even more violent transformation. Fang Yi strikes, blasting the surrounding aberrants to bits. Wiping blood away, he hears his device warn that all outer city aberrants are swarming him. The estimate hits hundreds of thousands, across all levels including elites. He shrugs it off. Numbers don't matter if they're all doomed. He figures the enemy left the cocoon early out of fear of a direct assault. Suddenly, a grotesque arm pushes out from the cocoon. His expression hardens as he focuses completely, ready to clash. The cocoon shatters and Yi Chang Zhaiwang fully emerges at last. A bone-rattling roar erupts as it spreads its razor-filled jaws. It resembles a low-level aberrant but supersized and infinitely nastier. Below, people panic as the trembling ground makes apocalypse feel one step away. Elsewhere, Jialin watches Fang Yi in extreme tension. Qingying observes from afar, eyes locked on the battle. Yi clenches her jaw, betting all her faith on what's to come. Fang Yi declares the creature the root of the catastrophe. He speaks of the place he grew up and his bond to this life. In berserk mode, Yi Chang Zhouwang opens its maw toward him. Fang Yi's gaze stays razor-sharp and unshaken. The two opposing forces collide, and he unleashes a decisive killing blow. Power detonates, turning the sky into a blazing sea of fire. The creature screeches mockingly, unimpressed by the display. It roars, insulted to be challenged by someone beneath it. Fang Yi staggers briefly, sensing something terribly off. Yi Chang Zhuang begins absorbing all surrounding dark energy. Defending himself, he realizes it's leagues beyond normal aberrance. His full-force strike isn't enough. Even while burning from opposing power, it still tries to swallow him whole. Inside lies a highly corrosive realm thick with dark energy. He notes that anyone else would died already, and this evolution is monstrously abnormal. He wonders why the creature isn't worried about being attacked from the inside. He throws out a probing strike, just to test the waters. Standing atop the liquid surface, he keeps the firepower blazing in his hand. Even weakened by the environment, his attack still manages to hurt it nice. He summons Ling Hua, betting that as long as it works, there's hope to flip the script. He realizes the enemy dragged Ling Hua inside too, but luckily it already absorbed massive energy, including the immortal practitioner's boost. He speaks up, clearly fishing for a reaction. Unexpectedly, Ling Hua's wasteland attribute reacts to the dark energy, forcing a quick plan rewrite. No hesitation, he pierces straight through the creature from the inside. The people below can only stare up in sheer horror. No one knows what's happening, and nobody has answers. Forces begin organized evacuation, urging order to minimize chaos and casualties. Qingying watches closely, mind racing over Fang Yi's situation. Between fallen ones and aberrants leaves no time to attack the city. Evacuation must finish fast with minimal losses, all subordinates in sync. Understood? She glances upward urgently. It's too strong for a head-on clash. The sky turns chaotic, thick blackness swarming with layers of flying creatures. In the distance, the aberrant leader twists grotesquely, its voice spine-chilling. In Fang Yi's eyes, a crimson glow burns with unshakable resolve. He focuses on shielding himself from the pouring corrosive fluid. His breathing tightens as his body slowly sinks into the liquid. He looks at his shoulder, watching the wound spread and corrode inch by inch. His consciousness grows heavy, eyes straining to stay open. Inside the aberrant's body feels eerie, unfathomable, and deeply unsettling. A sharp sound suddenly slices through, snapping him back to alertness. The scene shifts before Fang Yi stands in an abandoned city, and he murmurs that this is... He instantly senses something closing in from behind. A massive blow crashes down from above at his position. He tries channeling power into his hand, but gets nothing. Radio silence. He falters. His spiritual power isn't responding. As the aberrant king's strike nears, he leaps onto a rocky outcrop to dodge. Relief flickers. His body feels like it did after completing cultivation. He realizes has been dragged into an illusion crafted by the enemy. It's trying to convince him he's back to pre-awakening days. Right then, the aberrant king launches another fierce attack. He quickly concludes the foe can't fully seize his power. His abilities remain intact. The key is breaking the interference. To escape the illusion, he must find the flaw, the very slip the enemy unknowingly revealed. The monster taunts him, "Idiot, once you're here, you'll never leave, just look." A sudden insight flashes across his mind. His lips curl slightly. Has cracked the code. The aberrant king's body begins to warp, half its face slowly taking on Fang Yi's appearance. Two massive mouths declare it's all over. This is his destiny, his so-called food chain upgrade. It mocks humanity as nothing more than evolution fuel, asking what weaklings could possibly do. Fang Yi lowers his gaze, a faint smirk forming as everything becomes clear. His tone is dripping with disdain. "Oh really? That's all you've got?" Tiny hands begin emerging around him as Fang Yi remarks it still doesn't understand. "Me. I've already lived another life because I protected the people I care about." Under blinding light, the aberrant king roars in agony. The surrounding space shifts as darkness is steadily pushed back. Fang Yi's expression changes as flames engulf him completely. Power surges. He calls out for the system to appear. Strange phenomena spiral around his body. A status panel confirms conditions met and asks whether to break through to 2-star spirit realm. Wrapped in fire, Fang Yi charges forward. "Thanks for helping me realize this. My breakthrough into the 2-star spirit realm is my turning point. Enough to overturn the situation you tried to suppress. And I am the one chosen to reclaim everything." The demon laughs mockingly at the lowly creature. 2-star spirit realm, you dare stand before me? It unleashes a jet of black energy straight at Fang Yi. "Human, you have no escape. Become my nourishment." The attack suddenly falters. Fang Yi's expression shifts slightly, a strange smile forming. The demon panics, screaming as its body starts collapsing from within. Fang Yi activates a technique, Seal Burial. 9 dragons, heavenly flame, purge evil and corruption! The demon screams. This is beyond 2-star spirit realm power. His explosion of energy shocks everyone, wiping out all aberrations. The demon's form flickers, on the verge of disintegration. The city's darkness is completely dispersed. A hollow void like a black hole is revealed. That void appears right before Fang Yi's chest. Yet his expression remains calm and unmoved. He raises his hand and invokes Infinite Dark Realm. In his mind, everything finally ends. The crowd erupts. "It's over. We survived! The city is safe! We're still alive! It's finally resolved!" Jia Lan can't hide her joy. "No need for that. We still have our own tasks. Rebuild the city. Restore life back to normal." In the control room, cheers erupt relief, disbelief, and victory all at once. Without him, defeating Wang Jianglin would have been impossible. We would all fallen with the city. Elsewhere, Qing Ying asks anxiously if they're still alive. The guild president reassures her, saying the medical center hasn't been destroyed by the aberration swarm. She nods thoughtfully, realizing without Fang Yi they'd be gone, and wonders who he really is and how he can always overturn fate itself. The president agrees headquarters will definitely react, and Qing Ying adds that his breakthrough to 2-star spirit realm means higher powers will come calling before them. She admits he has already far surpassed her expectations, with talent and power likely ranking among the strongest in the entire lower nation. The president says the blazing sky and purging flames were witnessed by all and will spark massive discussion, so they must act quickly. Qing Ying pauses in surprise. What? He replies calmly, Seal Purger, yeah, that name fits. Underground Zone 81, someone runs shouting for YY to slow down. YY panics, asking where her cousin went, while another person tells her to go home and wait. Suddenly sensing movement, she turns back. Seeing Fang Yi, Y tearfully calls out cousin. Fang Yi freezes slightly before looking over. He asks worriedly why they came looking for him, and if his body can still handle it. She insists they knew he needed them right now. She supports him as he says his fine, while he reflects it's been a long time since he was pushed this hard by the aberrant king. The finishing strike and sealing nearly drained him completely, and now the kids are worrying about him instead. YY suddenly notices something unusual about him. Shocked, she asks if he's broken through again to 2-star spirit realm, amazed at his terrifying speed, while others react in disbelief. News spreads the city savior, Seal Purger, a mysterious peak-tier powerhouse who killed the aberrant king alone. Who exactly is he? People are stunned, recalling even top forces were helpless, and suspect he may be a hidden trump card of the great Xia. Jiang Lu stares at the screen, confirming it was indeed the one who defeated the city-destroying aberrant king. For him, losing to someone like that suddenly feels almost honorable. Someone asks where Zhang Xiao is going, and he replies simply to find him and become his disciple. The other person hesitates, saying many others are likely targeting Fang Yi as well. Great Xiasu City gradually returns to its original calm. In a meeting room, someone casually asks what everyone is watching. It looks interesting. They had expected a clash between the military and the Spirit Association, but reality disappointed them. Someone suggests bringing a good weapon to meet Fang Yi. Another immediately objects, saying a chosen one like him can't be swayed by mere tools. The woman places her hand on Fang Yi's image, emphasizing his title Seal Purger. A mechanical arm suddenly tears the photo apart. The woman calmly reassures them no rush, any obstacle, no matter the level, will be eliminated. In the shadows, hidden factions grow confident and prepare for destruction. At home, a voice calls outside asking if Fang Yi is there. He gets up and opens the door, finding 2 visitors waiting. The guild president arrives with gifts, formally thanking him for preventing an class disaster from spiraling out of control on behalf of the Spirit Association. Fang Yi replies casually that it's nothing and invites them inside. He leisurely prepares tea for his guests after they enter. The president glances around, thinking a powerhouse's home is surprisingly simple and that better arrangements should be made. He then proposes officially revealing Fang Yi's title Seal Purger, asking for approval. Fang Yi shows interest. The president explains that across Great Xia, elite practitioners are emerging in every city and becoming public figures. Because the class disaster was unprecedented, they want to publicize the Seal Purger name and elevate Sioux City into a strategic hub during the era of spiritual revival. After this crisis, the city needs a central figure strong and reputable enough to lead its practitioners. Qing Ying adds that future anomalies will increase, making it impossible to remain unprepared like this time. Fang Yi repeats left unprotected, and she confirms it without him, the city would have fallen, just in different ways. YY comments she may still not grasp how harsh this post-spiritual revival world truly is. Fang Yi gently reassures her not to see everything so darkly. Fang Yi reflects that he had been focused on cultivation and hadn't paid attention to the city's broader development. Before spiritual revival, Sioux City was a key provincial city, but not among the top-tier strategic centers. The top 3 were Divine City, Heavenly City, and Commerce City, followed by Sea City, Origin City, and River City. Thus, this disaster ironically becomes an opportunity for Sioux City's rise. The president adds that cities are now ranking their practitioners. Stronger cities gain more resources, and free practitioners are beginning to join local organizations. He explains that both practitioners and ordinary people need hope and a guiding symbol, though the Spirit Association will keep the Seal Purger's identity secret to spark speculation. Fang Yi folds his arms and responds immediately. He agrees that imagination can be more dangerous than reality, has no objections, and welcomes cooperation since it benefits him and those around him. Fang Yi extends his hand forward. The handshake is quickly completed, sealing the agreement. The guild president looks satisfied and bids him a pleasant partnership. Seal Purger. With coordinated efforts from the Spirit Association and military, Sioux City rapidly recovers, rescue work stabilizes order, and the disaster ironically accelerates a new global structure. In Divine City's Spirit Association HQ, people discuss whether Seal Purger is the one who resolved the class anomaly in Sioux City. Among new recruits, he stands out as a rare chosen one with Haidir Yang attribute that completely counters darkness. Reports add that he also wields multiple rare abilities, including the widely known Heaven Flame Slash and a high-level Fire plus Lightning Berserker system named by the military. Another person interjects in disbelief there are even more unexplained details. A woman approaches and asks to see the Seal Purger information. Staff immediately oblige. She comments that more and more powerful practitioners are emerging, yet few have witnessed true top-tier strength. She adds that even she wants to see his real abilities firsthand, expecting they will meet him soon. Elsewhere in Commerce City, inside a library, Kwang Hai sits before a screen, drawing attention from those around her. A young man nervously tries to talk to her. She cuts him off coldly, saying this is a library and he is disturbing others. Rejected, he leaves with a sigh. She feels mildly irritated, thinking such dull people ignore the massive changes happening around them. In just a few days in Commerce City, everything has changed after exams. She awakened spiritual power and stepped onto a new path. She has become a Qifu Realm 4-star practitioner, a rare level few achieve. She believes this is why she survived the Sioux City disaster, unlike ordinary people who had no chance against anomalies. A memory surfaces. Someone once called her just a classmate. She frowns, realizing that person likely died in the chaos, and she once mistook a genius for a nobody. Compared to him, Seal Purger is on an entirely unreachable level. Only someone like that could stand on equal footing with her. The paper in her hand contains a notice about selling a house. Huawei excitedly suggests taking a break to look at houses today. She hesitates and asks Fang Yi if skipping cultivation is okay. He replies that balance is necessary, agreeing with the Spirit Association's suggestion that life conditions should also improve. She introduces him as Captain Su Bao, adding that their current living conditions truly need upgrading, so they've arranged time to go house hunting together. YY is excited, surprised that Captain Su has such resources, and that luxury homes are suddenly within reach. She even jokingly asks if she gets 2 houses too. Fang Yi replies calmly that it's nothing in the era of spiritual revival. Everyone understands the value of strong practitioners, and housing can't compare. She admits she's still adjusting, having once only thought small resources were enough. Suddenly, Y senses a strange odor creeping into her nose. She asks if he smells it too. Fang Yi says no. She describes it like sewage but not quite, wondering if it's a plumbing issue after so long in Sioux City. Fang Yi immediately denies that someone is tailing them. Both of them turn their gaze in the same direction. A fierce-looking man walks up, mocking Fang Yi as the Seal Purger who only realized he's in danger after entering their territory. He sneers that Fang Yi is overhyped and unimpressive, claiming Sioux City has no real talent. He orders Fang Yi to hand over everything he has. YY strikes first, but the opponent easily evades. A massive blade is raised, radiating brutal killing intent. The slash forces her into defense. She warns Fang Yi that they are also spirit realm cultivators. Fang Yi remains calm and blocks the attack with fire-based power. His gaze sharpens, clearly annoyed. He coldly remarks that trash like them dares cause trouble in public. He stands alone against the group. The attackers panic, refusing to believe it. Their leader mutters in disbelief that Fang Yi should have been incapacitated by their toxin. Fang Yi remains relaxed, even wearing sunglasses. He instantly identifies it as a paralysis drug derived from mutated wood attribute practitioners. The leader shouts that it was only a mistake, and insists they are all spirit realm cultivators who won't let him escape this time. Fang Yi dismisses them, analyzing their dark, twisted techniques with contempt. Their methods may bypass normal defenses, but they are useless against him. Another attacker sneaks up behind Y. Before he can strike, she counters, while Fang Yi stays composed. Fang Yi says he doesn't want to escalate things, but this kind of harassment is unacceptable. He removes his sunglasses, clearly irritated, calling them troublesome. Fire erupts around him, pressure flooding the area as he orders YY to step back. The overwhelming aura makes everyone freeze in place. After an explosion, only scattered screams remain. The attackers panic, shouting in terror at the terrifying flames, realizing this truly is the Seal Purger. Qingying arrives from behind, urgently telling him to stop and leave some survivors. She sighs in relief, explaining these people are under the association's special monitoring. Fang Yi asks if they intend to detain them. She nods, confirming the association has begun regulating all practitioners, especially cases like these. Fang Yi makes it clear he hates being disturbed and issues a warning next time one ends so lightly. Qing Huang shrugs it off as their luck. The association normally ignores such conflicts, even deaths. This time they were spared out of respect, and ignorance now means future consequences. Fang Yi is puzzled why they dare provoke someone officially recognized by the Spirit Artifact Association. YY asks what punishment awaits them. Qing Huang says they're repeat offenders, freedom revoked, and must work off their value under supervision. Fang Yi silently approves efficient resource recycling, not bad at all. Qing Huang sees Fang Yi as a key figure the association values, though many still act recklessly despite propaganda and weak strength. So talent must be concentrated in resources, focused. They can't let ignorant troublemakers ruin hard-won stability. She smiles and suggests moving on, offering to show them houses and cars clearly with her own plan in mind. Soon she presents 2 residences, a top-floor penthouse in the city center with great views and full convenience, and a 3-story villa with privacy and a mountain water setting, ideal for cultivation. Both are fully furnished luxury homes. Move-in-ready YY notes each has its own advantages. Fang Yi decides immediately, well, take both. She is briefly surprised, asks if that's really fine. Fang Yi says yes, trusting Qing Huang's goodwill. She agrees to report it upward. She also mentions transport options, partnered 4S dealerships. They can choose whatever they like. Outside, onlookers gossip that girl is striking looks and aura, both unusually captivating. The man beside her also seems extraordinary, plain clothes, but clearly not ordinary. Someone guesses he's buying a car for his girlfriend, while a passing girl suddenly takes a closer look. She realizes he's someone she recognizes, an acquaintance of Qing Li, who once received special treatment at school. She did expect to run into a roommate's old acquaintance here, and is even buying a car for another woman. Meanwhile, Qing Li's phone on the table vibrates. A message arrives: guess who, I just saw your ex. Has at a luxury showroom buying million-level cars, with a very eye-catching woman. Qing Li replies flatly, unconcerned, so what? She wonders inwardly if he's simply being backed by someone after his turnaround. But the gap between them was never something easy to cross. It was like that before, still is now, and will remain so once she reaches the peak. It won't even matter anymore. Arriving at the villa, Chias can't hide his excitement. We really have a villa now! Fang Yi remains calm and indifferent. Not bad. Wipe your drool. There's another one downtown if you like it. We can move there too. She rushes upstairs excitedly, saying she'll check the rooms, while Fang Yi watches her back with a helpless sigh. This kid. For once, she looks her real age instead of pretending to be mature. In his past life they never met, but this time he won't let her end in tragedy again. A phone suddenly rings, an incoming call from Jia Lan. Why is she calling now? He answers. Jia Lan congratulates him on his promotion as Captain Fang Yi and mentions the Spirit Artifact Association gifting him 2 houses. He sits back and casually replies it's actually not a bad arrangement and quite sustainable. Jia Lan tells him not to defend them. For someone like him, money doesn't matter, but practical rewards do. Soon spirit fruits from the recovery wave will ripen. Shall send him some. Fang Yi reflects that the difference between mortals and cultivators is worldview, and at his level, even elite resources from the spiritual battlefield zone barely register. Jia Lan then brings up an internal mission and asks if he's interested in joining. Fang Yi realizes this is the real reason for the call and tells her to continue. She asks if he knows Tianbao Tower in Shang City. He reacts slightly. Tianbao Tower, the biggest commercial center in Shang City. It has recently been shut down, sparking widespread rumors. Jia Lan explains there's been anomalous intrusion events causing casualties, turning it into a creepy abandoned zone. Tianbao Tower was once the city's landmark, bustling, iconic, and the face of Shang City. But repeated anomalies forced the Spirit Association of Shang City to seal it off for containment. Fang Yi steps forward and greets the group, stating he has arrived on assignment from the spiritual battlefield zone. He recalls Jia Lan's instruction to hide his identity and cultivation level for now, and decides to comply. Spiritual sense cannot detect true cultivation levels here. Everyone seems to be concealing strength. Judging from attire, the 2 people nearby likely came from the military district. One of them steps up and greets him politely, saying it's an honor. The other follows with a greeting. Fang Yi notices their aura resembles Su Qingwang's, likely members of the local Spirit Association. A woman confirms they are from the Spirit Association of Shang City, assigned to cooperate with him on this mission. Soon, the vehicle speeds off, carrying faint but unstable energy fluctuations. The driver says they'll be temporary teammates, though is still unclear about their strengths. Despite that, the car falls into heavy silence. Everyone seems socially switched off. Another woman breaks the awkward mood, suggesting they should agree on one thing: once inside, they must support each other. Fang Yi leans back by the window, sensing this team isn't simple at all, assembled from multiple sources, with Shang City's Spirit Association showing a strange mix of factions. At that moment, Jia quietly studies him with a probing gaze. He lowers his voice, asking if this is the big shot. Jia Lan mentioned Qing Neng replies she's unsure. He looks too young, almost like a student. Fang Yi stays still, ignoring all the whispers around him. After observing, they note he has no government identification ring and fully concealed aura, making his true strength impossible to read. Qing Htnu wonders if he could be the one who single-handedly suppressed a disaster in Tai City, yet he looks far too young. All the rumors triple rare attributes, a mere first-star creation realm suppressing endlessly evolving anomalies, even sealing an anomaly king and breaking through mid-fight only deepen her curiosity. Elsewhere, inside a spiritual battlefield office, Jia Lan answers a call. Tianbao Tower has gone completely out of control. The advanced team lost contact. Anomaly density has hit 12,000, with 53 confirmed casualties. She falls silent, clearly sensing the situation escalating dangerously fast. Jia Lan reassures them the team sent will handle it properly. She guarantees it. She cuts it off decisively. Mission assigned, no further questions. That's spiritual battlefield protocol. Meanwhile, inside Tianbao Tower, everything is being swallowed by violent anomalous turbulence. Fang Yi's group arrives and steps out of the vehicle. He quickly assesses the situation. It's not simple. The entity inside is on par with the previous opponent. Qing Neng points at the entrance, asking if that's bloodstains. She adds the tower is extremely tight inside despite being 40 floors high, the tallest building in Shang City, and over 2,000 people were evacuated earlier. But before lockdown, many refused to leave. Rescue teams entered but none returned. Niechi realizes the 53 casualties are only estimates. Fang Yi asks if there's any contact from inside, but the answer is no, nothing since the anomaly appeared. One survivor recounts in horror how the building looked abandoned, shrouded in thick fog, with shredded bodies falling from windows, as if something was feeding inside. Since then, the anomaly has only intensified, turning into its current state within a week. Fang Yi questions whether casualty numbers are just inferred from remains, criticizing the spirit association's rough methods. The man replies helplessly that they had no other choice. Fang Yi concludes that even if Shang City Spirit Association is sloppy in gathering intel, reality likely prevents better handling. Casualties are certainly far higher, and for ordinary people, anomalies are like sealed death traps with no escape. He decides decisively, no more delays. They go in immediately since anomalies evolve by feeding on lives. More deaths only make things worse inside. Jia Ji stops him, insisting that even if the military told them to follow him, there should at least be a clear plan. Fang Yi turns back coldly. Plan. We go in first, then figure it out. Meha objects that he isn't officially government personnel. Others add they have formal experience while he lacks proper training. At that moment, Qing Hag cuts in sharply. Enough! She sternly says the situation is urgent. Stop arguing. He was recommended by Supervisor Jia Lan, and they should know her capability. Fang Yi coldly reminds them that internal conflict is the worst thing before a mission begins. He continues those unwilling to enter can stay outside. Jia Ji quickly interrupts, telling him to wait. Inside the building, chaos spreads, with a marked vehicle standing at the center. Nih wonders aloud why the place is so strangely quiet. Then a dark, eerie aura quietly spreads toward them. Fang Yi senses it and immediately looks up. A grotesque anomalous creature suddenly appears, scaring Jia Ji into shouting. At the same time, Fang Yi's eyes flare as if ignited. He throws a punch empowered by fire attribute energy. The strike tears through space itself for a brief moment. His expression remains icy, radiating pressure that keeps others at bay. Flames surge forward, incinerating the creature's body. Jia Ji is stunned. Meha is still in disbelief. Is it already over? Qing Nenji is shocked, asking where he even drew that blade from. Fang Yi crouches and picks up a remaining fragment. He analyzes it, a fusion of bird and lizard, heavily evolved from consuming lives. Everyone's expressions change, the atmosphere turning heavy. Qing H identifies it. This is Class A. The surrounding space feels chaotic, with white mist drifting unnaturally. Jia Ji hesitates. Class A equals second star creation realm. His only first star Song Yu confirms a single hit could kill her. Someone asks if he is truly a seal banisher, and whether that blade is Tianhua 1 strike. Jia He is shocked, noting that in their impression, such a person always carries a blade. Fang Yi explains that after breakthrough, he fused spiritual energy into his blade path, making it a summonable spiritual weapon, not something unique to him. He urges them to move. Others immediately agree, relieved he is on their side. A flame ignites in his palm, spreading brilliant light. He maintains the flame as a torch, leading the way forward. After surveying the destruction, he concludes casualties likely already exceed several hundred. Fang Yi's gaze suddenly sharpens, becoming far more alert. A woman questions whether this area has already been cleaned, noting the heavy bloodstains, but no bodies. Odd, since anomalies can hunt, but not erase every trace. At that moment, disturbing noises echo through the dead silence. Song Yu abruptly turns and shouts, "Behind you!" In an instant, Fang Yi pivots and counters without hesitation. The strike splatters a grotesque liquid mass across the surroundings. Jia He panics. Another anomaly has appeared. Fang Yi scans the group and asks in a low voice if no one else notices anything wrong. Jia Ji is confused, so Fang Yi explains both anomalies so far are not weak. Yet, even with their numbers, they shouldn't have wiped out an entire rescue team without survivors. He suspects this may not even be the real Tianbao Tower they're searching for. He continues observing carefully. Along the way, there are blood traces everywhere, but the atmosphere is dominated by cold, eerie anomaly energy. No true sense of death. A theory begins forming in his mind, but it needs verification. Song Yu hesitates while Fang Yi considers whether to reveal his abilities in front of the group. She firmly agrees with him despite the horrific scene. It feels less like a place of life and more like an abandoned empty shell. Song Yu nods, saying it feels like a constructed model. Fang Yi raises his hand in agreement. Exactly. He continues if correct, this is just a shell created by the anomaly, the real space is elsewhere. Fang Yi activates his ability, unfolding the infinite dark domain. Everyone is stunned dark attribute power. The system detects an internal dark domain and asks whether to analyze. Fang Yi confirms. Status data explains the dark inner domain is a space formed by dark attributes, essentially the anomaly's nest, capable of pulling real space inside like an extreme abyss zone. To enter the true inner domain, one must find the gate it creates. Hearing this, she immediately understands to reach the real Tianbao Tower, or escape they must find that door. Moreover, people inside are affected by dark attributes, distorting perception and emotions, creating hallucinations that made windows seem like exits. That explains why those who tried escaping through windows all died. She concludes they were manipulated inside the inner domain and asks if they must now locate the door. At that moment, the system warns the dark inner domain has sensed another similar presence and is reacting. A glow spreads from Fang Yi's body as he warns it's coming. In the next instant, a black arrow shoots straight toward them. Hu stammers weakly, claiming he's been hit by dark attribute power. Mei Ha also feels her defenses fail, while Jia clutches his head in pain as if his mind is being torn apart. His pupils gradually turn a burning red. Fang Yi steps forward, raising a circular barrier that envelopes the entire group. She exhales in relief. She's okay now, so this is the dark attribute attacking them, right? Everyone is stunned. Wait, the seal banisher. Hez the one who saved them, and they still didn't realize it. Jia Ji notes that even without direct hits, the negative impact is already severe. Song Yu admires him, saying they likely wouldn't have survived without him. Fang Yi suddenly smirks. Found it. A massive burst of light erupts from him. He strikes decisively, all focus compressed into that single moment. Energy surges forward, locking onto the target. This is it. He alone stands against the anomalous force. The girl watching hesitates, unease rising in her heart. Fang Yi suddenly falls silent. A gate appears before them, leading into a pitch-black, endless corridor. He quickly ignites flames, illuminating the path ahead. Fang Yi leads the way. Follow me, keep your distance. The group immediately follows into the darkness. Mei Ha turns pale, saying she's starting to smell something. After walking a bit further, Fang Yi suddenly stops. He says the smell is from corpses and blood, specifically their own kind. A grotesque anomaly manifests in front of them. Chaotic voices echo, mine not mine, come here. Jia panics. Another class, a dark anomaly. Has it gone insane? At that moment, flames erupt in Fang Yi's hand. The creature doesn't retreat, firing sharp spines toward him. The two forces collide, shockwaves tearing through space. It roars and charges, spewing abyssal flames. Fang Yi counters instantly, blade raised to block. He presses both hands together, light exploding outward. His figure flashes past it, leaving cold slashing trails. Flames detonate violently, fully unleashing internal fire energy. Song Yu thinks the fire attribute is overwhelming. The anomalies are burned instantly, and Fang Yi hasn't even needed their help. She adds that his flames feel mixed with something else, like erupting magma. Radiant light bursts from Fang Yi's hands. He says anomalies that harm the innocent will all be buried together. It's unfortunate, they must die alongside such filth. Jia remarks that this one's word cremation truly lives up to the seal banisher name. Fang Yi turns back. Everyone must work now, find survivors and rescue them. Hell handle the anomalies. First floor is cleared. We move up. Tianbao Tower, now a dark abyssal inner domain, has fully fallen to anomalies. Level 10. After continuous slaughter and absorption, their power has surged, now reaching at least pseudonister spirit realm level, with consistent capabilities across forms. Fang Yi accelerates, rushing straight to the 15th floor. Arriving, the girl shivers. This level is even colder, and dark energy has penetrated her barrier. Suddenly, Jie freezes in horror at the scene ahead. He warns that something is still moving inside the corpses, corrupting everything it touches, telling them not to let the threads enter their bodies. The surrounding atmosphere grows heavier and suffocating, sending chills down everyone's spine. Fang Yi narrows his gaze slightly. Finally, something worth noticing. A massive monster opens its giant maw, charging straight at them. He stands still, watching the incoming spines without a hint of hesitation. Calmly, he activates his ability. A counterattack erupts, infused with dark power. A vortex of wind surges, dragging enormous compressed air masses outward. The anomaly thrashes its massive tail repeatedly to attack. Fang Yi sees through it, trying to stall and evolve. His blade drops decisively as he shouts, no chance. In that instant, overwhelming force distorts its entire form. Amid a sea of spreading flames, piercing screams echo. Fang Yi remarks coldly, barely worth my attention. I thought you might reach 3-star spirit realm, and at least give me some trouble. Suddenly, Jie notices something unusual. He shouts in shock, someone. Fang Yi responds, a survivor. From behind the door, a trembling person steps out. Are you awakened? The person opens the door wider. We still have 5 survivors inside. Fang Yi scans the room. It resembles a sealed storage chamber for important items, and the survivors are visibly panicked. He reassures them it's fine. We're here to rescue you. JH steps forward. We're from the Shang City Spirit Association. The monsters outside are already eliminated. You're safe now. Come out. The survivor stammers in disbelief. You mean? He is shocked all those terrifying monsters were taken down in a single strike. Outside Tianbao Tower, hope begins to rise as people sense Fang Yi's spiritual fire on each floor. Even without full contact, faint fluctuations are detected. The latest signal comes from the 40th floor. What? The 40th floor already? 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Fang Yi has cleared the entire tower in under 10 minutes, shaking the entire awakened community of Shang City. Then another report comes: a Class S anomaly has appeared at the top floor. Fang Yi's gaze darkens. So you're the one in charge here. Before him stands the so-called anomaly King Bone Core. Power erupts as Fang Yi charges directly at it. He quickly analyzes it. Although it takes the form of Bone Core, the surrounding creatures are parasites, part of its body, and not to be underestimated. Fang Yi unleashes a rapid chain of attacks. His eyes reflect unwavering determination. A blade of light slices through its body almost effortlessly. Yet the creature remains completely unharmed. The group panics. Even the Seal Banisher can't handle it. We're done for! Should we fight? What can we even do against that thing? Fang Yi clicks his tongue in annoyance. This act is getting old. He summons Divine Thunder, merging multiple powers. Bone Core retaliates, unleashing disturbing, grating noises. Fang Yi snaps, "Shut up, you're too loud." A massive burst of light erupts, sweeping across the entire space. He continues coldly, still resisting. If you go down too easily, you don't deserve the title of king here. Even if Tianbao Tower is turned into fuel, your strength is still nothing against a natural disaster. Better let you taste helplessness while waiting for the end. Mei He retracts her earlier words, admitting total overwhelm. Jia, he adds, it's terrifying. He's literally toying with the king of anomalies. This king of anomalies, of all beings, why is he in Tai Shi? If he were ours, that'd be perfect. Song Yu observes that every slash is perfectly calculated, left to right, outside to inside, flawless balance with zero deviation. From start to finish, he never once targeted the bone bird's skull. Not only was there no threat, it never even got a chance to resist. The gap in power is too vast, is already beyond the level of a king of anomalies. Facing him, the bone bird keeps emitting its piercing screeches nonstop. Fang Yi glances coldly, still trying to regenerate. Do you think I'm playing around? Immediately after, dense heavenly thunder blankets the sky. The bone bird continues resisting through its sonic attacks. The space above turns a deep oppressive crimson. Lightning rips through the blood-tinted sky like it's tearing reality itself. With time, the terrifying scene fades away, the sky returns to normal, and everyone stares in stunned silence. It's over. The king of anomalies' energy is gone. Unbelievable. What level is that man? He's completely different from the immortal walker of Shang-Chi. Is this the gap between peaks? Only now do we realize there's always a higher peak above the peak. Someone recalls the Shrank anomaly invasion of Tai Shi, named Hell King Sacrificial Ground. It nearly triggered a disaster-level outbreak. Before being sealed, details remain top secret, and no one could replicate that containment method. Fang Yi states calmly the bone bird has been eliminated. The dark space collapses, and they can now reconnect with the outside world and report the situation. Song Yu immediately reports, "Hello, this is Song Yu. The Tianbao Tower incident has been resolved, and all anomalies have been handled. No, we must emphasize that it was thanks to the Seal Barrier team that we completed the mission. We hope the Lingxi Shangxi Association will cooperate, and please pass on our gratitude to Tai Shi and the Seal Barrier." The Shangxi captain, who was just appointed today. What is he doing here, showing up only after the mission is already over? Knowing Tai Shi's Seal Barrier had arrived, they tried to stop him earlier, but it was useless against an immortal walker. That confident advice meant nothing. What is going on with you people? This mission was assigned to the military district, and Tai Shi's captain was personally invited by the spiritual command zone. We will take full responsibility for him. Now you want to take him away. The Lingxi Shangxi Association is acting with unclear intent. This is an insult to military authority. The Seal Barrier title is a core designation, jointly recommended by the Spiritual War Zone, and the Tai Shiling Shangxi Association. Any interference with them means bearing the consequences alone. At that moment, Fang Yi steps forward, walking outward with firm strides. His gaze slightly retracts, revealing a trace of concealed irritation. Fang Yi murmurs lightly, "Pretty fast already here." A man rushes over. Shang-Shi Captain Yu Fengjiang. "You're the Seal Barrier from Tai Shi." Fang Yi replies calmly, "Yeah, so what?" Internally, he notes it's his first time meeting a wind attribute ascendant walker, arrogant, but hiding his power likely only at the creation spirit realm. Feng Jiang quietly moves his arm behind his back, secretly gathering spiritual energy. The two forces collide head-on, tearing the surroundings into chaotic turbulence. With just a single move, Fang Yi sends Feng Jiang staggering backward. Feng Jiang thinks this shield barrier is just a reckless brat, perfect, a tool to build Yu Shi's authority. He then speaks politely but pointedly thanks for handling Tianbao Tower for Shang-Chi. But as Tai Shi's captain, your arrival here is a bit out of bounds. Do you even understand hierarchy? Fang Yi fires back. When I came, Shang-Chi had no captain yet, and I was invited by the military district to handle anomalies, so what exactly are you trying to settle with me? Feng Jiang smooths things over, saying young people get emotional. He means no harm and respects talented individuals like Fang Yi. but his real intention is to use Fang Yi as a convenient weapon. A heavy, suffocating pressure spreads from him, cutting off all retreat otherwise. Don't even think about leaving Shang-Chi. Fang Yi's expression darkens, a cold chill settling in. He calmly closes his eyes and says, "Borrow me," which only makes Feng Jiang grit his teeth in rage. The next moment, Fang Yi erupts with violent firepower, striking directly at Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang's body stiffens instantly, completely losing mobility. Fang Yi releases killing intent. "I'll lend your whole family my attention." His sword swings down, splitting the ground with a massive tearing fissure. Feng Jiang dodges aside, smirking. Good, interesting. Song Yu rushes over. Panic communications are disrupted mid-fight. Report to military command. Evacuate survivors immediately. Everyone contact their superiors. The opponent warns you've got 10 minutes, or you'll lose a captain. Someone stammers in shock. What do you mean? Lin Ying cuts him off before he can continue. I understand. The three quickly retreat. Mei He complains that Yu Feng Jiang, newly appointed, already stirred trouble and tells him to call reinforcements. Someone adds Shang. She ranks third globally in strength. Could this really go wrong? Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi's gaze sharpens further, his words sounding like Feng Jiang's fate now depends purely on luck. Feng Jiang laughs. Not bad temper. You want to kill me? Then show me everything you've got. In an instant, Fang Yi appears behind him as if space itself has been crossed. Feng Jiang immediately senses the shift and glances back. A crushing attack from Fang Yi slams in without warning. Feng Jiang is forced back repeatedly, shock rising in his mind as he cannot grasp what just hit him. An extreme, pure yang energy erupts violently, even making him feel an inexplicable unease. He steadies himself in place, his entire body engulfed in blazing, radiant firelight. 100 abilities. Then you probably won't last 10 minutes. A faint smile curls at the corner of Feng Jiang's lips. He quickly recognizes the weapon's origin. It's a new type of armament secretly developed by the Spiritual Association. Fang Yi stays silent, his expression sinking without reply. Feng Jiang continues. Spiritual weapons carry terrifying elemental power once forged. A single strike could split mountains and sever seas. They really succeeded in developing them, and even handed one to this kid. To him, this trip suddenly becomes worthwhile. The target in front of him is clearly something he must take. Kid with only 2-star creation spirit realm strength, know your place and hand it over or I'll just kill you and take the blade. Still not enough. Did I tell you to show 100 of your 2-star power? At Tai Shisling Association, the chairman slams the table upon hearing that two captains have clashed directly. So Qinjing questions, wasn't the Seal Barrier invited by the Spiritual War Zone to help Shang-Chi? What is Shang-Chi's leader thinking? The chairman replies, this is no small matter. It involves 2 city-level associations, and even the Spiritual War Zone must intervene. Xiao Jin rushes in, lowering his voice to report, causing the chairman's expression to change in shock. Contact with Shang-Chi is established, but the response makes the atmosphere heavy. Though there is still a brief window to turn things around. Shang-Chi's stance is firm. Their captain is fully capable of defending the city's honor, which enrages the chairman, who feels they are being underestimated. In his eyes, those who have never faced and shrank anomaly are treating everything far too lightly. So Qinjing asks if it's just confidence. What level is that person? Xiao Jin replies he has just broken into 3-star creation spirit realm from a major Shang-Chi family backed with full cultivation resources. This information leaves her briefly stunned. The chairman sternly emphasizes that a Seal Barrier's strength cannot be measured by conventional ranks. Their true power is beyond appearances, and only those who've survived life-and-death trials understand the title. Shang-Chi's captain is likely doomed to lose. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi unleashes a heavy punch filled with overwhelming force, and a grim outcome begins to take shape. Feng Jiang takes the hit squarely to the face, blood spilling from his mouth. His mind spirals in confusion. He cannot understand why his technique fails to break through the flame barrier. The spiritual energy he releases dissipates instantly as if it never existed. He starts suspecting the opponent possesses a power that completely nullifies attacks. Suddenly, Fang Yi's voice rings out, signaling something's arrived, shocking Feng Jiang. The Ling Association building appears right before them. This fight has been pushed all the way here. Fang Yi smiles dangerously. Out of respect for Tai Shi and the military district, he was still willing to give them one last chance. As he finishes speaking, he drives a direct kick toward the opponent's face. But it seems someone prefers hiding like a turtle. I guess I'll just make things clear. Feng Jiang's body is covered in injuries, his teeth clenched tightly. Below, chaos erupts. Waves of discussion explode as no one understands what is happening in the distance. The air suddenly turns unusually stifling, temperature spiking as everyone realizes a battle is underway. The flames trigger memories of past reports, making the crowd begin to believe the rumors were not fabricated. Fang Yi says from the other side, you still have 5 minutes, didn't you say you wanted me to use 100 power? At this point, Feng Jiang is almost out of words. The attack continues to press down, his voice carrying dominance. Already at this level, and you still can't hold. Doubt arises in his mind. Could this still not be full strength? That contradicts his assessment of the opponent's realm. A crushing pressure from all directions leaves Feng Jiang almost no space to defend. A finishing strike slams directly into his body. Inside the surveillance and intelligence room of the Ling Association headquarters in Shenxi, the alert system blares, detecting a massive energy source within Haxia territory located at the Shangxi Ling Association building, with readings still rising. Fu Mei adjusts her glasses, judging the energy is not of dark origin, while Erlang expresses doubt about the situation in Shangxi. An emergency report confirms it is not an anomaly, but a clash between two captains, shocking everyone present. Fury erupts. Instantly, orders are issued demanding Shangxi stop immediately or face disciplinary action at the highest level. The command is received and forces are mobilized, confirming this is a major incident across the entire Ling Association. From outside the door, Gu Wuru steps in and volunteers to take the mission. Inside the building, a child innocently points at the sky, mistaking the scene for a meteor shower. The mother panics and drags the child away, not daring to let him watch further. The father hurriedly decides to leave Shangxi, believing Shenxi is safer, filled with doubt about the unfolding chaos. The child trembles, clinging to the adult as soothing words are quickly spoken before the family rushes away. 1 minute earlier, Feng Zhang had already been forced to face a devastating strike head-on. Seal barrier, stop now or Yu Shi will not let you off, and neither will Shangxi Ling Association. In the opposite building, the crowd buzzes nonstop, stunned by the seal barrier's boldness and urging immediate reinforcements. Captain of Tai Shi Seal Barrier, please immediately stop your aggressive actions near Shangxi Ling Association? Shen Dao is our captain. If you touch him, you are provoking our entire Shangxi Ling Association. We will show absolutely no mercy for this behavior. Prepare to face the consequences. Fang Yi's tone drops colder as he looks at Shangxi's response. Their decision to leave the Tai Shi support unmoved leads him to suspect they trust their captain's strength to overwhelm everything without intervention. Flames surge violently, charging straight toward the building ahead. People inside panic and retreat in complete disorder. Fang Yi's gaze sweeps over Feng Jiang, his tone evaluative. This opponent clearly misjudged his strength while trying to seize his weapon. Feng Jiang can no longer stay calm, his breathing ragged and words stuck in his throat. The blade is thrown straight forward, carrying an obvious intent of testing. Feng Jiang bursts into loud laughter, confident as if victory is already in his grasp. In his mind, Shangxi Ling Association is incompetent for letting such a superior weapon fall into another's hands, and only he is worthy of possessing it. Fang Yi falls briefly into thought, unable to comprehend the mentality of those who use strength to seize everything. To him, people like that are becoming no different from anomalies themselves, and their growing tolerance by society is a threat to humanity. His intent to end it decisively becomes clear, his gaze turning unwavering. A thunderous explosion echoes midair, condensing into a massive fireball. He states plainly that the weapon was not created by the Ling Association, it was made by him alone, and belongs only to him. Chaos erupts below as the crowd flees in panic, screaming and fearing for Captain Shen Dao's fate. Some refuse to believe it, insisting that the gap in realm should have given Yu Feng Jiang the advantage. Wang Zhong, the person in charge of Shangxi Ling Association, witnesses everything firsthand, his mind racing with assessments of Yu Feng Jiang's strength and potential, long regarded as a top talent of the city. Yet the outcome is completely reversed. Seal Barrier has exceeded all standard evaluations of a captain-level combatant. The displayed power is capable of large-scale destruction, far beyond imagination. The crowd sinks into fear, unsure what to do, some even begging the attacker to stop. A helicopter rapidly approaches from above. The aircraft reports an extremely pure and powerful yang energy source, noting the flames are beginning to weaken. Standing at the cabin door, Gu Wuru concludes they are already a step too late. She clearly senses the overwhelming power enough to seriously damage an entire major city. Her hands close before her chest as she channels spiritual energy. The gathered energy disperses into multiple streams, falling toward the ground. In her judgment, the opponent is clearly holding back. Below, Wang Zhong rejoices upon realizing reinforcements from headquarters have arrived. Sensing the movement, Fang Yi looks upward. He quickly identifies the water-attributed energy pure, powerful, and far above Yu Feng Jiang, ranking among the strongest he has encountered. Gu Wuru also analyzes swiftly the opponent's fire attribute. Spiritual energy is extremely high-grade, dominating, violent, mixed with yang force and heavenly flame. With something even she cannot yet fully perceive, she further confirms her suspicion this man is capable of city-scale destruction, and if he does not restrain his flames, even she may not be able to fully neutralize the residual force. Her gaze lands on the blade, its ancient design catching her attention. The purity and internal harmony of its spiritual energy far exceed her understanding of Tai Shi's spiritual weapon crafting standards. She reaches a single conclusion: the weapon was created by the man before her. Wang Zhong points forward, his tone filled with indignation, claiming Seal Barrier has crossed the line and demanding an explanation to headquarters. Fang Yi replies coldly, I gave you 10 minutes, and after you received the news, you gave me nothing in return. His words put the other party in a tight spot, forcing them toward an unspoken admission they cannot avoid. He continues, next time you dare talk to me like that, I'll kill all of you. Then he turns and you. Gu Wuru descends and calls out from behind. Fang Yi only glances back briefly, offering no reply. In Wang Zhong's mind, headquarters must consider public impact. If a captain's death is handled casually, it would shock the entire system. The fallout would make controlling other branches difficult, and at that moment Gu Wuru begins introducing her identity. Wang Zhong remains deep in thought, believing headquarters intervention is inevitable given the current damage. Gu Wuru steps forward, confirming she is from the Ling Association headquarters. The scene makes him tremble, realizing the headquarters representative's attitude is far beyond his expectations. The exchange clearly shows a stance of calming tensions and avoiding conflict with the sealed barrier, while handling Shang-Chi separately. Those around cannot help questioning the outcome despite a captain's death. Responsibility seems softened, and headquarters handling feels unusual. Fang Yi watches them, unconcerned by their dissatisfaction, viewing it simply as the result of their earlier choices. To him, their failure to intervene in time exposed their arrogance and overconfidence. Gu Wuru steps forward, directly demanding the person responsible be identified, causing someone to step out trembling. She sets a strict deadline to control public opinion and stabilize the situation, forcing immediate action. Her tone hardens further, even suggesting full replacement if requirements are not met. The final warning is clear: all consequences will be borne by them if they fail to comply. Fang Yi looks at her, slightly surprised that headquarters is even considering removing all Shang-Chi personnel, a move outside his expectations. The decision is clearly meant as a firm warning. Gu Wuru gently waves her hand, asking if this is sufficient for his acceptance and stating such incidents will no longer be tolerated. She says anyone who challenges him is challenging the entire headquarters. He coldly replies he doesn't care how they handle others, only why she mentions suppressing public opinion. Gu Wuru remains calm. Are you questioning whether Shang-Chi and Tai Shi can still control public perception regarding spiritual energy recovery? She explains that anomalies and disasters are now frequent, and many already suspect the truth, but it is not publicly revealed because the timing is not right. In her analysis, disclosure now would collapse the existing order, causing internal chaos before the foundation is stable. She recalls past crises, showing that without key stabilizing forces, society would have already fallen into uncontrollable upheaval. Hearing this, Fang Yi grows quiet, gradually understanding their choice to accept partial chaos control rather than let the entire system collapse. He realizes that maintaining the illusion of stability requires frontline figures to bear the burden and directly face danger away from the masses. This also explains why some act impatiently and how Haxia manages the situation, controlling conflict while gradually guiding societal transition. However, all of it only works with coordination from individuals possessing extraordinary power. Fang Yi murmurs, sensing the delay phase is quietly nearing its end. Standing before her, he assesses his own strength and understands it is still insufficient for the larger upheavals ahead. Gu Wuru offers to arrange transport back for him, while hesitantly making a personal request. In her view, the man before her not only possesses overwhelming power, but also the potential to shoulder great responsibility, leaving her quietly impressed. Curiosity rises in Fang Yi, prompting him to respond and indicate he is willing to listen. Under his surprised gaze, Gu Wuru extends her hand. I speak as Gu Wuru, not as an agent of Apocalypse. I want to befriend you. Is that acceptable? Meanwhile, within the spiritual war zone, someone reports everything happened like this. After hearing it, Gilan slams the table in fury. Absurd! Shang-Chi's Ling Association is this incompetent? The atmosphere turns tense as assessments conclude that if this continues, Shang-Chi's defenses will collapse, and takeover by headquarters is only a matter of time. Arms crossed, someone sneers the Ling Association headquarters still trustworthy, and that so-called Apocalypse barrier might even try to poach talent. Should we issue a statement too? Gu Wuru coldly calculates, of course. Compensation for the barrier must not be low, at least not below headquarters standards. Shang-Chi will also double his original reward. Another voice closes his eyes. I must admit, his strength and character are impressive, decisive, calculating risks and rewards. That's exactly what a city leader needs. In his judgment, such treatment is only fitting for someone of that value. She thinks if I didn't know you truly admire him, I'd think you were deliberately making things difficult for him. He continues, risk and opportunity coexist. Only he is worthy of training there. And don't forget, our war zone also has a genius in closed cultivation. In that vision, even greater threats will emerge, enough to shake humanity's foundations. Only rapid growth of the barrier can allow entry into those uncharted dark zones. Jialan agrees, you're right. Perhaps our restricted training zone is too simple for him. The atmosphere is suddenly cut by an urgent voice from outside. News arrives. Elder Wu has awakened and requested to meet immediately. Several hours later, the scene shifts back to Tai Shi. In a room, Fang Yi sits alone in silence, thoughts drifting quietly. A notification rings confirming a large sum of funds has just been transferred into his account. The door opens and a gentle visitor steps in, worriedly bringing up what happened at Shang-Chi. He cuts in casually, nothing serious. Don't overthink it. The Pioneer Forum's rumors about him beating the Shang-Chi captain are wildly exaggerated, almost cinematic nonsense. He taps her forehead lightly, a reminder to focus on cultivation instead of gossip. He stands up, ready to continue his cultivation. She calls after him, you just broke through not long ago, are you already going for 3-star spirit formation? He chuckles self-deprecatingly, not so sure about that. She feels an inexplicable unease, like he's hiding something important. He sits quietly inside the cultivation room. In his mind, a missing piece about that strange power still hasn't clicked. His goal becomes clearer: fuse it into his existing system and squeeze out every drop of energy. The system echoes, do you wish to embed the dark attribute into the endless dark realm? Yes! After fusion, the dark attribute evolves to a higher tier. In his mind, active combat mode. Like turning those anomalies into obedient soldiers under his command. A massive projection appears above Fang Yi's building, along with the system interface. System check requirements met. Breakthrough to 3-star spirit formation realm. The crowd freezes. What is that? A projection. An immortal descended. Is that the savior who wiped out the anomalies before? A blazing ring of light suddenly spreads across the sky. Fang Yi stands midair, silently scanning everything below. He realizes the subjugated anomalies are like loyal ranks, boosting his dark realm's power. The surrounding space grows heavy, soaked in an eerie, oppressive darkness. Status panel appears. Boundless dark domain successfully upgraded. New ability unlocked. New skill announced. Anomaly combat operations. Fang Yi calmly says, looks like another member joined our big dark realm family. He adds casually, their pure energy helps his evolution, so behave and work well. He won't mistreat them probably. He plans to fully exploit the new dark realm ability while continuing to accumulate spiritual energy. In a distant corner of the city, a strange beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Fang Yi completes his breakthrough to 3-star spirit formation realm, sensing all absorbed techniques merging and purifying his power. Thanks to the Dark Realm upgrade, controlling dark attributes now flows smoothly like water. He lands on the ground, golden dust drifting softly with each step. He mutters that everything else still needs real-world experimentation. In the spiritual war zone, Jia Lan size has leveled up again, absurdly fast. How long since he picked the 7 withering flower and saved my life? Shiz asked. Half a month, comes the reply. Jia Lan falls silent, just over 10 days, and Fang Yi has already reached a height others might chase for a lifetime. The Elder is shocked that a newly advanced spirit formation cultivator can already suppress dark tide energy and harvest 7 withering flowers, saving him, her, and countless Shagu cultivators, something neither of them could achieve against dark attributes. In just a short time, Fang Yi eliminated 2 city-level anomaly kings, crushed disasters, erased hidden threats, and kept breaking through realms, all in barely over 10 days, making him a terrifyingly awaited genius. Ling Shi Tai Shi Qinjing rejoices. Fang Yi's residence is confirmed. He has leveled up again. The energy fluctuation triggered by Fang Zhangzhu is even greater than when an anomaly king descended. She immediately orders emergency plan level 1 deployment to ensure Fang Yi's breakthrough is not disturbed from outside interference. Confidence appears on her face after Tai Shi survived the hell-level anomaly calamity. Citizens are less panicked by such phenomena. Fang Yi's name and aura already give them a strange sense of safety. To those who mocked him in Shang-Chi, the truth will be shown. Fang Zhangzhu's strength. He once solved the Tianbao disaster alone, nearly equal to Tai Shi's anomaly crisis, and swiftly handled dissenters. The Shang-Chi captain was utterly crushed by Fang Zhangzhu, dragged around helplessly before being erased in an instant, his final contribution being a warning sign for all troublemakers. Inside Shang-Chi's Chuquanli department, daily operations continue as usual. Qingli reflects silently. Cultivation is far harder than expected. Even after awakening, she is still far from the 2-star ghost mansion realm. Unsure where the bottleneck lies, perhaps Fang Zhangzhu holds the answer. The surrounding cultivators disappoint her, offering little useful information and mostly avoiding her questions. After thinking it through, Qingli concludes she may fail to connect with Fang Zhang, just simply because she has never met him. She briefly wishes to meet him. Others dismiss her for only being at Ghost Mansion Realm, but she believes face-to-face reality would shut them up. Is her condition really that inadequate in this restored spiritual era? Based on rumors, Shang-Chi has already clashed with Fang Zhang. Just staying here is no longer viable. Returning to Tai Shi becomes urgent. She quickly packs her belongings without hesitation. Determined, she vows that whether in the present or after full spiritual recovery, her future must be controlled by her own hands. Inside the room, she asks, did you successfully break through? Fang Yi replies calmly, yeah, I'm fine. Just smoother spiritual flow and higher efficiency, nothing dramatic yet. He speculates that real transformation will only appear once he reaches the Diamond Realm. She smiles and lifts her phone, saying Sister Jia Lan invited them to Tianhai Forest, where a new disturbance has appeared. He replies lightly. He says he also received the invite. Likely the Spirit Warfare Zone wants to make up for the Shang-Chi incident. Since Shi's invited too, they should go together. She gets excited instantly. Tianhai Forest lies on the border within the Spirit Warfare Zone's jurisdiction. Once ordinary, it has recently mutated with strange lifeforms and a spiritual density above 60, making it both a cultivation paradise and a dangerous anomaly zone under military control. In the Spirit Warfare Zone, Qingzhang greets them Tianhai Forest again, Fang Zhangju from Taishi. She asks if he remembers her. Fang Yi calmly replies and asks why she is here. She explains she is guarding the restricted zone and was assigned by Commander Jia Lan to receive them and relay information. Before their arrival, a strange phenomenon appeared, a mutated flame, not of dark origin, icy and eerie, impossible to extinguish yet not fully burning. Fang Yi is surprised by this unknown fire mutation. Qing Xiang confirms it and offers to accompany them, but he declines and asks Yi's opinion. Yi also refuses politely, so Qing Xiang agrees to stay behind and reminds them to be careful. Qing Xiang suddenly notices Yi's presence, young but steady, with strong spiritual energy and even higher talent than expected. She wonders what experiences could produce two such exceptional cultivators. Soon, footsteps echo as they enter deeper into the cave. Fang Yi scans the area and confirms their location. He senses a destructive, freezing aura comparable to the Dark Tide Yi. Yi adds that the flame will likely spread since it cannot be extinguished. Fang Yi activates Yang breathing technique and tells Yi to stay behind. The flames erupt and engulf him. He analyzes quickly the fire devours spiritual energy, but is still fundamentally fire in nature. Against higher-level Yang energy, it struggles to resist. He identifies the source ahead, warns Yi to use wood-type protection, and she agrees to stay cautious. Fang Yi grows focused and draws his sword. He unleashes a powerful slash that tears through space. A faint beam of light then shines toward them. Yi warns that death aura is intensifying. The surrounding space begins to show abnormal fluctuations. She murmurs that something seems to have fallen just now. He replies, "It was molten lava." Fang Yi's gaze sharpens. Instantly, it's here. The system interface activates, detecting a major TNDB world shift. Initial analysis points to a mutated Earthfire attribute. The system begins automatically collecting data and compiling it. It confirms acquisition of an Earthfire technique, the Underworld God Domain, which can suppress surrounding attributes and amplify Yang energy based on suppression strength. Fang Yi assesses it. This flame resembles wasteland attributes, highly unique, focused on cultivation and boosting Yang power. A new notification appears. Death Steel Seal acquired. Warning, highly special attribute. Implantation requires caution. Fang Yi freezes slightly. What is this? The system explains infinite death authority. After killing others, a Death Steel Seal is left behind, triggering effects like Yellow Springs fire that burns endlessly. It also includes Death Ice Tower corruption and Hell Gate summoning cursed structures that collapse the target's body and drag souls to burial by hell spirits. Fang Yi quickly evaluates extremely powerful, but too dangerous and costly for his current use, especially due to lethal side effects. He instructs the system to retain the Death Steel Seal ability, but not to learn or implant it for now. Yi stands at a higher point, observing everything below. She feels uneasy. Fang Yi has just absorbed another hell-like flame, meaning his power set is becoming even more complex. Thinking about his growing arsenal of abilities, she is stunned by how absurdly versatile he has become. Fang Yi reminds her not to lose focus. There is still something else ahead. Yi immediately refocuses, eyes sharp and alert. A massive figure slowly appears. She blurts out, "Is that a dragon?" Fang Yi denies it flatly. "No. It's just a mutated monitor lizard. At best, a slightly oversized four-legged worm. Perfect, just right to test my new underworld fire domain." The monster opens its jaws and unleashes a massive blaze. Fang Yi remains completely unfazed, his killing intent only intensifying. Human power and beast flame collide head-on. The ground immediately fractures under the overwhelming pressure. A red shockwave expands outward, trying to swallow everything. A deafening explosion erupts, sweeping away all surrounding matter. Qing Xiang raises her hand to shield herself, urgently calling for reinforcements. Report comes in: a new class mutated lifeform detected in Tianhai Forest, spiritual density 1000, anomaly level unmeasurable. Jia Lan is shocked. Just as Fang Zhangji entered, the forest changed drastically. Despite trusting him, he decides to head there personally. Everyone immediately sets off together, responding in unison with yes. After moving for a while, they are startled by a bright light ahead. Someone recognizes it as Elder Wu and Commander Jia Lan. Elder Wu has officially returned, and the order is given for everyone to follow. The massive light continues to tear through the ground along its path. Elder Wu appears in peak condition, ready for battle at any moment. Qing Xiang senses his terrifying speed and thinks of the Diamond Realm. Unlike Fang Zhangji's explosive presence, Wu Lao feels deep and unfathomable, intimidating with even the slightest movement. In an instant, he locates the target and arrives. His movement skill is extremely advanced. Standing at the cave entrance, he states the enemy is inside. He releases power, clearing all obstacles ahead. With a wave of his hand, space itself seems to split apart. Following the command, everyone enters the cave. Inside, Yi hears heavy coughing sounds. She immediately worries and asks if he is okay. Fang Yi's voice echoes from the darkness. He is fine. But it seems someone is coming for them. At that moment, a figure flashes in at extreme speed. In an instant, Elder Wu appears before Fang Yi. Fang Yi lowers his gaze, a cold glint passing through him. Elder Wu speaks, asking if he is the Fang Zhangzhou who saved his life. Outside, Jia Lan cannot hide his concern and calls out to Elder Wu. Elder Wu falls into deep thought as many considerations arise. He asks Fang Yi directly if he truly reached this level on his own. He examines the mutated monitor lizard corpse, almost a perfected half-dragon, that could reach Diamond Realm, yet it was killed in a single strike with clean, precise energy. He suddenly notices something strange. Fang Yi emits, an aura similar to the half-dragon's netherfire, but purer and stronger, forming a new suspicion in his mind. Qing Shang descends, curiously asking if he really handled it all so cleanly. Jia Lan analyzes that once the creature evolved, it would rival the Diamond Realm. Without Fang Yi, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fang Yi speaks casually. Elder Wu laughs heartily, saying having such a powerful junior makes him feel like he can retire peacefully. Elder Wu requests Fang Yi to keep the half-dragon incident secret, even from the Spirit Association. Fang Yi reflects Tianhai Forest is not just a training zone, but a highly unstable spiritual nexus, possibly containing dangers beyond even dark tide anomalies. He understands the intention this is to avoid pressure on the Spirit Association and agrees without issue. Fang Yi deduces that the absorbed underworld fire devours and transforms energy like the legendary Taodi, helping the monitor lizard evolve into a half-dragon, implying traces of such a ferocious beast may exist deep within Tianhai Forest. He realizes that if mere spiritual revival already causes widespread mutation, then anything related to Taodi would be unimaginably dangerous, explaining why the area is tightly guarded. Elder Wu raises his hand in approval, acknowledging Fang Yi's understanding and expressing thanks. Fang Yi replies calmly that this is the sensible approach. No one wants high-level anomalies to emerge prematurely or create unnecessary pressure. Outside the forest, streams of pale mist begin to gather. Fang Yi immediately senses something unusual in the incoming energy. Yi feels a rare sense of comfort from the mist-like aura. Jia Lan, however, becomes tense, recognizing a familiar spiritual signature and growing serious. He speculates, could someone have already crossed the diamond threshold and come out of seclusion? A young man with a refined appearance emerges. In the night, his footsteps lightly but rapidly crunch across fallen leaves. He is Bai Su, a wood attribute cultivator from the Spirit Warfare Zone. The surrounding cultivators recognize him and rejoice Bai Su has broken through, giving the zone its first new diamond-level candidate. Fang Yi observes him carefully, sensing that his spiritual energy is still unstable. Bai Su smiles and greets everyone, announcing his emergence from seclusion. His gaze shifts and lands on Fang Yi. He hesitates briefly and asks who Fang Yi is. Elder Wu introduces him as Fang Zhangzhou, a key Taishi captain who saved lives and handled major crises. Bai Su also explains he has only reached half-step Diamond Realm, not fully advanced yet. Fang Yi responds politely, introducing himself as Fang Zhangzhou, captain of Taishi. He analyzes Bai Su internally. His body is smooth and harmonious, lacking oppressive pressure, with faint diamond signs, but not a large gap from his own current state, proof that breaking through this realm is truly difficult. Bai Su is curious about the title. Elder Wu explains Fang Yi's role and achievements, emphasizing his importance and urging respect. Bai Su learns Fang Yi's rapid rise and multiple crises solved while he was in seclusion, while Elder Wu notes Fang Yi's comparable talent and explains his lack of outside information due to staying in Tianhai Forest. Elder Wu concludes more gravely, human cultivation absorbs spiritual energy against natural order, making their growth inherently slower than other life forms on Blue Star. Elder Wu continues analyzing that evolution divides all life into 5 power tiers, yet even the highest Diamond Realm experts can be counted on one hand, with only rare unknown exceptions possibly existing. He adds such cases are nearly non-existent with no precedent for further advancement, while Fang Yi remains calm and unreadable. Over time, denser spiritual energy makes cultivation easier, but the diamond threshold remains extremely dangerous, with many dying trying to cross it. He clenches his fist, explaining that reaching that realm fundamentally reconstructs the body, approaching a legendary transcendental state with vastly improved energy compatibility. He relaxes, satisfied that Bai Su reached half-step diamond without internal conflict, even stabilizing and assisting others. Bai Su acknowledges Fang Yi as formidable. A brief pause. Bai Su then speaks up, saying Fang Yi's earlier energy fluctuations helped him break through, and requests a spar to test his strength. The two face each other as tension rises. Bai Su remains polite but clearly eager, and Fang Yi senses a peer-like opponent. Fang Yi's spiritual energy rises as he laughs lightly, agreeing. They prepare to fight while Elder Wu mediates and orders restraint. Others retreat to avoid the impact zone. Their gazes sharpen simultaneously, spiritual energy reflecting in their eyes. A deep, dull explosion echoes through the forest, shaking the surroundings. Onlookers are stunned. Two geniuses, freshly emerged Bai Su and Taishi's captain Fang Yi, are clashing immediately. Some speculate it is an unpredictable battle between a rising star and the Spirit Warfare Zone's pride. Bai Su closes his hands as faint green light spreads outward. The ground responds, countless vines and trees erupt as his wood ability manipulates and accelerates plant life for combat. Fang Yi presses a hand down, blue light flickering as he recognizes Bai Su's advanced control over battlefield vegetation. Fang Yi moves too fast to track, cutting incoming vines, while Bai Su's plant strikes remain unpredictable and lethal. He keeps dodging continuously, but the forest environment heavily favors Bai Su. Fang Yi smiles slightly, golden light igniting in his hand as he notes everything here is essentially flammable. With a sharp motion, flames sweep across and burn down large sections of vegetation. However, the vines quickly regenerate, reconnecting as if never destroyed. Fang Yi immediately takes note of this regeneration trait. He asks if Bai Su's controlled plants cannot be burned. Bai Su replies that wood is normally weak to fire, but this situation is different. A man places his hand on mutated vegetation, calmly noting the army has been altered and is no longer restrained by normal fire countermeasures. Fang Yi's eyes turn sharp, locking firmly ahead. Vines suddenly surge from the ground, sealing off the space around him. In an instant, he is fully encircled. Bai Su calmly asks how he likes this move. Standing in the trap, Fang Yi remains composed, assessing it as formidable, worthy of a half-step Vajra. Flames spread from his hand, burning into the plants as highly refined spiritual power is pushed to its limit. From above, Bai Su warns that dragging this out is unwise. The plants are poisonous and grow stronger when activated, enough to overwhelm even a Spirit Creation Realm 3-star cultivator. Fang Yi simply replies, treating it as an experiment. A flash of light flickers deep within the dense vegetation. Bai Su immediately focuses there, unable to hide his surprise. Flames erupt violently, breaking through the encirclement and catching him off guard. His expression grows serious. Fire spreads through the forest beyond expectations. The enhanced plants, meant to resist fire, are now being suppressed. He begins to wonder what kind of flame this could possibly be. Fang Yi suddenly appears behind Bai Su, disrupting his focus. Bai Su reacts instantly, retreating with spiritual force to evade the strike. He becomes suspicious. Fang Yi is clearly only at Spirit Creation Realm 3-star, yet performs on par with him. He steadies himself, landing firmly on the ground. Bai Su scans the burning area and says Fang Yi anticipated his continued energy infusion into Heavenly Sea Forest and even planned his retreat route. He asks if Fang Yi intended to burn the forest down on purpose. Fang Yi smiles and admits it, saying Bai Su is stronger than expected, so he had to plan ahead and cut off his escape. He adds that otherwise Bai Su would keep escalating power, making things harder to handle. Bai Su falls silent. Bai Su reflects inwardly. As a so-called genius of the Spirit War Zone, he once feared no one in Heavenly Sea Forest, yet his opponent at the same level is already reading him this deeply. He refuses to accept defeat. Resolving himself, he laughs and says, then continue. Bai Su slams his hand into the ground, and countless vines surge upward. Fang Yi is briefly stunned by the scene. In the distance, an ally shouts anxiously, warning Bai Su he is being reckless. Adding wood power to Heavenly Sea Forest will drain him dry. Black smoke rises as green glowing vines continue erupting from the earth. Bai Su loses his initial composure, roaring repeatedly as he pushes forward. The ally grows even more frantic, calling out to him again. Standing amid a sea of vines, Bai Su's spiritual power churns wildly as if reconstructing the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Fang Yi quickly retreats to reposition. Flames gather in his hands, preparing to incinerate the dense wooden spiritual mass ahead. Fang Yi turns and tells Wu Lao and Jailan that the fight is not over, and he will handle things here. Wu Lao is briefly stunned by the statement. In Fang Yi's eyes, flames flicker in reflection. He immediately goes all out, incinerating the incoming vines. Using the opening, he breaks through the vine wall and closes in on Bai Su head-on. Bai Su shifts aside instantly to dodge, but unexpectedly, a mouthful of blood spills from him. He looks up and shouts, saying he can still reconstruct the Heavenly Sea Forest again. Fang Yi replies coldly, is that all? He immediately throws a punch forward. The strike lands, cracking Bai Su's defensive barrier. Bai Su is sent crashing to the ground. Onlookers murmur that Fang Yi seems unimpressed with the Spirit War Zone's strongest, questioning whether even Bai Su matters to him. They continue discussing how Bai Su has already been forced into a corner regardless. Elsewhere, a girl thinks Fang Yi clearly hasn't used his full strength or revealed other abilities, yet the Spirit War Zone genius still lost truly abnormal. Wu Lao approaches, shocked that Bai Su cannot hold on, and has even lost mental stability. The gap between the Spirit War Zone's next generation and the Grave Barrier becomes obvious, while another person notes Bai Su's simple-minded obsession with strength despite his instability. On the other side, the battle is essentially decided as Bai Su sits quietly on the ground. He smiles faintly and says, thank you. Then his wood spiritual energy surges again, as he insists he still has power left and is not exhausted. Fang Yi firmly replies that it should end here. Bai Su ignores him and continues forming seals, channeling spiritual energy. 3 separate wooden avatars emerge around him, echoing his will all life obeys me. Feng Yi assesses that such spiritual duplication requires extreme control and power, making Bai Su one of the toughest opponents he has faced, and it still drains him significantly. The avatars in his true body charge forward together, but flames suddenly erupt, halting Bai Su's advance. He freezes and looks around, asking where Feng Yi is while sensing his presence still nearby. Flames extend like binding ropes, wrapping tightly around his legs. Bai Su is completely immobilized within the fire ring. A flaming blade materializes directly in front of him. Feng Yi appears and asks calmly whether it can end now. With the outcome clear, Bai Su's defeat is essentially sealed, and the Grave Barrier once again earns wary respect. Jaelin calmly remarks she expected Bai Su's loss, but not such a total defeat, while another girl smiles, saying she already knew others are stunned that someone who handled two calamity-level entities would naturally overpower him. They agree that no matter how many plans he creates, Bai Su simply cannot win. Feng Yi descends from the air and lands steadily on the ground. Bai Su exhales and mutters about being a half-step Vajra genius. Clear disappointment shows on his face, as if rejecting his former beliefs. He bows to Feng Yi, thanks him for the guidance, and says he must leave. Feng Yi replies simply, "Alright." Feng Yi leaves in a hurry. Jialan calls after him, asking where he's going, and Bai Su replies briefly, "Seclusion." She's speechless. Didn't he just come out of seclusion? The battle zone still needs him, but Wu Lao says this is his first heavy defeat, so let him go. Wu Lao turns his gaze toward Feng Yi as he approaches. Wu Lao smiles and asks Feng Zhangju if he's interested in staying in the Shenxi Spirit Battle Zone, noting he can even dual role as Taishi team leader. He then seriously adds he wants Feng Yi to become his successor. Feng Yi repeats in confusion, "Successor?" Wu Lao explains he intends to train him. The Spirit Battle Zone of Xiaogu ranks second in resources, arguably unmatched, and not something ordinary missions can access. He continues that Feng Yi will later be introduced to key figures in Shenxi, the top capital of Xiaogu with massive hidden resources. The zone was originally promoted there before relocating. Wu Lao adds that those with standing in Shenxi are top-tier cultivators, and Feng Yi's interactions there could even surpass Wu Lao's future level. Feng Yi politely declines, saying he has no intention of joining. He doesn't truly belong to Ningxi or hold real authority, so he doesn't want any faction ties. Everyone around is visibly stunned. Wu Lao doesn't force him, understanding that, in this era of spiritual recovery, the strong avoid constraints and factions lack leverage. He adds it's a goodwill gesture. Feng Yi can still request anything even without joining the Spirit Battle Zone. Feng Yi asks instead to continue cultivating with Yi and Tianhai Lin, and nothing else. Wu Lao silently looks toward Tianhai Lin, where chaotic energy churns and major changes seem imminent. He senses after their battle, lightning energy here has grown even denser, and Feng Yi still hasn't fully unleashed his thunder power. Wu Lao laughs, praising youth, and orders everyone to withdraw from Tianhai Lin and not disturb their cultivation. All comply. He thinks that as long as Feng Yi remains a cultivator of Xiaogu, that alone is enough. In the distance, Feng Yi also looks relieved. He leaps into the air, realizing the Spirit Battle Zone is not restricting him. Everything comes from his own absolute strength. He murmurs it's almost time. Above him, dense lightning spreads and gathers like divine thunder preparing to descend. The people below worry, asking what he's doing. Does he plan to directly touch the lightning? Bai Su observes that Feng Yi's elemental power is too strong, allowing him to attempt absorbing the lightning, but this risks violent collision between two peak attributes in his body. That thought makes him clench his jaw. Whether dual or mutated attributes, one must dominate while the other supports. He watches Feng Yi closely, fearing that if two extreme forces clash, the human body may not withstand it. Does Feng Yi not realize this? A massive bolt of lightning suddenly crashes down from the sky. Feng Yi doesn't flinch, simply tilting his head up to meet it head-on. The next moment, a blinding explosion of light erupts in the forest where he stands. The shockwaves spread and terrify everyone. Wu Lao, Jaelan, should we stop him? Even ordinary beings can't approach Tianhai Lin's lightning, and is trying to absorb more. Jaelan remains calm, saying this man controls high-level lightning power, and the so-called Baojun is actually Feng Zhangzhou. The crowd is stunned. What? Some wonder if they've been out of the loop too long. Dual attributes aren't rare in the Spirit Battle Zone, but this level is absurd. She glances up, lips curling slightly, noting she reacted the same way when she first learned. Jialan adds that the title Feng Zhangji is so overused people forget he is also Baojun, one of Shigo's rare talents capable of suppressing an entire era. Tiny arcs of electricity form on Feng Yi's hands. The stronger the lightning, the better it refines his body. He looks up, almost eagerly. The more the better, since his own spiritual energy is still lacking. Lightning keeps striking repeatedly as full-body tempering begins. Electricity floods through Feng Yi's body, bones, meridians, and even his consciousness, as if every part is a conduit for thunder. He closes his eyes, feeling multiple forces merging, three streams of spiritual power emerging. His internal fire attribute completes its refinement. Next is heavenly fire, then yang attribute, each reaching full completion. Finally, dark attribute is perfected. The Thunder 100 refinement reaches completion, his body and energy fully synchronized and replenished. Feng Yi opens his eyes, clenching his fist. He feels like he's undergone a total rebirth. He throws a punch toward a distant mountain. A thunderous impact echoes as the ground there splits apart. The mountain peak collapses instantly, revealing the terrifying power of Tian Highland's refined lightning. From afar, Bai Su is stunned. The spiritually nurtured mountain is destroyed in a casual strike, and Feng Yi clearly hasn't used full power. He recalls that even other lightning users of the same level couldn't achieve such body refinement, let alone destroy a mountain with a casual punch. In the sky, Feng Yi stands glowing brightly, signaling the end of the breakthrough. Bai Su silently resolves to challenge Feng Zhangji again in the future. Wu Lao smiles, deeply moved by such rare talent, once again wishing Feng Yi would stay in the battle zone. He recalls Feng Yi's past feats, dominating a half-step Vajra opponent and slaying an incomplete natural disaster level anomaly, truly outstanding in strength and mindset. Wu Lao sighs, thinking Feng Yi could reach the peak of Shaguo on his own. While the threat of disasters grows, if he could be his successor, he would have no regrets left in life. Jia Lan states that in some aspects, the spirit battle zone now only needs Feng Yi's help, not the other way around. Wu Lao laughs heartily at that. Wu Lao turns to Jia Lan, noting she has changed a lot. She replies lightly, and he laughs again, praising the younger generation's bright future. Wu Lao considers making another attempt to invite Feng Yi, while Yi is still focused on cultivation. After absorbing the lightning, Feng Yi walks over to her. He thinks silently that such a rare opportunity should not be wasted and hopes she makes good use of it. His gaze shifts elsewhere. He asks why they are still here. Wu Lao smiles and says he has a new idea and won't force any commitments. Wu Lao adds he wants to invite Feng Yi's close friend, Lin Yi, to cultivate in the battle zone. Feng Yi confirms the meaning. It's a great opportunity for Yi, but the final decision is hers. At that moment, she opens her eyes and looks at him. Feng Yi thanks Wu Lao, saying he cannot decide for her. Then Yi directly says, "I won't go." He turns and asks, "You're done cultivating?" Yi, slightly tense but firm, thanks them for the offer and refuses. Wu Lao asks for her reason. She explains she still sees herself as a student and doesn't want to rely on others' influence, as that would feel like an excuse. She lifts her head, saying she is also a pioneer with pride, wanting to rely entirely on her own strength. Feng Yi falls silent, realizing she has grown much more than before. Wu Lao laughs, gives a thumbs up, admits his earlier judgment was narrow, apologizes, and says he will keep observing her. Yi cheerfully replies she will keep working hard. The scene shifts to Feng Yi's home. The two return and walk upstairs. Their spiritual storage issue is solved, and next is mastering wood and fire attributes. Feng Yi still worries about the death mark, one of the barriers preventing his breakthrough. At the entrance, Yi notices someone sitting outside their door. So Qingwen stands up and says they finally returned. Yi is surprised, and Feng Yi asks why she is waiting and what happened. She reports a major border incident. Captain Yu, she urgently sought help from Ningxi Tai Rui. Feng Yi asks where Captain Yu Shi is now. She replies the captain is severely injured and being treated in Ningxi. Having risked everything to deliver the message, she came to seek help from Feng Zhangju. Scene shifts to Lingxi Taishi Hospital. A rush voice calls out, "Chen Ruo!" Chen Ruo responds emotionally and asks who Qingwan has brought. The man introduces them. This is Taishi Captain Feng Zhangzhe, and this is Yu Shi Captain Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo hurriedly shakes hands and introduces herself, saying the anomaly in Yu Shi has exceeded a rank, and since Feng Yi has dealt with 2 disasters, she begs for help. Feng Yi shows little emotion, his gaze resting steadily on her. Chen Ruo panics slightly, apologizing for her urgency and explaining it started as Blevel but caused many disappearances. Feng Yi quickly connects the dots. Blevel anomaly causing mass vanishings is suspicious, especially in a frontier region with seemingly stable forces hiding inconsistencies. When asked about the missing people, including her younger sister, Chen Ruo trembles as she answers. So Qingwan comforts her, telling her to speak calmly. Chen Ruo admits she has lost all contact with them. However, she insists she and her sister share a strange intuition and believes her sister is still alive. A sudden thought flashes through her mind. She quickly pulls out an item, saying she almost forgot the most important thing. This is a reward gift for their help. A small box is presented. Feng Yi frowns slightly, sensing sealed layers inside, yet a familiar yang aura leaks out, making him question what it is and why it is locked away. Chen Ruo's lips curve faintly as she begins to explain. It is a spirit crystal formed from heaven-earth upheaval in Yu Shi, condensed from erupting yang energy on a mountain peak, containing massive pure yang power, and is extremely rare. They once hoped to use it to nurture a yang-type cultivator, but no one could absorb it. Some even suffered backlash. So Qingwan shows interest, explaining spirit crystals are extremely rare due to strict formation conditions. Even major factions seldom obtain them, and they can awaken attributes and enhance talent. Because of that, they are highly contested resources, valuable but difficult to circulate, and not ordinary natural products. Feng Yi closes his hand and accepts it, then asks if they can depart immediately. They agree at once. He further inquires about the anomaly situation in Yushi. Chen Ruo frowns and explains that a tombstone suddenly appeared in the mountains. Villagers sometimes heard sounds from it, but the tombstone itself showed no change the next day. Energy readings were normal. They sealed the area and evacuated villagers, but that night a skull emerged from the tombstone, dragged a herb-picking villager in, and pulled them inside. The off-road vehicle continues moving forward. Chen Ruo announces arrival, and Su Qingwen asks Feng Yi how he feels. He hesitates briefly and says he senses no abnormal aura. Chen Ruo continues after that. Tombstones began appearing randomly across Yushi, with no pattern, and no one knows when skulls will emerge to drag people into graves. In less than a day, the number of tombstones increased rapidly. She suggests meeting with Lin Shi and military personnel. Feng Yi observes carefully and confirms the anomaly level is unusually low, something unprecedented for both Lin Shi and military records, as these tombstones emit almost no spiritual fluctuations. He deduces that the anomalies may be hiding their aura to make others careless, or that the act of burying people alive is part of some ritual. Anomalies can also perform rituals like humans, usually to recover or summon a greater entity. This resembles a pattern seen in earlier disaster-level events, though not identical. Previously, the massacre in Taishi was also preparation for the arrival of a higher-level existence. Hearing this, Chen Ru suddenly stops walking. She turns back tense, and asks so even disasters are a kind of ritual. So Qingwan tilts her head and looks over. Chen Ru freezes, then explains that the mountain tribe villagers refused to leave despite warnings, and even planned an event for tomorrow. Before she finishes, the ground suddenly trembles. The anomaly returns. In an instant, arms burst out from beneath the earth. Feng Yi immediately evades the first strike. He glances over and confirms the anomaly level is indeed only B class. His blade flashes, slicing off the attacking arm. But another arm appears and grips his weapon tightly. His expression remains unchanged. In a blink, a dried skeleton fully manifests before him. So Qingwan pauses, surprised that these things seem unaffected by yang-based energy. The skeletons swarm forward in relentless attacks. Feng Yi smirks slightly, noting this is getting more interesting and worth investigating. Chen Ruo quickly blows her flute. She nervously explains these skulls feel no pain, never stop, and keep increasing in number, nearly impossible to eliminate. She worries even Feng Zhangju may have no solution. So Qingwan continues fighting, telling her not to lose hope. A strange mist suddenly spreads across the area. Feng Yi stops and says in a low voice, "Deploy." He merges into a sea of flames as his woodfire domain activates. The system detects a special attribute, death, slightly surprising him. System notifications continue, showing the absorption process is still ongoing. Then the system confirms that the enhancement of Yang attribute has been completed. So Qingwan and Chen Ruo are forced back and cannot advance further. So Qingwan says, "See, this is the true power of Feng Zhangzu." Chen Ruo is stunned. Unbelievable, Feng Zhangzu really isn't just a title. The earlier flames even burned away bones and tombstones. Chen Ruo admits she had underestimated everything before, and now believes Yu Shi can finally be saved, immediately offering to lead them to the remaining survivors at Lin Shi. At the same time, inside the temporary Lin Shi base in Yushi, Chen Xing suddenly shouts, "Captain!" Chen Ri smiles, saying reinforcements have arrived, introducing Feng Zhangji and Su Qingwan from Taishi. Chen Xing, a Lin Shi member from Yushi, asks in shock whether this young man is really the one who handled the disaster-level anomaly alone. She widens her eyes and exclaims in disbelief at his age, while Chen Feng coldly remarks that it doesn't matter. Yushi's situation is far more complex than ordinary anomalies. Yushi is running out of manpower and about to be swallowed by tombstone snacks. Chen Shi urges everyone to leave, insisting they've all been tricked into a death trap. Chen Ru glances back as Feng Burial Envoy comments on hardships, but Feng Yi cuts in. He took the job and will see it through. Feng Yi's expression turns icy as he declares he will personally handle everything here. Chen Shi explains Yushi's primitive village rituals of praying to gods. Chen Feng adds they already warned them, go see the grave-filled prayer spot yourselves. Feng Yi looks ahead, noting this is a larger-scale divine summoning ritual. The village's rustic beliefs and rituals oddly mirror known anomalous phenomena. Suddenly, a massive shock erupts from behind. The crowd begins forming long, orderly lines. Chen Ru notes the ritual is about to start as the population gathers densely. Someone casually suggests it might be interesting to go watch. All eyes lock onto the roaring flames ahead. A surge of energy rises in Yuan Square. The crowd screams prayers to the god, begging mercy and salvation in full emotional overdrive. Everyone drops to their knees in unified, desperate worship. The so-called divine fire starts fading, like it's about to give up. The ground begins shaking violently. Tombstones and skeletal beings crawl up from below as stability collapses. In the mist, countless skeletons fully manifest at once. Panic erupts as people flee, crying it's a divine trial from the heavens. A child cries in fear, asking if the god will save them. The crowd descends into chaotic stampede and screams. The child keeps wailing for their mother amid the chaos. Skeletons silently close in from behind. A dried skeletal arm slowly reaches toward the child. A blinding light blasts in and knocks the skeletons away. More skeletons are instantly swallowed by raging flames. Everyone witnesses the scene in full, not missing a single detail. The crowd shouts heavenly fire in shock and awe. A figure slowly walks out from the burning sea of fire. Fang Yi speaks firmly, "Stop the prayers already. There are no gods in this world, and none will answer you." The crowd freezes, all eyes slowly lifting upward. Then they erupt again, crying, convinced it's a divine miracle, while still begging for help amid lingering skeletons. Fang Yi lowers his gaze, breathing heavily with mounting pressure. He raises his hand toward the front. Power awakens as the Gravefire domain spreads outward in all directions. Fang Yi declares he is not a god, but the pioneer walker captain from Tai City, codenamed Burial Envoy. The surrounding air violently churns, whipping up winds that leave the crowd in panic. Chen Feng is stunned and unsure who this Burial Envoy is, while Chen Ruo confidently insists they're no ordinary person, and everyone just refused to believe it. He is known for solo clearing 2 disaster-class anomalies in Tai City and Shang City, and even defeating the third-ranked expert of the Spirit Union, earning top-level attention from command centers. All skeletons simultaneously turn toward the blazing source of light. The system reports the Gravefire domain is absorbing massive unknown attributes. Fang Yi descends and decides to test an enhanced version of the Scarlet Fire Dao technique. His arm plunges into the sea of fire, forcibly breaking the suppression over Yu City. 2 different powers collide and hover midair in unstable balance. Joy spreads through the crowd as they believe fate hasn't abandoned them, and all bones and tombstones vanish. So Qingjing confirms that the Anding district has returned to normal. Beimu district is also stabilized, and Chen Ruo excitedly points toward Jiming district, the strongest anomaly zone. A realization flashes through Su Qingjing's mind. She immediately warns everyone that something is wrong. The light pillars not only fail to weaken, but multiply even more. Chen Ruo's expression darkens as he senses Jiming's anomaly fluctuations rapidly converging. A bizarre massive form begins materializing in the sky. Fang Yi remains still as the system issues a warning: King-class anomaly detected. The unknown attribute is unlocked and identified as Death attribute. Before Fang Yi floats a gigantic suspended skull, he feels a disturbing pressure radiating from it. Chen Ruo is shocked, and Su Qingjing notes this anomaly far exceeds the previous Tai City incident. The entity continues approaching, its energy rapidly intensifying. A violent surge of power erupts uncontrollably in all directions. Fang Yi suddenly freezes, completely unable to move. He clutches his head as his mind is twisted and invaded, causing nauseating mental strain. The King-class anomaly completes its evolution, radiating death energy far beyond any previous foe. Countless tree-like tendrils shoot forward in an attack. Facing danger, Fang Yi remains calm. He draws his sword and delivers the first strike. He realizes Yang attribute can suppress darkness, and death energy is closely related to it. Even empowered by Yang energy, the suppression effect is still incomplete. Below, the crowd continues praying for divine intervention and lasting peace. A thick fog suddenly spreads, engulfing the entire area. So Qingying is strangely fixated on the floating skull. Fang Yi is completely immobilized, identified again as the Burial Envoy. His sword slips from his hand and shatters upon impact. Elsewhere in Tai City, Lin Yi places a hand on her chest, sensing her brother's presence. Lin Yi feels a deep, uneasy premonition, sensing this routine mission has gone wrong despite her cousin's usual ability to handle King-class anomalies easily. She regrets not going to Yu City with him from the start. Her phone keeps vibrating. The caller is Jia Lan. Jia Lan reports in a low voice that Yu City is completely surrounded by massive grave anomalies and fully sealed off. Jia Lan emphasizes word by word that her brother is in trouble. In Lingxi Tai Shi's meeting room, tension rises as they risk losing the Burial Envoy, making many question the meaning of fighting anomalies at all. At Lingxi Shenxi HQ, officials regret misjudging Yu City, noting a B-class anomaly evolved into a King-class entity, and stressing it must be eliminated before evolution completes. Wu Ru suddenly stands, declaring this is not the time for discussion. She leaves immediately for Yu City but is stopped by Kong Ming, who reminds her she is a core combat asset and reinforcements have already been deployed. She turns back, restrained anger in her voice, pointing out they nearly lost a Vajra realm expert and may now lose another pillar of Xia Guo. Frustration rises as she questions abandoning cities when anomalies cannot be handled, criticizing Ling Shai for becoming passive and unacceptable. Kong Ming replies that the Burial Envoy chose the mission himself, and in this era of spiritual recovery, death is always possible. Emotion erupts as she argues that if everything ends in waiting for death, cultivation and resistance are meaningless, citing Mu Lao's past sacrifice to break seals. She continues that surrendering behind seals only leads to extinction, leaving Kong Ming momentarily stunned. Others try to stop her, saying her actions won't change anything. In her mind, she sees them as cowardly, believing the Burial Envoy will not fall so easily. Multiple transport units rush toward Yu City's perimeter. Wu Lao analyzes that the king-class anomaly is a dark variant evolution, while death attribute has never appeared before. He suspects the burial envoy may be trapped by a special rule domain preventing escape. A subordinate reports nervously, but hesitates mid-sentence, causing Jia Lan's expression to darken as she demands clarification. The subordinate explains all available military forces have been deployed, but repeated adjustments have failed to produce results. U City is now fully covered in tombstones that multiply and swallow incoming troops, consuming frontline soldiers completely. The king-class anomaly's influence continues spreading outward. Its range keeps expanding. Projections show U City's situation is nearly uncontrollable. The giant skull reappears in the sky, blanketing the heavens once more. The subordinate asks Wu Lao whether to retreat, warning the anomaly seems immune to all attributes, and is even absorbing abilities from frontline pioneers, including the burial envoy. Lin Yi explodes in disbelief and forcefully denies the claim. She tells everyone she will go to U City herself and won't drag anyone else into it. A dark, life-draining aura spreads across the entire U City plaza. Names like Su Qinying and Chen Ruo begin appearing on the tombstones. A blue-green energy current suddenly stirs and converges in one direction. The giant skeleton stands there, continuously absorbing the gathered power. Lizard-like creatures crawl all over Fang Yi's body. He closes his eyes tightly with no reaction at all. In an instant, his body is completely covered in deep darkness. The system confirms the Death Kang Seal ability has been successfully activated. Another notification states the Death Kang Seal trial has concluded. In his mind, he realizes this trial feels strangely unique. The king-class anomaly now feels less oppressive and oddly more approachable. However, memories of a reincarnation-like trial make him unwilling to repeat it. Realizing he's been targeted by a fatal rule, he immediately makes a decision. With no retreat left, he gambles by implanting the Death Kang Seal into himself. The system confirms implantation is complete and begins absorbing related powers. He opens his eyes as a completely new spiritual energy floods his body. The system interface shows activation status, waiting for effects to manifest. A stone-like object begins to crack open. Liquid bursts out while the king-class anomaly grips it tightly in its hand. The system reports the anomaly's absolute death rule has taken effect on him. Death status is confirmed. The seal activates further after imprinting onto the anomaly itself. Spiritual energy rises from the ground, enveloping his body. The final phase of the Death Kang Seal activates, energy spreading through him. A 3-layer death trial begins, requiring survival to fully master the seal. The first layer is Yellow Spring Body Hellfire that burns endlessly across space. The second layer is Death Ice Tower Poison and Curse eroding the body from within. The final layer is Hell Abyss Realm Earth Attribute opening gates to endless demons. Pain and perception blur into reality itself, like an endless cycle of death draining all strength. In his mind, this is the true beginning of the real battle. Facing the anomaly's death rule head-on, his eyes suddenly ignite with clarity. A pale blue energy gathers in his palm. A stone tomb marker is lifted into the air by the spiritual force. The king-class anomaly briefly hesitates. Blue energy continues radiating intensely from the tombstone. He dives downward from above. The impact shakes the ground violently, sending debris and dust everywhere. The thick dust cloud blocks the anomaly's vision. Within the haze, his silhouette gradually becomes visible. He holds his face, breathing heavily. Their gazes collide for a brief moment. The system reports the king-class anomaly has detected his revival state. It releases overwhelming spiritual energy and launches an attack with a raised hand. A massive explosion erupts beneath it, sending debris flying everywhere. It pauses, turning its head toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi props himself up from the ground, a faint smirk forming. "You've broken the absolute death rule," he states. He smiles with confidence as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. The anomaly senses something wrong and immediately becomes alert. Outside U City's blockade, Lin Yi worries about the dense death aura. On a mountain peak, the trio stands as Lin Yi softly calls for her cousin. Jia Lan gathers spiritual energy and suggests destroying the tombstones to save the trapped people. Suddenly, a powerful strike pierces through a nearby tombstone. It is Wu Nu, hovering in the air, joining the battle. Jia Lan recognizes her as a Haishuan practitioner. They coordinate attacks, destroying tombstones together. The nearby graves are quickly shattered. The buried survivors are freed, confused about what just happened. However, hundreds more tombstones rise again from the ground. The group is immediately surrounded as Wu Nu reacts in shock. Jia Lan warns everyone to stay alert to the anomaly's ability to entomb living beings. Skeletal arms begin emerging from the ground. Hundreds of skeletons burst out and launch themselves into the air. A bolt of lightning suddenly strikes, stunning them all. The skeletons fall lifeless, completely immobilized. Jia Lan and Lin Yi are stunned by what they see. Wu Nu is puzzled by the enemy's mass retreat. Jia Lan suspects a larger move is coming and urges adaptation. Elder Wu Lao arrives with decisive step. Wrapped in lightning and carrying several people, he suggests this may be a positive sign the anomaly is pulling back, giving survivors a chance. This also indicates the burial envoy is still alive and pressuring the enemy. Amid the dust, Fang Yi's eyes appear calm but razor-sharp. He stands firm as the system reports rising death counts and notes the anomaly is weakening under a death cycle backlash. He realizes he is locked in a near-death loop where destruction is imminent, and activating the Death Kang seal has fully exposed the enemy's absolute death rule. He smirks slightly, stating that the rule of absolute death will now turn back on its owner. The anomaly strikes its own chest, unleashing countless attacks. Those forces shoot directly toward Fang Yi's position. All of them crash down simultaneously, triggering a massive explosion. He watches with interest as the system shows further death cycle increases, the anomaly weakens further and begins collapsing, down by 30. Pieces of bone begin falling from the anomaly's body. As the dust clears, Fang Yi remains standing firmly in place. The Anomaly King is visibly stunned by what it just witnessed. The male lead wipes blood from the corner of his mouth and briefly considers pushing the enemy into a dead end. Golden lights begin to appear around his body. They quickly converge into a single beam and shoot toward the massive target. Caught off guard, the Anomaly King is struck directly in the chest. The system announces the Underworld Mark activation, and the Anomaly King manifests a flame avatar. It looks at its burning left hand, completely confused about what is happening. In that brief window before it reacts, the male lead closes in, confirming the death seal effect. The enemy cannot sense weakening or even pain. It assumes the earlier attacks had no effect at all. Noticing the male lead approaching, it immediately becomes cautious. He swings his blade downward and shouts, "Heavenly Fire first, slash!" The Anomaly King raises its hand to block the strike. The male lead follows up with another full-force slash, and the collision creates a massive shockwave. The system updates again, death counts rise, the Anomaly King's weakness reaches 45, and the death collapse mark is triggered. Cracks begin to appear on the male lead's body as he realizes this unstable state is happening again. Suddenly, a giant skeletal hand grabs him tightly. The Anomaly King steps closer, mocking him. The male lead responds sarcastically, pointing out the opponent's current transformation. Meanwhile, the creature's body continues to crumble, yet it still doesn't understand the meaning of those words. The male lead erupts in intense flames, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He vanishes into the fire, leaving the Anomaly King staring at empty space in its grasp. The system rings out again, death count increases. The Anomaly King continues mutating as its bones shatter repeatedly. Weakness reaches 60, its body begins to disintegrate, and the Hell Realm mark accelerates its collapse. Half of its face has already vanished. Outside Yu Shi, the tombstones begin to crack one by one. Jialin is shocked, and Wuru confirms the tombs are collapsing while pointing it out to others. Frontline reports say the eerie light is fading. Lin Yi can't hide her joy, believing her cousin is still alive. Wu Lao immediately orders an advance into Yu Shi, calling for reinforcements and evacuation of all survivors. The order is issued to prevent further anomalous incidents in the area. Inside Yu Shi, the graves continue to break apart in pieces. Suddenly, an arm emerges from the mud and ruins. So Qinying struggles free from the soil and slowly crawls to the surface. Breathing heavily, she wonders what happened. She clearly felt her life force being drained and remembers being dragged into a tombstone-like hell where her body and consciousness nearly ceased to exist. That world then rapidly collapsed into nothingness. A realization flashes across her face as she understands she must save others immediately. So Qinjing hurriedly digs through the soil and shouts for Chen Ruo, asking if he is still alive. Soon, Chen Ruo's unconscious face gradually appears, and she realizes he is still there, unlike his sister who completely vanished when entering the tombstone. In the sky, clouds swirl into spirals and heavy rain pours down as she mutters in alarm at the abnormal scene. The sky grows darker, and the rain turns an eerie green, making her realize this is far from over. At the same time, a skeleton slowly rises from the mud. The Anomaly King's face appears half-hidden as it roars in rage, proclaiming its noble status and showing utter contempt. Around it, anomalous beasts begin closing in. They open their jaws wide, red eyes locked firmly on the target. The system keeps updating as the Hell Realm effect rapidly weakens the Anomaly King, reaching 80 then 90. A sharp cracking sound echoes through the air. The system then confirms 100, weakening. All of the Anomaly King's power has been stripped away. A congratulatory notice appears, marking the fall of the old king and the rise of a new one. In the sky, the male lead hovers in silence, becoming the center of all attention. So Qinjing holds Chen Ruo tightly, stunned by the scene before her. Wu Nu states that the sealing executor not only broke the certain death rule, but also summoned hellish forces to devour the Anomaly King. Wu Lao adds with pride that the reality is even beyond imagination. He explains that the death rule cannot be avoided, only broken, and the executor did so by entering it, reversing it, and despite dying, gaining power over destruction and resurrection. Wu Nu adjusts her glasses, questioning whether humans can truly reach the power of reversing life and death. She speculates whether the Anomaly King may have influenced the executor. Jialin calmly interrupts, asking everyone to observe more carefully. She points out that if the executor had been controlled or parasitized, he could not have saved so many people, nor would the summoned forces have refrained from attacking them. At that moment, a rescue team pulls an injured girl from the ruins and urgently reports her critical condition. The girl weakly speaks, confused about what happened and even thinking she had already died. The rescue team notices the male lead in the sky and panics at his anomaly king-like aura, with some even suspecting he is the god of death. Others quickly argue back, insisting he is the executor who saved them, while a silent girl stands among the crowd. A rescued child becomes excited, enthusiastically declaring him a godlike protector who wiped out all evil. High above, Feng Yi gently raises his hand toward the left. His voice carries a cold finality, declaring that everything has reached its end. As soon as he speaks, he unleashes a devastating strike powerful enough to tear space apart. The people below freeze in shock, mouths wide open, unable to believe what they are seeing. Before their eyes, the sky is ripped open, revealing a murky, distorted void. Swarms of dark souls rush frantically into the crack. The scene becomes horrifying as Elder Mu observes and declares that in the darkness, ghostly wails confirm a true hell is awakening. In the south, Nanjung blazes like a golden sun in the night, telling enemies to go back where they came from. He then reaches out and uses spiritual energy to force the crack in space shut. Below, everyone is blinded by the overwhelming light and can't see a thing. When everything settles, he exhales softly. Finally, it's over. The survivors below cling to each other, bursting into relieved joy that they're still alive. Nanjung thinks the fight with the King of Death drained him heavily, and the Death Kang's Sheol may bring unknown consequences later. After a moment, he lands steadily on the ground. Lin Yi rushes over and hugs him tightly, choking out brother. She cries that he isn't dead and he gently pats her head, saying he's fine. Then his gaze suddenly shifts to something behind her. It turns out to be Su Changwang, who steps forward and thanks him. Nearby, two figures are hugging and crying uncontrollably. Nanjung thinks her sister is still alive. Lucky break in this apocalypse lottery. In another corner, someone reports to Mu Lao that the data estimates are ready. Yushi suffered losses of about half its population. Most were unawakened or swallowed by graves, with 500 responders, 50 dead, 30 missing, and over 1,000 injured. Wu Lao orders reconstruction and compensation, while Yuru adds that Shen Shi will also provide relief support. Jia Lan asks if they can finally reveal spiritual recovery, feeling too small to save enough people. Wu Lao replies gravely that this is not something they can easily decide. He adds that people are not as fragile as she thinks and are slowly preparing for the apocalypse in their own ways. He places a hand on her shoulder, telling Jia Lan she doesn't need to bear everyone's fate alone, just do what she can. From behind, Yuru says she originally came to assist Feng Zhangju, but that seems unnecessary now. Moreover, He's clearly busy. This battle alone has made him a pillar of the Xia nation. Across the way, Nanjung is swarmed by crowds calling him a god, thanking Feng Zhangji for saving their lives from becoming ghost offerings. Wu Lao judges that announcing Feng Zhangji's successful elimination of the abnormal king will shake the entire world. However, his identity and abilities must remain hidden, as countries A, B, and C are already quietly tracking him while missing his core secrets. If the Yu Shi incident is revealed, the world will assume Xia Nation has decoded the rules of the abnormal king, something Blue Star itself still hasn't figured out. Even if other nations consider teaming up against Xia Guo, they won't dare act rashly, giving Xia Guo a major future advantage. Wu Lao gets energized and loudly orders everyone to return to analyzing all field data and videos, clarifying the King of Abnormality's full state as soon as possible. Xia Guo's road is long, and Feng Zhangji can't be left soloing the apocalypse forever. Jia Lan is excited, saying retirement is off the table, while Yu Ru adjusts her glasses confidently, noting Shen Shi will handle the next wave of abnormalities. At Fang Yi's secluded villa in Taishi, after the intense battle, he relaxes in a warm bath, fully unwinding. While on the phone, Fang Yi thinks how the government found the Dark Spirit Stone left by the King of Death and gifted it to him as thanks, along with a Yang-attributed stone once held by Chen Robao and Yu Shi. Now he holds two top-tier elemental spirit stones. Moments later, he suddenly steps out of the bath. Staring at the Dark Spirit Stone, he smirks since he's been labeled a new King of Death. Absorbing it should be fine. The system detects dark energy and begins calculating and compiling. The system completes compilation. You obtain the Dark Attribute Technique, Yuzuji Si Wandering Death. Wandering Death allows instant teleportation through shadows and space to reach any desired location. Fang Yi feels it's basically flashy teleportation dressed up in mysticism. Simple as it sounds, it creates unpredictable combat variables. It's also a perfect escaping survival skill when things go south. After receiving the Death Kang seal, Fang Yi shifts from indirect absorption of dark energy to directly devouring its source. His control over dark energy rises sharply after defeating the King of Death. He senses he's only one step away from the Diamond Realm. He still holds a Yang Spirit Stone promised by Chen Nuo after the Yu Shi crisis, something both he and Su Qinjiang almost forgot. Yu Shi, however, deemed Chen Nuo's informal reward too casual and held a grand ceremony for Fang Yi, even erecting a statue of him. Fang Yi glances at the stone and shrugs, hardly worth stressing over. Suddenly, his movements pause as silence falls for a moment. Elsewhere, a blazing red orb appears in the sky. The system detects Yang energy fluctuations, identifies it as Yang spirit essence, and begins high-level computation and compilation. Fang Yi closes his eyes and absorbs the energy, completing the process shortly after. Around him, a blinding aura erupts as spiritual energy surges violently. A massive power bursts forth, and the system grants him the Yang technique Taiyang Shen. Taiyang Shen can summon a sun deity avatar. A colossal, majestic figure appears in the void, radiating scorching heat everywhere. In Tai Shi, a gigantic phoenix-like vision appears in the sky, sparking panic as people see a golden omen like the legendary Jin Wu summon. Hai Shi are even blinded, fearing another abnormal disaster after barely calming down. Reporters quickly cover it, one calming the crowd by saying this is Tai Shi, and likely just the same powerhouse from before breaking through again. On the Pioneer Forum, posts explode about Tai Shi's coordinates, guessing Feng Zhangju has gained another power, while others complain that even being a pioneer nearly got them roasted alive. A resting team in the forest is shocked, calling Feng Zhangji absurdly overpowered and wondering when they can even challenge Country B. Meng Shi mentions a so-called great prophet from Country B who claimed Xia Gu would collapse within the first year of spiritual revival. Su Quanlai hesitates, while Mo Zitao dismisses it as nonsense, saying believers in such prophets are usually the first to fall. Still, she can't hide her doubts as too many strange events have been happening in Xia Gu lately. Mengxi mocks her weakness in Qifu Realm First Star, suggesting she's still too inexperienced, while Mozi teases her for being sheltered and unable to accept the New World Order. Sui Quanli snaps back that without spiritual revival they'd have no right to look down on her, and Mengxi coldly replies that in this new world she's simply at the bottom. She counters that at least they all bow to Feng Zhangjiu, and if they want to mock her, they should reach his level first. Mengxi immediately catches the implication and asks if she wants to join Feng Zhangjiu's team. The group laughs at her, saying she isn't qualified and should just go find her Feng Zhangjiu, effectively excluding her from the team. They leave, ignoring her protests as she demands her share of the mission rewards. Meng Shai turns back coldly, warning she should be grateful they didn't her return everything instead. He then punches her in the stomach and tells her to stay out of the way. Su Quanli curls up in pain, trembling as she tries to speak. Furious and humiliated, she glares and swears she will remember this. Online discussions explode about the prophecy targeting Xia Guo, with people debating its truth, intent, and suggesting limiting content related to Country B. At the Tai Shi Spirit Association, Fang Yi asks if the prophecy will heavily affect pioneers like them. The chairman replies yes, so they invite him to use an official verified account to communicate safely and protect his identity. So Qingying tightens her fists, saying it's all meant to destabilize people and disrupt their cultivation peace. The chairman agrees, noting rumors of Fang Yi's power, rivaling an abnormal king, have spread across Xia Guo, and enemies can't stay still anymore. Country B will surely interfere to stop their growth, and even a past genius from Chen Shi is rumored to have ties with them. Fang Yi questions how they could interfere if they're weaker, if they can manipulate geniuses. Why are things still like this? The chairman explains they also don't fully understand Country's originally predicted disaster in Country B, but it erupted in Shenxi instead, nearly killing Wu Lao and many elites. Fang Yi nods, admitting he hadn't considered that angle. He then operates the computer casually. A new post appears on Feng Zhangjiu's account. The world has arrived. You still can't keep up with my breakthrough speed. The public erupts. Feng Zhangji is breaking through again, possibly reaching Diamond Realm, while others recall the Hell Prophecy appearing in Yu Shi. Fang Yi concludes that instead of arguing or targeting other nations, the simplest proof is raw strength. New posts flood in from Yu Shi survivors claiming they saw Feng Zhangjiu summon the 100 Ghost Netherworld and devour the King of Death. His legend skyrockets further, with fans even jokingly asking him to reply so they can engrave it on their tombstones for future generations. Meanwhile in Country B, inside an intelligence attack facility, the room is tense as staff curse Feng Zhangjiu, frustrated by his overwhelming influence and lack of new intel, blaming each other for incompetence. A senior data expert of Country B's Pioneer Network roars that if they can't find him, no one gets paid, and nothing may obstruct their plan. Back at the association, Fang Yi tells the chairman this should temporarily stabilize the situation. The chairman sincerely thanks him. Suddenly, a report arrives. Two powerful attributes in Western Shigu have fused, forming a new forbidden zone that has already been sealed off. Fang Yi calmly asks what attributes they are. The messenger replies Yang and Dark attributes, extremely dangerous yet possibly holding great opportunity. Xia Huiyan from HQ invites him to go tomorrow if interested. Fang Yi clenches his fist and smiles. This is the perfect chance to test his new power. Outside the Mingying Forbidden Zone in western Xiago, a convoy arrives at the Black Sun Lake area. Doors open and figures step out one by one. Two prominent silhouettes slowly advance toward the front. It turns out to be Fang Yi and Jia Lan. Fang Yi remarks that no wonder they sent so many escorts, and even direct surveillance, while the team confirms the stormy black barrier is the natural wall of the Ming Ying, forbidden zone, that must be crossed to enter. The violent storm howls, hurling debris as it lashes across Fang Yi's expressionless face. The team explains that the yang and dark energies inside are colliding chaotically. When asked if he's ready, Fang Yi answers nothing. His steady presence says it all. The scene shifts to the outer region of the Ming Ying forbidden zone. Fang Yi asks who they are. Jia Lan explains they are elite pioneers, selected by the Shen Shi and Hai Shi headquarters. They are top talents at creation spirit 3-star level with potential to reach Diamond Realm, often excelling in major disasters and forbidden zones. At that moment, Wang Lan arrives apologizing for being late, introducing herself as the Hai Shi team leader along with Song Yiming, a dual windfire user who casually greets everyone. She instructs them to rely on their abilities to break through the storm barrier and enter the zone. Fang Yi glances at them calmly, his gaze subtly assessing. A cold aura suddenly spreads from him. Song Yiming draws his weapon and says he will go first. He mentally notes the mission was arranged by HQ partly because of Feng Zhangji, rumored to possess rare yang power, and even show dark-related abilities after Yu Shi. He himself masters pure flame and wind, pushing his power to the limit through fusion. He wonders how far behind Fang Yi's yang power really is. Jia Lan interrupts, clarifying Song Yiming is a dual-attribute genius from HQ with peak mastery of both forces. Both of his powers are already refined to their extreme limits. The dark storm barrier is hard to pierce due to an unknown dark source continuously reshaping the environment, but for Song Yiming it is manageable. Fang Yi cuts in, saying it's his turn next. Wang Lan explains Jia Lan's water form iron pavilion technique isn't focused on offense. However, through cultivation, its defensive strength has become extremely solid. Wang Lan summons her weapon, light spreading outward. He states the dark aura here is overwhelming at only creation spirit 3-star, maintaining defense could be fatal. It is astonishing that yang and dark attributes can coexist in such a state. Above them, eerie formations begin to manifest. Song Yiming notes that yang feels fine for him, but dark energy is heavily oppressive, and even resisting it is difficult. Merely not being affected is already impressive. He clenches his fist, guessing fire affinity helps him better adapt to yang energy. He adds that even passing through the barrier is more uncomfortable than expected, and despite rumors about Feng Zhangjiu, he now wants to see how strong Fang Yi truly is. Sparks of fire suddenly ignite in the space. Song Yiming and Wang Lan dodge immediately as he shouts a warning. He quickly realizes this is a fluctuation of yang energy. Through the mist, Fang Yi appears and casually says they've kept everyone waiting. Jia Lan stands behind him in silence. Song Yiming stays alert and asks if it's really him. Fang Yi confirms it's Song Yiming, is shocked that he broke through the dark storm barrier without it closing again. Fang Yi calmly explains that overwhelming higher quality yang energy can suppress the dark force, though it consumes a lot of spiritual power, and for safety he only brought Jia Lan in first. Song Yiming is stunned, thinking that simple explanation sounds anything but simple. The gap in perception makes him doubt they are at the same level, as this kind of feat should belong to someone like Wu Lao. Jia Lan smiles faintly, implying geniuses always warp others' worldview. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression turns sharp and dangerous. The system warns of contamination detected, abnormal dark fluctuation confirmed, and a class entity has appeared. The ground shakes violently as space destabilizes. Song Yiming evaluates it as only a class, thinking it's still worth testing his strength. Fang Yi immediately charges forward, with the others following. A group of unfamiliar figures gradually appears ahead. Fang Yi silently identifies them as people from Country B. Jia Lan stops them, suspecting unauthorized intrusion since no pioneers were scheduled here, and the anomaly may have been cleared by those outsiders. Wang Lan questions who they are and how they entered. They casually reply they are Country B pioneers here for training. Song Yiming angrily states this is Shegu territory, and entering a forbidden zone without permission is illegal. Wang Lan coldly orders them to leave, but one of the intruders mocks them, saying the era has changed. Jia Ji arrogantly claims the strong take opportunities, and they won't miss out just because Xiaogu hesitates. Fang Yi pushes Jia Lan aside and steps forward, asking if only the strong deserve opportunities. He quickly senses the three are hiding their true strength above Jia Lan and Song Yiming, explaining their arrogance and confirming Country B's infiltration is not simple. His voice turns icy as he says they can leave now. Jia Lan reports the intrusion from Country B, requesting reinforcement and monitoring. The opponents respond with malicious intent, saying there's no need for courtesy anymore. Everyone's expression shifts as they realize the intruders are also dark attribute pioneers. Jia Ji declares this is a dark corrupted zone, calling it his domain. Jia Lan is shocked, identifying it as Ming Du, a mutated dark form born from decomposed corpses, while Wang Lan asks what their real goal is. Jia Lan suddenly realizes and shouts that they're trying to destroy the communication and surveillance systems. Fang Yi coldly says they intend to silence everyone. Song Yiming rushes forward, saying they should strike first and eliminate them if they can't be absorbed, but is stopped and told to stay calm. Two opposing forces immediately split the space apart. The flame is gradually suppressed under Jia Ji's pressure. Song Yiming exclaims in shock how this is possible. Jia Lan rushes in, pulling everyone back and warning them to be careful. Wang Lan quickly erects a defensive barrier for the team. At the same time, killing intent flashes in Fang Yi's eyes. Song Yiming panics as cracks appear in his shield. Fang Yi draws his sword and orders them to scatter. He charges forward, unleashing a sweeping slash that shakes the space. Across from him, Jia Ji's gaze turns cold and lethal. Jia Ji sneers that Xiaogu pioneers using fire are nothing special, and warns Fang Yi he won't be lucky next time, mocking his teammates as useless. After hearing this, Fang Yi falls silent for a moment without responding. He judges that the opponent is hiding his full strength, already at least Diamond Realm 2-star, a cunning and dangerous elder. On the opposite side, Jia Ji suddenly bursts into uncontrolled laughter. Outside the Forbidden Zone, a voice reports that the storm barrier has sealed, escape is nearly impossible, and urges HQ to be alerted about unauthorized Country B pioneers attacking the border zone. A subordinate reports that pre-destruction footage has been preserved and fully backed up. Analysis confirms Country B indeed has dark attribute users, likely a derivative branch with extreme lethality and irreversible wounds upon contact. There are also reports that Country B has long conducted cruel experiments on pioneers, and the intruder may be a product of such research. Jia Ji smugly says their teammates are already being corroded by his Mingdu poison and will soon rot and die, becoming his nourishment. He adds that Fang Yi will be taken back to the great Country B, and eventually become part of him. Jia Lan struggles under pressure, noting the attacker is a top-tier pillar-level pioneer sent by Country B. Song Yiming shouts at Fang Yi to counterattack before they all die. Fang Yi remains calm but releases killing intent, mocking him as a mere Diamond 2-star, and questioning whether he realizes his dark-derived ability has already been seen through. He asks if the Mingdu poison even works on him. Jia Ji freezes for a moment and asks what he just said. The system announces the activation of the Grave Flame domain, enhancing Yang attribute power. At that moment, strange sounds erupt beneath him. Jia Ji turns back angrily, calling his teammates useless for being so easily broken. He rushes forward and asks if Fang Yi won't save them, since they are about to die. He scoffs that as long as they are human, they cannot escape his Mingdu poison. Fang Yi does not hesitate and charges straight into the blinding light. Jia Ji suddenly notices something off Yang attribute power. Someone in Xia Kingdom actually has that kind of strength. He raises his sword Heavenly Flame one blade. The strike instantly crashes down toward Jia Ji's head. He wonders in disbelief how a near king-level anomaly user could exist. This shouldn't be possible. The shock rattles Jia Ji's mind, breaking his composure. On the other side, Yiming stares wide-eyed while clutching his injury. Jia Ji suddenly coughs up a large mouthful of blood. Fang Yi stands watching with a cold, indifferent gaze. Jia Ji mutters that in such a dark zone, Fang Yi can't possibly kill him. Someone watching gasps in shock is still alive! It turns out Jia Ji deliberately chose this darkness-filled area. Fang Yi remarks, calmly trying to absorb darkness to heal. Too bad your Ming poison conversion is weak. Healing here is barely effective. For me, I don't even need my newly learned ultimate skill. Is B Country's so-called top expert really this weak? Jia Ji immediately denies it in panic. Impossible. What the hell happened? He realizes his Ming poison power is suppressed by an invisible force, unable to recover, and panic sets in. Fang Yi simply lifts his hand with an almost lazy gesture. The space erupts with a massive explosion. Fang Yi remains calm and continues stepping forward steadily. He says flatly done. Wang Lan stares at Fang Yi, completely speechless. Suddenly, electric sparks flare and spread around them. Combat activates something. He looks confused, and Fang Yi explains, clearing residual darkness from your bodies. Jia Lan sighs in admiration, while Fang Yi casually questions their combat standards. The Vajra Realm expert clearly wasn't trained properly. His energy is chaotic, and he even invaded Xia Kingdom unaware of a Yang attribute user here. She agrees, mentioning a rumor that Wu Lao once stopped a disaster aimed at Shen City, originally targeting B Country. He responds, interesting but not entirely baseless. Wu Lao, a pillar of Xia's ascenders, was likely targeted long ago. Since B Country and Xia are rivals, Fang Yi may have unintentionally helped him. Yiming gets excited, swearing to train harder. Wang Lan teases that has been dazzled by the Yang attribute hype. Fang Yi warns them after the darkness cleans, they still shouldn't enter the Forbidden Zone's core. Jia Lan is told to lead them to retreat or train on the outskirts. Fang Yi prepares to head alone into the depths of the Mingying Forbidden Zone. Fang Yi walks alone into a lightning array zone like it's just another hallway. The others stand still, watching his figure vanish into another space. Yi Ming blurts out in disbelief, he just walked in like that. Wang Lan asks curiously, Sister Jia Lan, what are our success odds if we go in? Jia Lan replies, bluntly, want the truth. I was once the top successor to Wu Lao, but since the Feng Zhangji appeared, I've been pushed back. We can enter the center, but absorbing extreme attributes there is nearly impossible. The two exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. Has she really changed that much, or were they the ones mistaken? The scene shifts to a space drenched in oppressive darkness. A man changes expression and shouts what exactly is happening inside. A woman panics and warns urgently, get back now. The ground suddenly shakes violently as strange objects rise from below. Everyone is blasted backward, screams echoing in chaos. The shockwave forces all witnesses to retreat in fear. Yiming realizes this is the true form of the Mingying Forbidden Zone's core. The scene matches satellite data, like a giant divine eye opening in the earth. Jia Lan points out, look, isn't that Fang Yi? On the other side, Fang Yi stands revealed, his power suppressing darkness itself. He studies a strange orb in his hand, clearly puzzled. He senses two extreme opposing forces merging into a new kind of energy. Stranger still, the transformation only begins when he touches it. The system alerts anomaly detected, both yang and dark attributes confirmed. During fusion, an unknown attribute is forming spontaneously. New attribute confirmed. Qiuyang system begins recording it. A dark vortex forms in Fang Yi's hand, devouring surrounding energy. He focuses, while the system announces a new technique, Ling Chuo dual art acquired. Fang Yi's gaze shifts as the technique activates. Everyone is stunned. The darkness in the pit is being completely absorbed. Yiming panics. Light and darkness are fusing. What even is this thing? Jia Lan falls silent, staring at her own hand in thought. She asks, how does everyone feel about this? Wang Lan replies, a completely new energy type, terrifyingly strong, but not repulsive like pure darkness. Should we try it too? Jia Lan decides immediately, no time to waste, we start cultivating it now. Someone adds, even absorbing a little would already be a huge win. Outside the Forbidden Zone, reports come in. Energy readings are absurd, maybe even beyond a king-level anomaly, and the B country team seems to have vanished. Did the Feng Zhangji eliminate them? After what happened in Kang City, the Spirit Energy Association already has the evidence. B country is going to have to answer for this. He immediately contacts HQ to start diplomatic procedures, warning B country may strike next, and ensures the footage is delivered as leverage for Xia country. In B country's top power center, a furious man slams the table, demanding what went wrong with the elite vanguard he deployed. He yells that they were supposed to guarantee success, so why has contact been lost? A subordinate reports nervously, sir, this is not missing, they are confirmed dead. The entire vanguard suffered heavy losses and was wiped out by Xia country's forces. The leader of B country erupts in rage, demanding compensation and threatening to cut funding if Xia country's resources are not handed over. He snarls that this debt with Xia country will be settled, and they will pay dearly though. He declares pridefully that he is a B country national and a frontline executor, not a puppet, and will not accept threats. Sensing tension, guards immediately step in to shield their leader. The old man shouts that he will contact Xia country's leadership at once and orders them to teach Xia country a lesson. A commander asks for updates. The reply comes they cannot enter Xia country's forbidden zone, nor locate the missing second young master. His tracking device is likely destroyed or disrupted by fluctuations in the Mingying forbidden zone. The old man's gaze burns with hatred. Xia country, just wait. Scene shifts back to the core of the Mingying forbidden zone. While cultivating, Fang Yi realizes Ling Chuo dual art is an illusion technique that drags targets into fatal illusion loops without direct contact. He lands lightly and thinks, so this is basically a cheat skill, huh? Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts inside Fang Yi's body. He drops to one knee, clutching his mouth tightly. Blood spills out as the dark power proves overwhelmingly violent. Even after forming a new attribute, his body still suffers severe backlash as a trial of adaptation. Fang Yi smirks through the pain. Haven't had this kind of welcome gift in a long time. In a B country meeting room, officials argue, did their national weapon experiment actually succeed, or was Xia country's victory real? Some insist no one can control darkness unless it's a side effect. Wen Wei kicks the door open, who was just questioning the Gamma project. He adds coldly, you sound quite confident, don't you? Then go ahead, become the experiment yourself. The dragged-out man screams in terror as the alliance leader's subordinate hesitates and asks if this is truly necessary. The leader loses patience and declares he will personally crush Xia country and show the entire world what happens to those who defy him. The scene shifts to the high-level hall of the Planet Blue United Nations. Someone remarks that Xia country has clearly gone too far this time. As the UN representative, they must condemn Xia country for killing a key ascender from another nation, urging restraint amid the looming global catastrophe. Suddenly, a burst of manic laughter echoes, kill well, very well. The National Lord enters casually, joking about drinking spring water and suggesting they switch to chrysanthemum tea instead. He orders tea to be served to cool everyone down. An elder recognizes him, greetings are exchanged, and Wen Wei notes the moment is not for nostalgia, as nations had agreed not to interfere with each other after spiritual recovery. Still, he insists B country's expert died on Xia soil and demands an explanation, though inwardly he questions why the doomed fate didn't play out as expected. The elder's expression tightens. Explain. With your status, you think you can demand answers from me. He retorts that B country clearly struck first and now blames others, while suspecting Wu Xiansheng has become unusually assertive. Wen Wei presses for evidence, making the elder uneasy, as he wonders what has changed in Xia country and whether their last Vajra expert has truly recovered. The National Lord states firmly B country ascenders infiltrated Xia territory to seize opportunities. They destroyed surveillance and attacked first only to be counterkilled. I repeat, they died well, and decisively so. The hall erupts into murmurs as the atmosphere shifts. He folds his arms and delivers a warning, as Shisha says evil deeds bring their own punishment. Let all present bear witness. He turns and leaves, ending the matter without further debate. He activates the invisible phantom art, vanishing instantly. A terrifying surge of pressure erupts behind him. Wen Wei suddenly launches a sneak attack from behind, but he is instantly rebounded by a forceful countershock. The National Lord comments coldly that such strength is laughable and advises B country to train harder. Furious, Wen Wei tries to speak only for his subordinate to rush in. The subordinate panics. Leader, hurry, call a doctor! The National Lord thinks to himself, Feng Zhangju, just how many miracles can you still bring to Xia country? Scene returns to the Mingying Forbidden Zone. Jia Lan senses terrifying fluctuations and fears Fang Yi may be in danger. Fang Yi stands surrounded by dense, suffocating dark energy. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as overwhelming power erupts from within. He roars and releases his full strength. The system announces Ling Chuo dual art fully assimilated host will no longer reject dark attribute energy. Fang Yi states calmly, now that I've mastered it, time to test it out. Fang Yi immediately activates the Ling Chu dual art. His face turns visibly cold as the technique unfolds. Seeing the shattered illusions, he realizes they are all past experiences, painful memories turned into traps, oddly intriguing. Every opportunity that strengthens him is someone else's hellscape, so this is the true nature of Ling Chuo dual art. If combined with the Death Kang seal and those layered infernos, would its terror scale up even further. Suddenly, a streak of light rushes in, and Fang Yi becomes alert. The system reports spiritual energy is leaking signs of imminent breakthrough to Vajra realm. Without hesitation, Fang Yi moves forward. His steps carry satisfaction. Good, exactly what I wanted. A massive pool of anomalous energy appears before him. He immediately dashes toward it. The resulting shockwave below sends everyone into panic. Jaelan is stunned. Is he breaking through to Vajra realm right here? Yiming what? Countless bolts of lightning pour down from the sky, trying to erase everything. Fang Yi receives it calmly. Is that all? His gaze darkens slightly. Then it's my turn. He unleashes the boundless dark domain. A roar follows. Divine Thunder 100 refinements. He directly clashes with the lightning using thunder power. The dark storm clouds are torn apart layer by layer. The system announces breakthrough complete. Vajra realm first layer achieved. Fang Yi is slightly surprised. Didn't expect to break through here. Unexpected indeed. He gathers energy into his palm, then releases it outward in a sweeping wave. Yiming realizes that he succeeded. Jialan feels the overwhelming strength of his spiritual energy. The surroundings erupt in chaotic discussion under the violent fluctuations. Nearby equipment is overturned by the force. Monitoring devices overload and explode. The stormy sky distorts, and recorded golden light suggests someone has just broken through. Someone exclaims, wait, is that the Feng Zhangju reaching Vajra realm? The scene is terrifying. He survived that lightning storm, and nearly all spiritual energy in the Forbidden Zone was drained, with over 90 absorbed by him alone. Wang Lan comments, what a bottomless pit without him. B country would taken it all anyway. Better it goes to Fang Yi. The three descend to the ground. Yiming is completely stunned. He feels the oppressive aura just approaching. Fang Yi feels like being crushed. Wang Lan takes out her phone. This is wallpaper material, might help me break through faster. Yiming is still shaken. Just how strong is he now? At that moment, Fang Yi walks out. Greetings. Someone gasps, Vajra realm, he actually did it. Jaelan reflects. Before he was a drawn blade, now has a blade blazing with light. Everyone understands from spirit formation triple layer to Vajra realm is a massive leap, and he achieved it in such a short time. Fang Yi's breakthrough shocks. All this is Xia country's fortune, and his future is boundless. He may soon be able to fight alongside his master or even surpass him. Screens report a major anomaly in western Xia country. Feng Zhangju has broken through again, and the level 5 Mingying Forbidden Zone is nearly drained of spiritual energy. That means Xia country just gained another Vajra realm powerhouse. Feng Zhangju is truly a figure people can't help but follow and revere. Wen Wei taps the screen lightly. This Feng Zhangju again. If he keeps growing, Xia country's internal unity will strengthen and their plans will be obstructed. His voice drops coldly. It's time to act. The commander adds, last time he ruined our plan and saved the Tai City situation. This time, no one escapes. The witch reports that her followers hacked Ascender data and retrieved 2 photos to identify Feng Zhangju. Wen Wei smiles coldly. Method doesn't matter, only results. Expose his identity. Scene shifts to dawn in a city building. Jiang Lu trains excitedly, believing his sleepless effort finally paid off. He has finally reached Spirit Formation Tier 2. He imagines the attention his breakthrough will bring. His eyes fall on the news feed. Posts flood in about breaking through the Mingying storm barrier, Feng Zhangjia's advancement, and efforts to uncover his true identity. Jiang Lu is shocked Feng Zhangjia keeps getting stronger. His choice wasn't wrong. If such a genius keeps pushing forward, how can he settle for mediocrity? He resolves to follow that path, even considering whether he can join Tai City upon return. Dawn spreads softly over Tai City. Jiang Lu, energized, declares Tai City am finally back. Suddenly, high heels echo in the quiet street. A figure bumps into his shoulder. Jiang Lu snaps irritably, "Hey, didn't your family teach you to apologize when you hit someone?" Tianwei calmly removes her glasses. "Sorry." Her eyes shift deep and unfathomable. His consciousness begins to blur, slipping out of control. Tianwei shows a faint smile. She leans closer. "Big brother, come with me. Someone wants to see you." Jiang Lu asks where. Tianwei replies meaningfully, "Heavenly Selection Sect, a place said to be like paradise." A cold edge briefly flashes across her face. She warns him, infiltrate Tai City, don't disappoint the Divine Father. If they can turn Feng Zhangjia's territory into their new domain, the Heavenly Selection Sect will achieve a major goal. Scene shifts to a dark room in Shan City, the sect's headquarters. Jiang Lu screams in pain, "I have nothing to do with your boss! I don't know anything!" His mind is chaotic. Pain distorts his consciousness as he wonders what these people want from him. A cold realization surfaces: he has been forcibly subjected to mental interference. Those pretending to be righteous are clearly trying to extract information about his future master, but ironically, he has nothing to reveal. Someone questions what he has said and asks about the Divine Father's progress. Tianwei bows deeply, respectfully asking the Divine Father to forgive her failure, reporting that the prisoner in the gray repentance room has been forced to speak but holds no valuable information. Jiahao remarks that if that's the case, the man is useless as bait. A sense of unease rises. He fears Feng Zhangjia may not appear at all. The reply is cold and certain: they will intensify his repentance under the Divine Father. The prey is already in hand, and the mission will be completed. Scene shifts to Tai City's Spirit Association headquarters, where Qingying asks if they are here to seek help for Jiang Lu. Someone confirms he came to Tai City to apprentice under Feng Zhangjia, but vanished immediately upon arrival. Wenha adds that Zhang Xiao has wide connections, and after investigating across both cities, they received a lead. He was likely taken by the Heavenly Selection Sect. Feng Yi is surprised, and the girl becomes angry. She recognizes it as a heretical cult backed by ascenders, but why target Jiang Lu? The man explains they are powerless against such a faction and have come to request assistance. Qingying adds that the Heavenly Selection Sect opposes both the Spirit Association and military forces, excels in mental attacks, and has secretly infiltrated civilians, with its headquarters in Swan City. In Swan City, its followers number nearly 1 million. Local authorities have tried repeatedly, but cannot locate the elusive leader, making them harder to deal with than anomalies. He asks whether Zhang Lu's disappearance means the sect has infiltrated Tai City. Qingying confirms she will alert the local Spirit Association for citywide surveillance, warning that failure would undo all previous efforts to protect the city. Feng Yi deduces they infiltrated right after the anomaly disaster and abducted Jiang Lu, meaning their real target may be him. Given the sect's nature, their sudden relocation from Swan City to hide in Tai City suggests a hidden scheme against him, though tracking them will be extremely difficult. Another thought arises: if such a large operation is only to target him, then the infiltration itself may be a diversion. He asks whether Swan City is currently the least affected area by spiritual fluctuations in Sha country. Qingying confirms it is relatively stable, with only minor clival anomalies, allowing many civilians, especially mid-liege residents, to live peacefully, unaware of the world's changes. He agrees and further analyzes that unlike Taishi, Chuanxi has just suffered an anomalous disaster, plus rumors of the Feng Burial Envoy saving the world. A cult can't easily barge in here, so they'll likely quietly build a foothold first, opening cracks before gradually infiltrating control. In that entire scheme, he himself is obviously the biggest obstacle. Jiang Lu is very likely already taken back to the Chuanxi headquarters. Rather than waiting passively, better to strike first. They book flights to the nearest area and head out. He intends to confront the group that's been stirring chaos since the spiritual energy surge and see what they're really made of. When he immediately stands in support, and Tianhao also requests to follow the Feng Burial Envoy. Feng Yi turns to instruct the girl to report back to higher-ups and not overreact. If still uneasy, just strengthen anti-cult propaganda. She signals understanding. In his mind, the Tiangxuan sect must be eradicated. He cannot accept that such a large heretical influence exists in Chuanxi without his knowledge. He suddenly recalls Yi once saying she chose to live there in peace. In Chuanxi, inside the Tiangxuan sect headquarters, someone steps out to report to the high priest. The Feng Burial Envoy and his group have boarded the plane, heading toward the so-called Holy Land of Chuanxi. The high priest shows a pleased, scheming smile unexpectedly. The harmless prey has walked right into his territory on its own. He theatrically declares they should be properly received as guests. Even outsiders must not make the holy sect lose face. He asks whether those people can be turned into tools for the church. The subordinate replies bluntly that heretics are still heretics, incurable, and not worth the effort. He nods in satisfaction at the answer. In his view, the only fate of heretics is to be burned away and completely purged. On the flight to Chuanxi, Fang Yi is slightly thoughtful, surprised that Xia Kingdom's aviation system is still functioning at all. Tian Hao explains flights have dropped sharply. Without Lingxi Association's help booking tickets, they might not have arrived in time. Someone asks what to do next. He calmly answers, do nothing, just wait. That answer leaves the others momentarily confused. Wait, Fang Yi turns back and tells everyone to stay alert. He states plainly that the other side has already come to them. His instincts warn that something ominous is closing in. He immediately reminds everyone to stay highly vigilant and avoid eye contact, as the enemy may have mental manipulation abilities. The two men instantly shift into defensive posture and respond firmly. At that moment, Tianwei approaches Fang Yi and asks why he told others not to open their eyes while he himself isn't following the rule. An illusion technique activates. Fang Yi recognizes it as a second-layer spirit illusion. The opponent probes him, and he briefly confirms the guess. Fang Yi coldly asks whether the other side really expected him to answer as they wished, leaving Tianwei frozen in confusion. Immediately after, he declares that the first one bold enough to approach him should receive a reward. He casually remarks that illusion users like them only make things more interesting. Fang Yi's gaze suddenly ignites with intensity as his ocular technique activates instantly. Tianwei falls into panic, unable to believe the Feng Burial Envoy possesses such an ability, something absent from all records. She screams in rage, questioning how he dares use illusion techniques against her. In her mind, only the Tianxuan sect truly masters this field, so she dismisses him as ignorant and overconfident. Tianwei erupts with power, light burst outward with obvious contempt. She is confident that with the High Priest's blessing, crushing him would be effortless. Fang Yi remains indifferent and simply issues a brief command to continue. Tianwei's expression shifts instantly as fear creeps in. Everything is spiraling out of control. In her chaotic state, she babbles madly, treating Fang Yi like a test subject. Her distorted laughter is cut short as an invisible force completely restrains her movements. She panics as the pain inside the illusion feels entirely real, and her powers seem utterly ineffective. Her mind is thrown into violent turmoil, unable to accept what is happening. Her beliefs collapse as she cannot understand why a chosen one like herself has become prey under control. She is then suspended on a dark, eerie frame. Weak pain sounds escape her throat. Her consciousness blurs as she wonders who she is and where she even is. Fang Yi judges she is too weak. Pushing further would just kill her and yield no information. He decides to pause and extract intel first, then deal with her later, demanding everything about Tianxuan sect's plans and objectives. In fear, Tianwei trembles and reveals that orders dictate the Feng Burial Envoy must be eliminated. Fang Yi presses further for the plan, High Priest's location, and Zheng Lu. She tries to answer, but only fragments about a grand plan and sacred altar come out. Suddenly, her eyes change unnaturally. A piercing scream erupts from her. Her body collapses directly in front of Fang Yi. He deduces a restriction seal likely set by the High Priest, killing anyone who reveals secrets beyond limits. His gaze shifts to the remaining figures nearby. He calls out to hidden enemies, demanding they show themselves and explain what they did to their subordinate. Two figures emerge, furious, shouting insults at his disrespect toward the High Priest and boasting they will capture Taishi City's captain to elevate Tianxuan sect's reputation. They mock him as unworthy of even approaching the High Priest and threaten to kill his teammates if he refuses to surrender. Fang Yi responds coldly, completely dismissing their threats. He quickly reassesses the situation in his mind. The enemies are all at Tier 3, some nearing breakthrough with illusion abilities and enough numbers. They could seriously threaten even a Citadel Lingxi Association force. However, their posture reveals instability, aggressive on the surface, but fundamentally unsteady underneath. Fang Yi strikes with heavenly flame, deeming their strength beneath his concern. Space is instantly distorted as screams erupt chaotically. He walks forward leisurely, fingertip turning into a sword and pointing at one target. That person's face turns deathly pale, panic written all over him. The nearby companion trembles violently, losing all composure at the sight. Fang Yi casually scans the surroundings. In a mirror surface, the cult leader's image appears with an unpleasant expression. She claims there is a misunderstanding, insisting Tianxuan sect seeks to save humanity, citing 3 past anomalies in Chuanxi they allegedly resolved. She even mocks Lingxi Association as the real authority failing its duties. Fang Yi laughs and replies that lying to others is one thing, but deceiving oneself is another level of absurd. He points out Chuanxi is a central region surrounded by military lockdown and no beast inside or outside, so where did those 3 anomalies even come from? He exposes their true purpose, using rhetoric to recruit believers, plundering resources for cultivation, and breakthroughs that is their real nature. The cult leader only smiles faintly, full of disdain. She slowly moves her hand, revealing an object. A sharp click sounds as a pocket watch opens. She retorts loudly that it is people like them who are truly manipulated, risking their lives for Lingxi association. In her view, protecting ordinary people is meaningless. The weak should be eliminated and power determines ownership of the world. She declares they are walking an unprecedented path of evolution toward a glorious future. At that moment, Fang Yi's sword flares with blazing light. His body surges forward like a violent storm. The mirror holder panics and retreats, trembling as he asks what Fang Yi intends to do. Fang Yi coldly replies that if they believe the weak deserve death, then they are no exception. He immediately launches his attack. The sudden strike catches her completely off guard. A voice of unwilling rage echoes from within the mirror. A terrifying force instantly rebounds toward Tian Wei. She realizes in shock that a single mistake nearly pulled her into the illusion. Lucky she wasn't physically present. Otherwise, she might have already been silently killed inside Fang Yi's constructed space. Moreover, this power is highly unpredictable and unstable. Fang Yi notices Tian Wei laughing in the mirror, and his interest in their methods slightly rises. She cautiously admits his strength exceeded expectations and proposes negotiation. He observes her and notices a strange dark contamination above her head, not quite blood-like. Regrettably, the real body is absent, preventing proper verification, and his illusion still cannot pull distant targets in. Fang Yi demands they withdraw from Chuanxi within 3 days, using pressure as the only viable approach for now. He further demands the release of all captives, while mentally noting Tiangxuan's sect will not easily comply and must be handled flexibly. She quickly agrees to withdraw all forces from Chuanxi. She adds that the captives will be returned within 3 days, provided she is allowed to leave safely. Fang Yi immediately agrees without hesitation. Tian Wei erupts with aura, ends the confrontation with a final remark, and departs. Immediately after, chaotic screams echo through the space. Fragmented cries for help erupt in panic as people feel themselves being burned. The man clutches his head, body convulsing in extreme pain. Fang Yi only glances at those already knocked down. He steps forward and lightly wakes them. He analyzes that the opponent's real target is not Zhang Lu, so the boy will likely return safely in 3 days. For now, he plans to stay at the Songqi Association of Chuanxi to observe Tiangxuan's sect's movements and brings everyone along. After speaking, he stands up and takes out an item from his pocket. He decides to temporarily remain at the Chuanxi Association and contact the other party after things settle. The scene shifts to the Chuanxi Spirit Energy Association. Someone reports receiving contact from Su Qingwei of Taishi and promises full cooperation. Fang Yi instructs them not to act, saying he alone will handle the high priest if she appears. He also asks them to take care of his 2 companions, since they are not affiliated with any association. The man agrees, but someone suddenly rushes in, shouting for them to check the Pioneer Forum. Upon noticing Fang Yi, the person immediately corrects his attitude. The subordinate hastily explains the posts may be manipulated by malicious actors trying to stir public panic and asks him not to take them seriously. Fang Yi says nothing and simply takes the phone to inspect it. He notices the topic is exploding across forums, all originating from IP addresses in Taishi. Scene shifts to the Taishi Spirit Energy Association headquarters. The president urgently orders a full blockade of all IPs from Chuanxi, stressing that failing to eliminate Tiangxuan sect will bring severe consequences to the Xia kingdom. On the other side, the cult leader issues ominous prophecies about the fate of the chosen ones. She describes visions of them being imprisoned and burned, blaming all consequences on those who oppose her, while claiming her path is to save the world and rebuild order. She continues attacking Fang Yi, accusing him of using a benevolent facade to mislead others and indirectly kill the chosen ones, calling for his elimination. The crowd is incited, collectively chanting against what they call evil. Propaganda spreads rapidly, twisting truth and falsehood, elevating Tiangxuan's sect as saviors while demonizing their opponents and sowing fear and doubt. In the end, they equate opposing Tiangxuan's sect with destroying Chuanxi itself, manipulating people into blind protectionism. The so-called strongest savior rhetoric sounds foreign and unconvincing, and even the promised protection feels dubious. Seeing this, Fang Yi sighs, realizing the Chuanxi Association has almost lost public trust. The commander also admits they are powerless to intervene. The situation is both absurd and worrying, as frontline fighters are restrained by public opinion, worsening the deadlock. Fang Yi agrees, concluding that with their current strength, they cannot reverse the situation. He judges that using civilians as shields is a classic tactic. Meanwhile, Tian Wei smugly treats the citizens of Chuanxi as tools, even declaring that to eliminate Tiangxuan's sect, one must first destroy the entire city. She quickly organizes a retreat, leaving the crowd to block the path, and orders Zhang Lu returned as a favor, while her subordinates continuously praise her. The surroundings fall into chaos as Zhang Lu is thrown down before everyone's eyes. The crowd grows increasingly agitated, with roars echoing everywhere. At that moment, a violent beam of light descends from above. The blinding flash forces everyone to cover their eyes as screams erupt in succession. Even Tian Wei is stunned by the sudden development. Fang Yi appears and reiterates his earlier warning about the 3-day deadline. Tianwei is shocked that he dares to show himself in such a volatile situation. She grits her teeth and admits she miscalculated. In her mind, if she had known earlier, she would have taken the hostages first and used the crowd's lives as leverage. Fang Yi only smirks slightly and responds with a single sword strike that answers everything. A nearby target is hit instantly, letting out a tragic scream. He calmly states that his technique is specifically designed to counter this kind of dark power. Two forces collide, producing a fierce clash. During the fight, Fang Yi notices something abnormal about the opponent. Tianwei no longer hides it and directly reveals her true nature. She admits that being seen through was inevitable. Her eyes begin to change, and her aura shifts drastically. Her face becomes grotesque, no longer human. Fang Yi watches calmly without wavering. The opponent roars, treating him as the perfect vessel. The system explains this is a special form of dark spiritual energy. It has no fixed form, surviving by possessing bodies, each time requiring the death of the chosen host. At the Tianxuan sect headquarters, chaos erupts as followers panic over an uncontrollable blaze. Tianwei praises Fang Yi's body and talent, intending to take it for herself. She calls all followers to serve that goal. One by one, their life force is drained away. A massive mass of dark energy forms and is absorbed by her. Her body begins to swell before Fang Yi's eyes. He calmly draws his weapon. He immediately launches his first strike. Flames erupt violently, engulfing the space. Tianwei emits broken cries, finally feeling pain she has not experienced in a long time. Fang Yi advances, judging it still not enough, and deciding the enemy must be completely destroyed. He quickly concludes the entity has a hidden escape mechanism and can merge with humans to survive, making it far harder to eliminate than previous anomalies. The surrounding space is filled with violently colliding energy waves. The commander realizes the danger and urgently decides the intelligence about its sentience and parasitic nature must be reported immediately. The battle between two forces becomes extremely intense, with neither side yielding. Fang Yi remains composed, calculating every move before tightening his grip and striking again. Tianwei screams arrogantly, claiming that no matter how different humans are, they are ultimately just vessels for her. She even declares she will use that body however she pleases. Her laughter echoes, casting a heavy pressure over the entire city. Fang Yi merely smirks, showing interest in this type of power. He realizes that even under strong yang suppression, the opponent can still counterattack far from simple. The aura around Fang Yi begins to shift, carrying an abnormal and unsettling change. He reveals that his current state has already surpassed normal limits. That statement shocks Tianwei, triggering a violent reaction. In the distance, observers fall into confusion, some fear he has been swallowed. Others insist he has survived stronger foes before, yet this entity type has never been recorded. The commander firmly demands everyone hold their belief, while Jiang Lu wakes up groggily, unable to grasp what is happening. A voice filled with despair questions Fang Yi's fate. In another space, Fang Yi stands motionless, his clothes swaying in an unseen wind. He observes his surroundings and realizes he is inside a construct of dark spiritual intelligence. The system unexpectedly appears before him. He is briefly confused, noticing his current state is unlike a normal physical body. His attention is drawn to the images ahead. He sees strange soul-like figures. He asks them for their identities. A thought flashes, these may be previous pioneers who were taken over. Suddenly, all the souls kneel simultaneously. He understands the intention they are trying to convey. Seeing this, he decides to free them all. He realizes they have long been dead, leaving only soul remnants imprisoned. Their existence is tied to dark energy. Once the source is destroyed, they cannot persist. Thus, ending them in purifying flames is likely the best outcome. Fang Yi draws his sword, preparing to act. Yangaline power is activated for purification. Tianwei screams in agony, threatening again and insisting she will seize his body by force if necessary. The system issues a warning about violent fluctuations in dark energy. As the dark intelligence weakens, another hidden mechanism activates. A strange phenomenon begins forming above the city sky, as if about to erupt. Fang Yi's gaze burns with intense pressure. He extends his hand and issues a decisive command. The scene overwhelms the opponent, leaving no time to react. His voice presses down like a mountain as Tianwei struggles and screams in desperation. Suddenly, the sky above the city is torn apart by a massive explosion. The commander freezes, suspecting the dark intelligence may have been destroyed by the Feng Burial envoy. Jiang Lu senses overwhelming spiritual force. He is struck by the realization that a human body could reach such limits, fusing extreme yang energy into itself. He had originally been a king descending in his own cycle. The golden aura of dominance gradually fades. Fang Yi speaks, concluding the trip was not in vain. The system confirms the dark intelligence has been completely erased. His ocular abilities evolve further, and limitless boundaries continue expanding. At that moment, Ling Hua speaks up, I want it too. Fang Yi pauses slightly, surprised that Ling Hua has developed language ability. Dark energy flows out from it, causing significant fluctuations. Ling Hua thanks its master. Fang Yi notes its voice sounds feminine. Since entering the Kanjian realm, Manhwa has steadily grown stronger, absorbing power instinctively, and now even forming speech. Its emerging consciousness likely stems from energy gained in the infinite dark domain, and after devouring the dark attribute, its aura has intensified significantly. He mutters that it's fallen asleep again, noticing it has increasingly entered a dormant state and needs time to be studied later. Light spreads across the city as people praise the Feng burial envoy for saving them. Someone says that without him, Chuan Shi would not have survived. Zhang Lu adds that the dark attribute intelligence has indeed been eliminated. He says that having witnessed Fang Yi saving the entire city, even death feels without regret now. At that moment, a dense mass of black energy suddenly engulfs him. A sharp strike descends from above. The two forces collide violently right above Zhang Lu's head. He turns in shock, asking in confusion what is happening. Fang Yi descends and says calmly that something is still left behind. The commander immediately expresses gratitude, calling him Feng burial envoy. He says the debt from Fang Yi and Tai Shi will be remembered by Chuan Shi. He is shaken by the precision of the attack, realizing it was a perfectly sealed extreme yang strike, that the darkness could not evade. This is the Feng burial envoy who has reached the Golden Bone realm, a legendary figure in his eyes. He respectfully thanks Fang Yi for eliminating the disaster, admitting that even after fighting Tianxuan sect before, they could never fully remove the threat. Fang Yi simply replies that there is no need for formalities. He warns them that dealing with Tianxuan sect alone is not enough, and they must not be careless. Chuan Shi has not yet experienced its true major upheaval. Compared to other regions, they are still like living in an older era. While surrounding areas are rich in resources, spiritual recovery is inevitable, and no one knows when a major anomaly will erupt. Once the commander's face turns pale at those words. He quickly says they are always on standby, with restricted zones and daily patrols. Fang Yi reminds them that even after eliminating the dark intelligence, one remnant still exists. It nearly attached itself to Zhang Lu, leaving the commander confused and alarmed. Fang Yi moves forward decisively. He asks to be taken to Chuan Shi's restricted zone, sensing the region is nearing a point of spiritual intelligence resurgence. The commander agrees. Fang Yi briefly considers meeting her, but ultimately sets the thought aside for later. In the mountainous region, the commander explains the highway still loops through the area, and most forests remain open, with only a small zone classified as high-density spiritual restriction. He casually asks if Fang Yi wants to see pandas or eat hot pot later. Fang Yi declines, prioritizing the mission first. He briefly wonders if pandas absorbing spiritual energy would mutate like ancient records suggest. Suddenly, his gaze freezes. He looks out the window. There. He immediately exits the vehicle, startling the commander, and orders the road blocked while he goes up the mountain alone. He refuses any escort. Standing on a cliff, the commander feels puzzled, unable to sense anything unusual. Meanwhile, Fang Yi accelerates forward. As he approaches the peak, the sense of resonance grows stronger. He lands lightly on the ground. Fang Yi lands on a tree branch and scans the area like a cautious scout. Lightning suddenly surges violently through the tree beneath his feet. The system detects a lightning-attributed barrier formation. Fang Yi pulls his hand back as spiritual energy spreads around him. He activates the Divine Thunder 100 refinement technique. The attack is instantly rebounded back at him. In the sky, lightning tears open jagged spatial cracks. The system reports massive divine punishment lightning energy detected. Fang Yi presses his palm hard onto the tree trunk. He channels lightning guidance into his body. Two extremes emerge, either disaster or an unparalleled opportunity. A massive explosion erupts, trying to erase everything nearby. Fang Yi charges straight into the center from the opposite side. The system analyzes and compiles the newly activated thunder energy. He obtains the Divine Limit Thunder Art, able to summon Tribulation Lightning, and evolve through it. His gaze turns cold as he pushes beyond his limits. In Fang Yi's understanding, every power has boundaries and breakthroughs require conditions, success or failure both possible. Yet this Divine Limit Thunder seems to break the rules, turning Tribulation Lightning into a forging tool. Fang Yi realizes this heavenly trial weapon rivals Divine Thunder 100 refinement and hides in this ordinary mountain like a king-level trump card. Suddenly, a disturbance behind him draws his attention away. He turns toward the peak, sensing an intense fluctuation, and decides to check it out without fear. The system issues a warning: a Throne-class entity has descended. The Throne's attribute is thunder. It contains ancient spiritual energy, as if seeking a chosen master. Fang Yi reaches toward the electric source. He struggles forward, hand-inching through heavy resistance. The system states the Thunder Throne has already chosen its master and rejects him. He freezes, seeing a hulu vine as the chosen one, a plant, of all things. With spiritual energy revived, even grass and vines can become monstrous existences. Manhwa suddenly speaks. Did you call me? Fang Yi is slightly stunned. Manhwa. Fang Yi realizes the hulu vine has sensed Manhwa and initiated contact. The vine trembles while Manhwa nods back in response. Fang Yi explains awkwardly that it is asking to be friends as they are its first kindred beings. He feels awkward being lumped in as same kind, likely due to his thunder aura. Linghua relays that it cannot leave, having previously absorbed too much and fallen into dormancy before awakening in this form. Fang Yi understands now the Hulu vine had a massive encounter and needs time to digest it. After completing that process, it would evolve like Linghua into a terrifying higher life form. Fang Yi politely greets the Thunder Throne's owner. He accepts missing the throne without force, knowing forcibly seizing an already bound awakening being would come with heavy consequences. The gourd vine's thunder aura feels gentle and communicative, so it doesn't seem dangerous at all. There are likely multiple thrones in this mountain range, and claiming one requires careful judgment, since they may bond with strange entities. If such power is mastered by anomalies, humanity's future would become far more difficult. Fang Yi decides this information must be reported to the Spirit Energy Association and the military, though he also considers the possibility of obtaining more thrones. Linghua suddenly relays a message. Fang Yi is told to head west, surprising him. It adds that the vine sensed a newly emerged wood-attributed throne in the west. Fang Yi thanks it and prepares to leave politely, but the vine suddenly wraps around his leg to stop him. Linghua says it wants him to stay and run the new technique here, where thunder energy is abundant for maximum benefit. Fang Yi agrees and decides to follow its suggestion. He enters cultivation mode, thinking the vine is surprisingly friendly and generous with thunder-related opportunities. The divine limit thunder power begins manifesting within his body. He resolves to test how far this technique can push him. Wind and lightning gather violently overhead. His body radiates golden light as the sun-breathing technique activates. Energy surges upward, illuminating the surrounding area. Fang Yi recognizes this as tribulation lightning, flooding his body and merging into his golden yang blood energy. The two forces fuse smoothly, bringing a warm breakthrough sensation like a new realm opening. His attention is drawn upward to the phenomenon above. The system announces the sun-breathing method has evolved and completed its upgrade. He raises his hand and silently observes the changes. The system displays divine sun-devouring heaven art, capable of absorbing and converting heaven and earth energy with greatly enhanced devouring power. Raindrops fall gently, soaking into young sprouts below. Fang Yi immerses himself in the rain, feeling energized as spiritual energy floods his body like a refreshing field storm. The mountains glow faintly golden as all surrounding spiritual energy converges toward him. He realizes he is nearing the second star of the Diamond Realm. The system reports that extreme yang and void thunder are forming a purification divine meridian, initiating a breakthrough process. Fang Yi's eyes light up with excitement as the speed of his advancement exceeds all expectations. Violent lightning engulfs the surroundings, filling the entire sky. Even so, Fang Yi remains calm and observant. He realizes he has already broken through to Diamond Realm, second star. Landing on the ground, he still finds it hard to believe his new strength. Cultivators absorb heaven and earth's spiritual essence, but it must be refined through multiple stages before the body can use it. Only high-level techniques and stronger realms improve this conversion, and with spiritual energy just recovering, humanity's peak is still only Diamond Realm third stage. Yet Fang Yi has reached second star so quickly, and even witnessed a throne's appearance. This shows the spiritual energy revival is accelerating beyond expectations. Linghua calls out behind him, Master. It congratulates him and says the throne also needs cultivation. It urges them to leave soon, wary of his kind. Fang Yi agrees, noting the situation must be reported, while also protecting the vine from being targeted. In his mind appears a dark space with a sinister throne. He reflects that such power will inevitably trigger conflict among top factions and questions why it must belong only to humans. He reassures it not to worry, promising no one from his side will come to seize it, and says farewell for now. Until we meet again, Thunder Throne. Scene shifts to the Spiritual Warfare Command Center as Jialan speaks with Elder Wu. Wu calmly reports abnormal fluctuations in Xuan City reaching Diamond Realm 3rd star, caused by two distinct energy sources. He asks for Feng Zhang's report. Jialan recalls Fang Yi's breakthrough to 2nd star and the Sklass Throne anomaly, now assigned to them for investigation. She asks if he is not surprised. Wu replies that spiritual revival makes such phenomena inevitable, and the nation has already anticipated thrones. He asks about her cultivation stagnation at Half-Step Diamond, noting many pioneers are now breaking through, and even he feels close to a barrier. Jialan is shocked by this sudden revelation. Wu explains that chaos brings both opportunity and danger, and their duty is to explore and stabilize those hazards, even at the cost of their lives. He emphasizes that the nation must seize this era, and he cannot stay on the sidelines. Not only Feng Zhangji but all pioneers may obtain thrones, so they must seize every opportunity. He orders full coordination with Feng Zhangji and the Spirit Association, mobilizing all forces as Jialan acknowledges that even ambitious factions will be forced into silence under their combined pressure. At the Spirit Association headquarters, reports confirm the throne incident, and a full-scale investigation into abnormal energy zones is underway. Yunu orders all city team leaders to be summoned immediately, sensing the situation escalating into a critical threat. At Lingxi Tashi, the chairman is stunned by Fang Yi reaching Diamond Realm 2nd star and begins to understand the situation. He instructs full cooperation with Fang Yi so he can operate freely in Xuan City. Qingying is excited by Fang Yi's breakthrough, and the chairman notes he is now second only to Elder Wu, a major gain for their region. The chairman admits his previous perspective was too narrow and underestimates the speed of current developments. He warns that if another crisis like before happens again, the consequences will be unimaginable, so they must not hold Fang Yi back. 10 hours later, in Xuan City, Spirit Association team leaders gather from all regions. Yunu reports over 20 similar energy fluctuations worldwide, with 7 located within Huaxia, possibly related to thrones. She confirms 7 suspected locations inside Huaxia alone. Jin Gang sarcastically remarks that if there are 7 thrones, competition will be intense among pioneers. He questions how the association plans to distribute them. Wang Lan warns him to mind his tone during the meeting. Jin Gang scoffs, showing open contempt. He provocatively asks if others also want to compete for thrones. Another leader bluntly agrees that everyone does. Tension rises as the room falls into a heavy silence. One participant quietly observes, unusually restrained. Chen Ya lowers her gaze, staying silent. Jin Gang insults Fang Yi's suitability as a team leader, questioning his legitimacy. Wang Lan's spiritual energy flares as she calls his attitude unacceptable. Yunu slams the table, ordering everyone to sit and forbidding any violence during the meeting. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure fills the room. Everyone freezes, visibly uneasy. Slow footsteps echo from afar. Jin Gang suspects Elder Wu might have arrived. The pressure feels like Diamond Realm 3rd stage. He wonders why Wu would appear here. At that moment, Fang Yi calmly speaks, greeting everyone. He apologizes for being late, and Jin Gang realizes the true Feng Zhangji has arrived. Jin Gang stares in shock, sensing unease as he recognizes Fang Yi. Fang Yi asks in a calm but oppressive tone who can explain the situation. His gaze sharpens as he demands what just happened. Jin Gang hurriedly claims nothing serious is happening. Fang Yi's cold glance sweeps over him, freezing the atmosphere. Jin Gang, despite being Diamond Realm 1st star, cannot move under the pressure. Fang Yi casually takes the central seat and greets the others, acknowledging Wang Nan, Chen Ya, and Hai Shan. Wang Nan smiles and greets Fang Yi, explaining they were already discussing the throne situation. Fang Yi states he came to share intelligence. The Thunder Throne on the Xuan Mountain holds world-altering power and has chosen a gourd vine as its master. This revelation shocks the entire meeting. The room erupts in murmurs, many deeming it a waste and arguing such power should belong to the strong. Jin Gang jumps up, demanding the throne be taken over immediately to strengthen national power, mocking the idea of a vine possessing it. Fang Yi calmly disagrees without hesitation. He warns that anyone trying to seize the Thunder Throne will have to face him directly, and he will personally take it back if necessary. The room falls into tense silence. At that moment, someone raises a hand. Chen Ya voices her support for Fang Yi's stance. Yunu agrees, emphasizing that spiritually favored plants should not be underestimated, noting the area has already become a forbidden lightning domain. She reports that the throne zone is now inaccessible to all. Wang Lan also supports Fang Yi and Hai Xuan's position. Though unwilling, Jin Gang backs down and suggests shifting focus to other thrones. Chen Ya quietly exhales, sensing Fang Yi's presence has stabilized the situation. Controlling all top-tier pioneers remains extremely difficult in the current era. Yunu assigns search zones in 4 directions and orders full transparency on throne discoveries, while forbidding concealment. Suddenly, an urgent report arrives: the Thunder Sovereign has completed its evolution. Even drones cannot approach it, and its energy readings continue to surge beyond predictions. It has reached a level comparable to Diamond Realm 3rd star, shocking everyone in the room. Fang Yi quickly concludes this is expected given its ancient lightning origin. He considers entering the mountain himself. He ends the meeting, wishing all pioneers success in their throne hunts. As everyone leaves, Yunu asks Fang Yi to remain in Xuan City temporarily. She worries others may still target the Thunder Throne, and that the Dark Intelligence incident may not be fully resolved. Fang Yi repeats their concern they believe it is not completely eliminated. Correct. Yunu confirms, explaining that both the throne and Dark Intelligence stem from spiritual revival anomalies and lingering ancient power. She admits that although it was seemingly erased, unease remains as residual fragments may still exist, potentially becoming a hidden threat to Xuan City. On the screen, strange symbols appear as a hand lightly presses against them. Fang Yi agrees, saying preparation is better, and he will stay in Xuan City for now. The scene shifts back to the Forbidden Thunder Peak mountain range in Xuan City. Fang Yi surveys the towering lightning peaks, deciding to use the surging energy here to refine and upgrade his techniques. A voice remarks that Fang Yi's cultivation speed has already surpassed his counterpart in such a short time. The gourd vine emits a response of gratitude, claiming Fang Yi helped it reach this state. Fang Yi wonders if the Thunder Sovereign has begun forming consciousness, though it is not unusual at this level of evolution. It explains that the throne believes Fang Yi helped it survive its calamity and wishes to gift him spiritual energy. Ling Hua immediately interjects, claiming credit as well. Fang Yi pauses, having already considered this possibility himself. He accepts the offer. Massive streams of energy flood the surrounding space. Ling Hua slowly absorbs the spiritual power. Fang Yi steps aside and begins cultivating the scarlet flame blade art. His eyes sharpen as he suddenly shouts, triggering the process. A golden lightning bolt tears across the sky. The system detects extremely high-intensity lightning energy. It reports the scarlet flame blade art requires compatible energy to evolve further. The system continuously updates as the technique undergoes rapid enhancement. Fang Yi fully focuses, merging with the violent energy stream. He confirms the evolution is complete as his gaze sharpens. He immediately unleashes the Scarlet Flame Lightning True Blade technique. A surge of destructive force spreads outward, threatening to erase everything in its path. The system states the blade has reached its limit after undergoing heavenly tribulation refinement, fully breaking through. The blade body is perfected through countless rounds of tempering. A massive explosion shakes the entire mountain range. Chen Ya, Wang Lan, and Jin Gang all sense the phenomenon, realizing it is Fang Yi's power near the Thunder Throne. They debate whether he is fighting the throne or acting on his own, recalling his prior statements about the Thunder Sovereign being an ally. At the Xuan City Spirit Association, alarms warn that Thronozone energy has exceeded safety limits and access is forbidden. Luohan worries that Fang Yi may be fighting inside the forbidden zone. Meanwhile, Fang Yi grips a strand of primal flame energy. He confirms the Scarlet Flame Blade art has fully evolved after repeated tribulation refinement. The system shows Ling Hua's intelligence has advanced, with its wild attribute power greatly enhanced. Ling Hua erupts with overwhelming energy that engulfs the night sky. It excitedly urges Fang Yi to find the next throne. Fang Yi freezes slightly, realizing another throne has already appeared. The Gourd Vine speaks, congratulating Fang Yi as a valued friend for his latest breakthrough. During cultivation, it senses a faint omen a new throne is about to descend, carrying a force that both resonates with and restrains Ling Hua. Fang Yi deduces that if it opposes Ling Hua, it is likely wood attribute. The vine points toward a direction where the new throne will manifest. It says it can only provide a rough location and will relay the signal. Fang Yi closes his eyes and senses the flow of energy. After a moment, he smiles slightly. He has locked onto it. The scene shifts to Yuan City. Yuan City is a wealthy, autonomous metropolis 2 hours from Xuan City known for luxury and convenience. Beneath its surface, however, it hides crime, mixed cultures, and chaotic forces. Fang Yi walks through its urban streets. He recalls reports from the Spirit Association local underground forces have blocked branch expansion here. As a result, no pioneers are willing to settle, leaving the branch without leadership. Suddenly, he stops and looks ahead. He senses a strong energy fluctuation coming from the west. Inside a brightly lit villa, women move gracefully in water, calling out to a young master. A subordinate reports incoming pioneer activity. Tuanzhen scoffs, thinking no one can stir trouble in his territory. But his expression changes as he senses an enormous energy surge. A massive force shakes the space, sending panic through the surroundings. Tuanzhen stands frozen, witnessing the phenomenon. He roars, deciding to confront whoever dares invade his domain. 2 minutes later, he reaches the forested area. Fang Yi has already pinpointed the target. A man drops in front of him, demanding who dares enter young Master Tuan's private zone. Fang Yi smirks slightly, questioning the idea of private territory. The subordinate clashes and instantly turns pale. Fang Yi states coldly that the mountain belongs to Huaxia and its people, to be managed by the association. He questions how it can be claimed as personal property. Tuanzhen shouts that he is the ruler here and refuses any denial. He claims Fang Yi now belongs to him. He declares he will seize the throne by force, threatening death, even for Fang Yi. Fang Yi's lips curl slightly in disdain. Tuanzhen falls into rage, demanding to know who Fang Yi is. Fang Yi steps forward, pats his shoulder, and says such treasures choose their own master. He is unfit to control the wood throne. Tuanzhen screams in fury, asking how Fang Yi dares say that. He declares Fang Yi will die today. Suddenly, his expression stiffens. Fang Yi dismisses him, saying even his guards are weaker than expected. He mocks the local tyrant of Yuan City for being so unimpressive. Energy erupts around them as Fang Yi enters combat, sensing with the surrounding force. The system displays that the wood throne is beginning its process of choosing a master. The connection completes, and ownership of Lin Hua is officially confirmed. The forest's silence is shattered by a thunderous explosion. In another part of Xuanxi, a blinding light suddenly erupts. Wang Lan's expression changes. The wood throne already has a master. If Yuanxi snatches it first, things get messy. Yunu calmly relays until the sealbender is on your side. Fang Yi quickly responds that pioneers in Xuanxi have detected throne-level fluctuations, and the wood throne has finished binding its owner. She freezes. Don't tell me he actually obtained the throne. He states firmly that the wood sovereign is not human, but a plant. Lin Hua, his nurtured spirit beast, announce it. He also holds the wilderness attribute. The ghost swarm previously in Yanghu town was also eliminated by him. The top force of Yuanxi has been wiped out. Lingxi can move in to garrison, while the remnants are handled gradually. Kid, your aura's decent, but you stay here for now. Let's part ways temporarily. He thinks it feels like sending a child to school. Manhwa asks when it can return. Fang Yi replies that it can come back once it reaches the Vajra realm. Focus on cultivation and opportunities. The next day in Xuanxi, Lin Yi is brought over by Ling Shi from Taishi. She realizes news of Linghua becoming Wood Throne Master has spread across the pioneers, along with his publicly revealed wilderness attribute. What troubles her is Ling Shi's offer to appoint her as team leader in Wanxi, though they promise full support. Yi exhales softly, exhaustion showing. She decides to observe for now. She may not be ready for the responsibility, and should visit her mother first. Suddenly, space violently shakes. The crowd panics, thinking it's an earthquake, but she senses it's a spiritual Kli anomaly and mutation. Ling Xi's headquarters reports the anomaly appeared too suddenly. No detection, no warning signal. Disaster. The forbidden mountain forest erupts with uncontrolled spiritual Kai. Beasts absorbing it all begin mutating. The mutated beasts gather in herds, marching straight toward Xuanxi's inner city. Help! The monsters are huge! This is bad! Mutated creatures flood into the city, launching a brutal, unstoppable assault. Yi hears a robotic call message. The number cannot be reached, and grits her teeth. Something's wrong. Mother. At that moment, a burst of firepower strikes from behind her. Yi turns sharply, stunned by what she sees. She freezes, immediately recognizing the familiar spiritual fluctuation. This is Xuanxi has gone into anomaly. I can't reach my mother. Let's go find her now. Inside a ruined supermarket in the city, children's cries echo nonstop. Dad! Amid the wreckage, a broken voice calls out in pain, Mom! A small boy frantically looks around in panic. Where did everyone go? Tears keep spilling as his tiny body trembles uncontrollably. Finally, he collapses to the ground and sobs loudly. At that moment, Mai appears and quickly covers his mouth. Crying like that will attract beasts. The boy, eyes red, chokes out, but my parents... She doesn't answer, only silently takes out a bag of biscuits. Fu Zhao is gradually calmed. You like this the most, right? Don't cry first. When we get rescued, he'll give it to you. Be good. Just then, a dark creature quietly approaches them. Its face is twisted, eyes glowing with eerie light. Mai immediately picks up the boy and tries to escape. In panic, she trips over a plastic bottle and falls hard onto the cold floor. Mai squeezes her eyes shut and says fiercely, damn it, I guess we'll risk it today. At the critical moment, the monster is suddenly slain. Fang Yi appears and takes it down with a single sword strike. He asks calmly, is everyone alright? His gaze suddenly freezes. Fu Zhao is clinging tightly to Mai. A thought flashes in Fang Yi's mind, the rice cracker snack bag. Old memories surge back from his childhood with his aunt. Back then, she used to use this snack to comfort him. Mai softly calls Xiao Li. Her face still carries that familiar gentle expression as she says his name. Fang Yi speaks, voice low. And who is this child? She smiles and explains the boy got separated from his parents during the chaos, and Shi's just helping him. At that moment, a girl rushes over. Mom! Mai freezes. Yi. The girl bursts into tears and hugs her tightly. You scared me so much, Mom. Mai gently comforts her. It's okay, I'm not hurt. Fang Yi stands quietly at a distance, watching the scene. Suddenly, the boy tugs his sleeve. Superman? That makes Fang Yi pause slightly. Fu Zhao looks up with shining eyes. Are you Superman? Here, take this. Can you take me home? Fang Yi replies, try making a wish on it. Maybe it'll help you find your family. In that instant, he senses something off. Fang Yi immediately grabs the boy and shouts, back away. Everyone looks toward the ruins ahead in shock. Mai asks nervously, what is that thing? Fang Yi answers, that's their beast king. Just after meeting it, danger is already here. The surroundings descend into chaos, filled with eerie, guttural sounds. Fang Yi calculates quickly, I've been targeted. The strongest spiritual source separating distance will reduce danger to them. He says decisively, take them and leave. I can't fight properly, otherwise adapt as needed and stay safe. Mai nods, understood. Fang Yi now stands alone facing the Beast King. He analyzes its silently dual attributes, lightning and wood, matching the two thrones. The beast charges in a berserk state. He observes its aura and realizes it's been corrupted by dark energy. A crack suddenly appears on the Beast King's face, blood splattering out. Strange energies surge through its body, burning it from within. Fang Yi instantly closes in and delivers the first sword strike. His expression remains calm and unreadable, every movement precise and decisive. The air feels tightly compressed, tension swallowing the entire battlefield. On the other side, Yi raises a thin barrier to shield everyone. But another monster appears immediately, blocking their escape route. She blurts out, this is bad, another Beast King, and there are two of them. Mai looks at her, unable to hide her worry. Yi lowers her gaze but forces calm into her voice, don't worry, Mom. She steps forward, I'm your daughter. Terrifying tentacles extend from the Beast King's body. It unleashes a massive surge of demonic energy toward Yi. Its arm swings back, eyes blazing violently. Yi's expression changes, breathing quickens. She realizes same wood attribute, her spiritual power won't overpower at a direct clash, would endanger her mother and the child. Yi says sharply, you won't get stronger eating two normal humans, come at me instead. At Lingxi Xuanxi, researchers panic what's happening. One beast king is already in class disaster. Yet there are two and Xuanxi anomaly levels keep rising. Pioneers are struggling to protect civilians. Panic erupts. Xuanxi is going to be destroyed? When he urgently reports more anomalies are breaking out of the forbidden zone, flooding down from the mountains, requesting emergency class deployment and reinforcements. Some hesitate, but the Sealbunder had already warned. That area is where the throne descended. A layer of eerie black mist spreads, sealing off the space. Fang Yi speaks, running from the wild mountains to here. Are you connected to Hlu Tiang? He pauses. Don't tell me the Thunder Throne channeled these beast disasters. If so, wielding a throne isn't just beneficial, others around the user may be in danger. Yet the system still calls it a fortuitous opportunity. What's the truth here? The Beast King suddenly goes berserk again, swinging its claws repeatedly. Yi shouts, you think I'll just stand here and get eaten? Her eyes briefly glance toward Tu Mai, filled with concern. Then she roars, if you touch them, you'll have to step over my corpse first today. Either you die or I do! In the dark sky, thunder begins to coil violently. Within it, the silhouette of Hlu Tiang appears. Someone cries out, the Thunder Throne, its master has arrived! Look, what is that, a giant seed? Fang Yi observes, deep in thought. The Beast King suddenly retreats, emitting fearful screeches. He realizes it's afraid these beasts likely mutated using the Thunder Throne's power, or the throne itself is destabilizing them. The vine trunk suddenly grows explosively, accelerating at extreme speed. Numerous gourd-like fruits rapidly form. A wave of spiritual energy spreads outward. It rushes straight toward the Beast King. Under its influence, the creature begins to transform. Hlu Tiang speaks, friends, I sincerely apologize for the chaos. I finally broke through and left the mountain. These little ones acted recklessly. I can take them away. Please don't destroy them. Everyone watching the feed is stunned. The Thunder Throne's master is actually bowing to the Sealbunder, so this wasn't his doing after all. He reflects that Hlu Tiang's power can even purify a calamity. King throne-level authority is unfathomable, and he wishes he could also be acknowledged by a throne. But then he reconsiders, if even the Thunder Throne master has to bow to the Sealbunder, Fang Yi's strength clearly needs to be reassessed. The scene shifts to Lingxi Xuanxi, where a voice declares this is the global situation unfolding worldwide. Peaceful days may be gone, but the war zones and Lingxi will still do everything to protect humanity. Tu Mai looks heavy-hearted. Does that mean humanity is heading toward extinction? Wen Wei smiles reassuringly. Don't be so pessimistic. The Sealbunder has already handled many disasters. Even class calamities can't escape him, and your daughter is a pillar of the nation. Seeing the children like this, he sighs. They've all endured too much. He continues that although things are chaotic, what he cares most about is whether they are injured or exhausted, even if one day a sacrifice becomes necessary. Fang Yi interrupts, Aunt, don't overthink it. By the way, where are Jiang Lu and the others? They didn't show up during the incident. Wen Wei recalls they were sent to Lingxi Hospital, but left overnight. Jiang Lu insisted on not wasting time and rushed to become stronger, constantly demanding discharge to cultivate. Suddenly, two people rush in anxiously. Xiao Hao! The boy instantly runs toward them joyfully. Mom! Dad! Qiaosha cries as she thanks them profusely. Saving Xiao Hao saved their entire family. Though they are ordinary, they promise to help however they can. Xiao Hao also thanks them, but Tu Mai says it's nothing. It was the right thing to do. The family leaves with relieved smiles. Fang Yi then asks, Aunt, would you like to come back to Taishi with us? After some time, a plane appears in the sky. In Taishi, a warm welcome erupts. Welcome back, Sealbinder. Qingying stands in the crowd, applauding. When the door opens, everyone is surprised by the spacious interior of the villa. It's enormous. Yi covers Tu Mei's eyes. Mom, keep your eyes closed. Fang Yi asks playfully, guess what we prepared for you? He reveals it's a house they bought for her in Taishi, safe, close to them, and she can visit anytime she wants. And if Yi chooses to go to Yuanxi, they've also prepared another residence for her in Xuanxi. Tu Mai sits down gently and says warmly, you both make me proud, but Yi, I can feel there's something weighing on your heart. Fang Yi answers for her she hasn't decided whether to go to Yuanxi yet. Yi admits she still has no clear direction. She explains that Lingxi in Wanxi sees Fang Yi as a pillar to build connections through, but changing that place won't be easy, and they can't keep relying on him forever. She gently strokes her daughter's cheek. Why not try? My girl always acts on impulse anyway. Weren't you even using tutoring as an excuse just to visit your cousin? Yi laughs. So mom already knew all along. She thinks to herself that she's grown up and can't rely on others forever. Then fine, she'll give it a try. At that moment, his phone rings. Fang Yi answers. Galang, new lead. The voice replies that Elder Hu has discovered a new mysterious ring zone and invites him to investigate. The scene shifts to an underground black market. Cao Yuan asks, so we really can't return to Yuanxi anymore? Tu Wen grits his teeth. Don't talk nonsense. Outside, a chilling laugh suddenly echoes. A voice calls in, no need to be tense. I'm also from the Tuo family. We're on the same side. Interested in a deal. Back with Fang Yi, he is entering the war zone area. A sudden loud impact from below draws his attention. He raises his hand and blocks an incoming strike. Fang Yi asks Old Wu, "What's the meaning of this?" The old man laughs, saying it's just to let the elders see a true genius of Hua country. "So, do you believe it now?" Another elder comments that Old Wu even stepped back half a pace time for the waves behind to push the front ones forward. Fang Yi realizes these people are all at diamond rank second stage. Elder Wu asks, "Do you remember the extreme yin ring zone from before?" In truth, Earth already had such mysterious zones long ago, far more dangerous, tied to the planet's spiritual revival. The reason top fighters were absent during Hua country's incident was because they were stationed at those frontline zones instead. Fang Yi understands they are like spatial cracks where dangerous attributes collide, especially dense dark energy forming terrifying entities. Though classified as top secret, their activity has recently surged, spawning new zones frequently. At the same time, they serve as a benchmark for pioneer cultivation levels. Fang Yi realizes why Hua country had already marked contaminated and forbidden zones before spiritual recovery. The elder emphasizes that maintaining these secrets and stabilizing such terrifying regions while returning alive is no simple task. Every member is already at the Diamond Sovereign level, and the true strength of the war zone far exceeds what it appears. Elder Wu's tone grows noticeably urgent. Fang Yi's expression darkens as he understands the implication. The target this time is the most critical core of a mysterious burial field domain. At that moment, a figure steps out from within. A Zhang Tian appears, radiating a sharp and intimidating presence. The others recognize him and shout, "Elder Zhang!" Suddenly, he turns and walks away, leaving everyone confused. Elder Wu introduces him. Zhang Tian is eccentric, unpredictable, and stubborn, but don't be misled by his attitude. He's actually a man of integrity. On the surface it may seem so, but among us his strength has always ranked in the top 3. Inviting him this time is just an extra layer of assurance. Though hot-tempered, he values loyalty. Fang Yi replies that anyone who fought for Hua country earns his respect. Personality differences are just part of being human. Then he steps forward and places a hand on Zhang Tian's shoulder. Elder Wu introduces Fang Yi, the captain of Lingxi Taishi, nicknamed the Sealbinder. He alone handled the class disaster Hell Realm Sacrifice King before. Zhang Tian responds calmly with a probing tone. Class disaster. Elder Wu announces that since everyone is here, they will begin opening the mysterious domain gate. The group moves toward a void-like portal leading into the mysterious field. Fang Yi pauses briefly, surprised that the entrance looks so simple. The gate is covered in a spiritual seal, clearly reinforced before. He reaches out to test it but cannot manipulate it freely. He senses extremely intense attribute energy within it. Those phenomena, are they all manifestations of raw elemental power? Fang Yi's gaze sharpens as he peers deeper inside. He concludes that each strand of aura does not belong to this world. The elder shouts, "Don't get close or look too long, you'll be swallowed by the attribute force!" Fang Yi analyzes silently. The area is filled with lightning, water, wind, and spatial forces. Even his death seal struggles here. This is pure attribute manifestation, and even brief exposure can be fatal. It's hard to imagine how many worlds are connected here if uncontrolled. This rift would be a global catastrophe. Elder Wu stops and signals that they've arrived. From above, he calls everyone to gather. They are instructed to release spiritual energy, maintain levitation, and enter together. The scene shifts to the burial domain as Elder Wu remarks the aura of death here is extremely dense. Below them is a terrifying landscape filled with toxic, creeping miasma. Zhang Tian says, "Begin, finish it quickly." Suddenly, a massive force crashes down onto the ground. A monstrous form emerges below, freezing everyone in place. What is that? A Zhang Tian and Elder Wu immediately coordinate and charge forward. Light erupts violently, spreading across the space. They unleash a combined technique Tai Bai Vajra fusion art, but in an instant, they are violently counterattacked. The other elders' expressions change drastically. Someone shouts, "This is bad, everyone. Attack together." Fang Yi realizes the black giant's aura disrupts and erodes incoming spiritual energy. Even Elder Wu and Elder Zhang, both at Diamond 3rd stage, are reduced to less than a tenth of their strength time to try his method. He activates his technique Scarlet Flame Blade Art Thunderfire True Slash! Fang Yi's power rapidly expands, filling the surrounding space. In the dark abyss, his figure shines like a blazing beacon. He assesses calmly his strength is also suppressed here, but if it weren't, that earlier strike would already have finished the enemy. Someone exclaims in shock, terrifying. He nearly suppressed that black giant alone and almost killed it. Elder Zhang, did you see that? This goes far beyond just handling a calamity. Elder Wu continues. His nickname is Sealbinder. And if you knew the origin of that name, you'd be even more shocked. Fang Yi's gaze sharpens. Yin Purifying Eye technique. He releases his power and activates the Gravefire domain. Streams of dark spiritual energy surge out from him violently. System alert, Gravefire domain activated. Massive dark attributes detected, negative effects being neutralized. Target locked, the giant dark entity's attribute strength is weakened. The entire sky seems engulfed by Fang Yi's power. His expression turns icicle die. The ferocious beast takes the full impact of his strike. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire space. Fang Yi calmly lands back on the ground. He follows up with another technique devouring sun annihilation. Flames spiral upward, steadily overwhelming the darkness. Zhang Tian is shocked. How is this possible? Elder Wu replies its yang attribute power is suppressing the darkness here. In Yuanxi, twin wood thrones begin to glow. Linghua senses it. The master needs me. It immediately rushes toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi thinks briefly. The black giant is still difficult to destroy, even with death attribute suppression and throne level power. It resists. Someone shouts, "Hurry! The junior needs support, charge together!" Another replies, "Do we even need to be told?" The four elders simultaneously join forces. Four brilliant beams tear through the darkness. That power is funneled directly into Fang Yi's body. A shockwave spreads, light flooding the entire area. Elder Wu is forced back, unable to clearly open his eyes. Someone mutters, "So this is the true burial domain." Everyone stands stunned at the devastated landscape before them. Fang Yi steps forward from behind. "Thank you, seniors, for your support. Otherwise, I couldn't have taken down the black giant." He admits he misjudged the situation earlier and asks if anyone is injured. Zhang Tian speaks, "I apologize for my earlier attitude. Thank you for saving me." Everyone is stunned. The stubborn old man has actually changed enough to say thanks. Suddenly, skeletons begin crawling out from surrounding graves. Fang Yi shouts, "Seniors!" He recalls the anomaly in Yuxi. Others respond. They remember it clearly and are shocked to see it again here. The elder rushes forward, intending to handle the undead himself. Zhang Tian unleashes his power, directly engaging the calamity. Elder Wu immediately calls everyone to join the battle. He takes responsibility for the front line himself. Light spreads, gradually suppressing the disaster. Combined attacks from Elder Wu and others sweep across the battlefield. Fang Yi observes from afar, eyes turning sharp. System detects intense dark energy fluctuations. He shouts for everyone to advance carefully and warns of abnormal changes. Elder Wu looks ahead and notices a strange illusion resembling a tower-like structure. But he quickly senses something wrong. The stone tablet is emitting dark energy. Fang Yi suspects it is a manifestation of that power and suggests moving closer to investigate. Zhang Tian immediately called out to stop him. "Hey, kid." Ignoring the shout, he kept walking forward, light shimmering all around him. In the vast expanse, his figure looked almost comically small. As he used his power, the interface revealed his dark cultivation technique was mutating on its own. A new art formed, Great Hell Saber art, capable of summoning undead from grave clusters. Fang Yi realized everything was dark aligned, able to drag enemies into a pocket dimension to weaken them and command anomalous entities in battle. However, as spiritual energy recovered, its effectiveness dropped. Opening this hellish scene required activating a corpse seal on the true body to unlock the summoning gate. The Lingzhou pupillary art only reached full power against highly intelligent targets. But here, the ancient graveyard held undead far beyond anything seen in Yuxi, some even rivaling hell demons. That technique not only controlled them, but also had almost no upper limit for growth. Wu Lao noted the stele contained extremely rare condensed dark energy and suggested taking a fragment back for study. Zhang Tian got excited, claiming it could change the future if studied successfully, but just as they prepared to move forward, Fang Yi stopped them. He explained this was an unknown form of dark energy that must be taken back to the research institute. Any breakthrough could free humanity from its suppression. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, startling everyone. Someone in horror realized the stele could not be touched recklessly. Stone fragments began cracking and falling away. Panic erupted as everyone quickly decided to retreat for now. Fang Yi swiftly detected abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy. In his mind, the origin of the dark sea gradually took shape like a grim revelation. Facing the rising black tide swallowing everything, they all blurted out in unison, "Dark tide!"